Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. The Chosen Trilogy. Book I. The Rocket 4. Prologue, the anticipated conflict. The alarm sounded off with its klaxon-like sound all of a sudden as Giovanni sat in his room, petting his Persian. Persian's ears perked up at the sound of it and it growled menacingly. Giovanni, annoyed with the sudden sound, turned around and towards his computer. With the simple flick of a few key switches a number of camera screens appeared. Giovanni had no need to contact those who were below him regarding whatever was happening. Surely some low-life had managed to sneak through the defense system accidentally and was now trapped with the web that was Team Rocket's security. The cameras were showing no activity save for the bottom left screen where minor grunts were stumbling over their feet as a blast of fire issued forth. Had that come from a Pokemon? He had no time to contemplate, but he was now transfixed to that screen. He watched it intently, trying to figure out what was going on. Giovanni flicked a switch and activated the audio. But the audio was a mere cacophony of sounds, although Giovanni could definitely tell that it was a bunch of Pokemon. Was it perhaps that which had triggered the alarm? Suddenly a yellow form shot across the camera and for a moment, Giovanni thought he saw a mouse. Paika, the yellow form yelled before its tail seemed to have made contact with the camera and broke it off. Giovanni stood upright, depositing Persian onto the ground with an angry hiss. Something was wrong. No renegade Pokemon suddenly snapped off one of their security cameras. Giovanni quickly pressed a red comm button switch on their desk. Cassidy, Butch, what's going on down there? I need an answer now. Giovanni snapped harshly, but all he received back was static. That was unusual. Butch and Cassidy always responded no matter what. Sure, they were SCK-ups but they always got their jobs done, unlike, what were their names again? Cassidy, Butch, report in already. I want to know what is going on down there. With every passing second that there was no response, Giovanni stiffened more and more. No response meant that those agents who were down below were either dead or captured. Neither one was good for him. Suddenly there was movement on the other side. He breathed a sigh of relief until he heard who it was. Sorry boss, but we got those two bozos all packed up and ready to ship for Christmas, came a voice on the other end that Giovanni had hoped to never hear again, and had certainly not expected to hear from this angle. Giovanni was silent, and it was that silence that punctuated the air save for the single "wabuffet" that pierced it. Giovanni's eyes formed slits and his breathing came out seethingly. Meowth. Giovanni stated. What are you, Jesse, and James up to? Giovanni snapped, remembering their name in such a moment of intense pressure. Jesse pushed Meowth aside forcefully, or so it seemed to Giovanni, to speak to her, boss. We're turning all of you in. Jesse said, a little too cheerfully. You see, Giovanni, I made it into the Sinnoh Grand Festival without a huge team at my disposal where I failed numerous times over as a Team Rocket operative. As did all of us. Came James' slightly sorrow-laden voice in the background. Jesse yelled at him to shush. So anyway, seeing that we did better in our lives when we were not working for you, and that we also seemed to only win when we worked with the twerps, we decided a crime-free life wasn't for us. Jesse said before there was a scratching noise on the other side. Giovanni stood there, absolutely frozen in fear over what his former operative had just said. So you see boss, we're cuttin' you loose. Just like we cut a deal with Officer Jenny of Viridian City when we promised to hand Yas over to the police. Meowth said. I don't think Persians do well in a prison cell. Giovanni fell into his seat. He was never one to show anxiety or fear. But hearing that these blundering operatives had betrayed him and all his secrets was simply too much to bear. He was finished. All of his work, even the miracle work those three had performed in taking out Team Magma and Aqua, was done. But Meowth wasn't done with his speech. I wouldn't sit too still if I were you boss. The twerps are coming and they're gonna rough you up good. The comlink shut off and left Giovanni in silence. Giovanni turned to a separate and secure channel. He took a deep breath and pressed the button. Deirdre, prepare my helicopter and land it right outside my office. Giovanni said simply. He received a very quick confirmation and he stood up. There was no use in having Persian carried around, so he took out his pokeball and called it back. He then walked towards the door that led towards his fire escape. He stepped outside and felt the wind of the canyon whipping around him. Suddenly the whirring blades of a helicopter came settling down near him. He instantly leapt inside and sat down next to his secretary, Deirdre. How many have we lost? Almost the entire base has been compromised, sir. Deirdre said. From what I know, only Apollo, Athena, Lance, and Lambda have managed to escape, but the police are quite close to capturing them, sir. Giovanni rubbed his temples. Well, at least I managed to get away. The others are a regrettable but necessary loss. Giovanni said. No sooner than he had said this than a large blast rocked the ship and Giovanni found the helicopter dropping. He braced himself for the final collision and managed to save most of himself as the helicopter slammed into the ground. Shards of glass flew everywhere and Giovanni's sides were cut up, but it was only minor. He looked over to Deirdre and saw her sitting with a shocked expression. He roughly grabbed her and ordered her to start moving. The pilot was already scrambling away. Giovanni looked towards where the blast had come from. He saw 6 teenagers and a young boy all glaring at the boss of Team Rocket, a Gyarados, snarling menacingly. Great job, Gyarados, cried a young red-haired trainer with her hair tied up into a side ponytail and a defiant look on her face. Next to her were a blue-haired girl and a brown-haired girl with a Piplup and a Blaziken in front of them respectively. Behind the blue-haired girl stood a Mamoswine, which Giovanni thought was no doubt the way they got in. The young boy had no Pokemon in front of him, but his face was curled into a sneer. But perhaps the most imposing of the group were the 2 older males of the group who had stepped forward. One was a brown-haired boy with slanted eyes and the other, a raven-haired trainer with a blue, black and red cap resting on his head, a Pikachu on his shoulder. Giovanni's eyes widened momentarily. These were them. The ones who had always caused Jesse, James, and Meowth trouble. He had never taken them seriously about being blasted off again, and now he believed he was a fool for not doing so. So you're the one that's been giving Jesse, James, and Meowth orders to steal our Pokemon, the spiky-haired, slanted-eye boy said. They've given me and my friend trouble for 5 regions now, and we finally understand why. Because they were forced to buy scum like you who mistreat their Pokemon and only use them for profit. Money is what makes the world, boy. Giovanni said sneeringly, not afraid to stand up to this man. I've created an empire of wealth and I'm not going to let some sniveling children take it away from me. Then how about a battle? Let's see how you do, the raven-haired trainer cried, bringing out one of his Pokeballs. Giovanni smirked and pulled out one of his own. He tossed it into the air and a light surrounded them, and out came the massive roaring form of Nidoking. The raven-haired trainer smiled and threw his own Pokeball into the air. Out of it came a fierce-looking Staraptor who entered the battle with a cry. Staraptor, move in fast, aerial ace. The Staraptor obeyed and shot straight forward with unimaginable speed. Nidoking, poison tail. Giovanni commanded and Nidoking swung his glowing purple tail towards the Staraptor. But just as it was about to make contact, the Staraptor vanished. Suddenly, Nidoking was hit with full force on its chest with the aerial ace. The boy wasted no time in giving his Staraptor a command to use close combat. The Staraptor did so, and within minutes, Nidoking was fainted on the ground. Giovanni called Nidoking back and sent out his next Pokemon, a Nidoqueen. The boy called Staraptor back and sent out a new Pokemon in the repertoire, a Torterra. Nidoqueen, Mega Punch. Nidoqueen rushed forward with a roar and landed a clean blow on the boy's Torterra. But the Pokemon looked unfazed. Torterra, Leaf Storm, the boy ordered, and Torterra's tree shook and sent out a whirl of leaves, cascading down upon Nidoqueen, who howled in pain. The boy didn't waste a single moment in time. Use a swallow energy ball. Torterra summoned a large ball of energy before it suddenly went inside the beast, swallowing it whole. Giovanni was frightened of what might come next. Torterra let out a bellow and an even more powerful energy ball soared out at Nidoqueen, striking it head-on and causing her to faint. Giovanni quickly called her back as the boy did the same with his Torterra. Next, Giovanni quickly called out his Kangaskhan. "Come on Monferno, you're up." Out of his new Pokeball came a Monferno. Giovanni quickly ordered Kangaskhan to use its own Mega Punch, certain that Monferno would be unable to stand it. But he was wrong. Monferno quickly acted on its trainer's orders and used Mach Punch, quickly pummeling Kangaskhan before launching a close-range flamethrower that easily took out Kangaskhan. Now Giovanni was panicking as he selected a Pokeball and called out his Honchkrow. There was no way this kid could be this good. The boy sent out his Glisker as the others around him cheered him on, including a gleeful Jesse, James, and Meowth. Glisker, X-Scissor. Glisker gave a cry and Giovanni froze. He was finished, he knew it. Seeing his old operatives cheering against him locked him up. Glisker hit Honchkrow head-on and took it out in one shot. Giovanni recalled it and shakily pulled his final Pokeball, Persian. Meowth looked surprised at the appearance of Persian on the field, but the raven-haired boy took it all in stride. He called back his Glisker and smiled. He nodded to the Pikachu on his shoulder. He then gave it a simple command, Volt Tackle. Pikachu ran forward, a blaze of lightning surrounding it before it tackled the defenseless Persian head-on. Then Pikachu leapt into the air, and without its trainer's command, quickly let loose a thunderbolt that shocked not only Persian but Giovanni as well, giving the rest of the boy's companions a chance to tie him up. Meowth cheered over the Persian's defeat at last as the group picked Giovanni up and brought him over to where they would rendezvous with Officer Jenny. "Oh, Jenny, my love, my sweet. We have brought you this man bound up as you have bound up my hair dash," the spiky-haired boy said. "Krogunk," cried the toxic mouth Pokemon as he quickly silenced his trainer with a poison jab and pulled him away. The raven-haired trainer handed Giovanni, who was silent, over to Jenny. "Thank you so much you guys. You've done a great service. We've managed to catch the remaining executives as they made a run for it too. It looks like Team Rocket is gone for good," Jenny said with a smile, and the raven-haired boy chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "It was no big deal," he said, and Pikachu quickly gave Jenny the peace sign. The boy turned towards Jesse, James, and Meowth. "Well, you guys are free to do whatever you want now, which should not include stealing Pikachu." "Oh, there's no need to worry about that," James said proudly. "Me and Meowth are cashing in my bottle cap collection and are opening up a noodle shop, while Jesse's off to become a coordinator for real. Of course, she'll always have a home back with us." "Yeah. But you ain't bad twerps. We'll see ya around," Meowth said, and he and James began to walk away from the group. Jesse just stared and looked defiantly at the group of them, especially the blue-haired girl and brown-haired girl. "But nothing's changed between us," Jesse said and scoffed, turning away. "Although, Ash, I personally would consider recompeting in some of the leagues you lost. After all, just one Sinnoh League win isn't good enough." And with that she walked away towards her brighter future. Ash felt the wind on the back of his head and nodded. He finally wouldn't have to worry about Team Rocket ever again. They were gone, but he decided right then and there, maybe he would take Jesse's suggestion. He was going to re-enter the Indigo League starting tomorrow. The Little Red R. 1 year later. Things were fairly quiet at the Viridian City precinct as it had been for about a year now. Things had settled down easily enough, and now they only had to deal with little problems here and there. There was the occasional missing Glaymo, and there were small crimes here and there, but Jenny didn't mind those. After all, what was a police station without some kind of crime? It wasn't organizational crime, and it definitely wasn't any big crime, so things were nice for Viridian City. Giovanni, the former leader of Team Rocket, had been shipped off to the Saffron City prison complex, the largest prison house in the entire region, so at least they didn't have to worry about him here. With that pleasing thought in mind, Jenny leaned back against her chair and sipped on her morning cup of coffee. She turned on the computer in her office and scrolled through that morning's case files. There were only 3 on today's plate. 2 were Pokemon kidnappings that her lesser officers could be sent on, and the other one was regarding stolen goods in a jewelry store which Jenny more than suspected of being insurance fraud. She smiled to herself and let the cases be. There was no need to interfere with them. The peace and happiness lasted for but only a few minutes longer as Jenny managed to drain her coffee cup. The minute the final drop seemed to drain from the cup and into her mouth was the moment everything fell. Jenny suddenly noticed a change in her precinct's fervor of activity. It seemed to become still and silent as death. It was never this quiet, something was always happening. Jenny stood up in interest to go and take a look, but it turned out there was no need. The doors to her office opened and a regular officer with no distinction stumbled into the room looking frightened out of his mind. In his hands was an evidence bag containing a manila folder. Officer quickly dropped it out of his hands as if it were cursed. The packet flipped onto the desk, handed to her by one of her lesser officers. Jenny gave him a confused look as to why her eyes were so wide. What was he worried about? What could a little letter contain? She quickly grabbed the evidence bag with the manila envelope within it and turned it over. It seemed plain, nothing more than an envelope. Until she noticed where it was sealed. To some people this wouldn't have been a problem. To her it was. Emblazoned on the envelope's seal was a bright, big letter, R. Oh, Arceus, no. Jenny breathed out. It was impossible, that tiny letter could not and should not have been there. She shook her head and closed her eyes, hoping it all was going to be a bad dream. But when she came back to reality it wasn't. That little red R was still staring at her as bright as day. She snapped her neck upward to look at the delivering officer. Has anyone opened this? No, ma'am. We found it delivered right outside. No one saw who left it, the officer said. Jenny found herself subconsciously settling into her seat in shock. She buried her face in her hands for a moment, letting down that emotional guard she had acted in front of herself like all her family. All the effort that she had put in, that Ash Ketchum had put in, a thought clicked into place and she regained her composure, quickly standing up. Contact the international police immediately. If this situation has returned, we need everyone we can get. Jenny ordered, and the officer nodded, proceeding to make his way out of the room. However, when he reached the doors he turned back to look at the blue-haired and uniformed police officer. What about you, ma'am? The officer asked, and she stared long and hard at him, causing him to shiver from head to toe in fright. He started to stumble out an apology, but Jenny cut across, answering his question briskly. I have some very important phone calls to make. Now snap to it, officer. Jenny snapped and the man jumped, dashing out of the office to fulfill his duties. Jenny quickly shut the door with a snap and the blinds on the door rattled. She strode over to her desk and sat down. She quickly picked up the phone and thumbed through a file on the computer, hoping beyond all hope that she would be able to find who she was looking for. She reached the bottom of the file in relief. She turned to the phone and dialed in the number. Someone on the other end picked up and answered it. Yes, hello Mr. Goodshow, this is Officer Jenny of Viridian City. I'm calling for Ash Ketchum. I heard he was participating in the Silver Conference. Don't give up, Bayleaf, you're stronger than that. Ash Ketchum cried out to his weakening Bayleaf under a string of massive attacks from a Claydol. The Claydol wasn't letting up, and 15-year-old Ash Ketchum was gritting his teeth as Bayleaf suffered from the continuous rapid spin. He wanted to call Bayleaf back, but he knew that Bayleaf would be far too stubborn to let him do that. Then an idea came from him. Bayleaf, wrap your vine whip against Claydol and slow it down out of its attack. Bayleaf cried, and vines extended from the small buds on its neck, extending outward and wrapping itself around Claydol. At first, the trainer on the other end laughed at Ash's misfortune since the technique didn't seem to be doing anything against his burly Claydol. But Ash saw it happening. Claydol was slowing and Ash already had in mind what he was going to do for his next attack. Soon, Claydol stopped spinning and stood there in confusion. "Alright Bayleaf, let's end this quick, magical leaf." Bayleaf's buds glowed and a number of colored leaves emerged, flying out towards Claydol and hitting it full force. The Claydol didn't stand a chance and soon tottered and teetered before falling over, fainted. Claydol is unable to battle. Bayleaf is the winner, the referee announced before the announcer of the event broadcasted to the stadium. Would you look at that, folks? It looks like Ash Ketchum is certainly in the right position here. He still has 4 of his Pokemon left while Nick only has 2 remaining. Let's see how this final battle of the Silver Conference plays out, the announcer blasted out. Ash smirked slightly before glancing behind him where Brock was holding his Happiny, who was cheering happily for its trainer's friend. Sudowoodo was also cheering next to him and Krogunk stood at its trainer's side, slapping its hands together. Ash smiled and laughed a little bit. He extended his arms out, Bayleaf's Pokeball in hand. "Return Bayleaf, you did a great job out there." Bayleaf returned into the Pokeball in a flash of red light. The trainer on the other end, Nick, sneered wildly. "What? Too afraid to face me like a real man, Ketchum?" The boy sneered and tossed his next Pokeball into the air, producing a sand slash. Ash's battle cogs whirred within his head. He couldn't choose Pikachu because even with Iron Tail he'd be at a disadvantage, nor could he possibly think to use Mook in a situation like this. So that left. "Come on out, Noctowl!" Ash cried and he threw his Pokeball into the air, producing his Noctowl, flapping its wings gloriously. Nick took the first move. Sand attack, Sand Slash, let's slow that Noctowl down. Sand Slash obeyed and started scraping at the ground, throwing sand at Noctowl. Ash smirked. This kid's lack of knowledge on the part of a Pokemon's abilities was going to be his undoing. Noctowl, wing attack. Ash cried and Noctowl swooped from the sky, aiming straight for the Sand Slash. Nick sniggered on the other hand, but his mouth was left agape when Noctowl hit Sand Slash dead on. You forgot about Noctowl's ability, Keen Sight. That ability makes sure that its accuracy can't get lowered so most attacks will hit no matter what. Grr. Nick breathed out, a vein throbbing in his head. Sand Slash, Fury swipes on Noctowl now. Sand Slash leapt at Noctowl but Ash immediately commanded it to dodge, which it did so before Ash ordered it in for yet another wing attack. Sandslash's constant attacks had left it wide open, leaving no time for it to dodge. The second hit made contact and Sandslash was sprawled on the rock field that they were battling on. Sandslash is unable to battle. The winner is Noctowl, the referee announced and Ash gave a small cheer while his opponent glared at him menacingly from the opposite side of the field. You think you're good, huh, Ketchum? Well, meet my strongest Pokemon, he cried and sent his final Pokeball hurtling into the air. Out of it, came the towering form of Swampert. Ash looked to his Noctowl. You up for a bit more, Noctowl? Ash asked and the Pokemon hooted in affirmation. Pikachu raised its paw from Ash's shoulder and cheered Noctowl on. Ash briefly looked to the scoreboard. On Nick's side, 5 shapes were discolored, Claydol, Altaria, Sandslash, Tropius, and Ampharos. Only Swampert's face remained. Ash's board was much better with only the faces of both Heracross and Cyndaquil discolored while Bayleaf, Mook, Noctowl, and Pikachu's faces remained. Alright, let's go, wing attack again. I thought you might do that. Nick said with a smirk. Swampert, Hydro Pump. Swampert obeyed on command and a torrent of water sprayed forth and hit Noctowl, causing it to break off the attack. Ash quickly tried to think about what he should do to attack it. If he came too close, Hydro Pump would hit, but Noctowl had no way of hitting without getting close up. Soon enough, it didn't matter. Finish with Takedown. Swampert leapt at Noctowl and tackled it to the ground. When the smoke cleared, Ash saw his Noctowl lying on the ground, fainted, though Swampert was suffering from aftereffects. Noctowl is unable to battle. Swampert is the winner, the referee announced, and Ash called his Noctowl back. He looked to Pikachu, who answered with a quick Pika, and leapt onto the battlefield. Nick snickered from across the field, almost certain that victory was in his hands. "Let's make this quick, Swampert," Mud shot. Swampert obeyed, and a torrent of mud shot out at Pikachu. Wasting no time, Ash ordered for Pikachu to use agility. Pikachu reacted immediately and was able to easily dodge the attacks coming from its foe. "Alright, Pikachu, use quick attack." Pikachu put the brakes on its agility and sped towards Swampert blindingly. Swampert attempted a takedown on its trainer's order, but Pikachu sped under quickly and jerked up, able to force Swampert flying upwards into the air. Swampert went on a free fall backwards. "Let's use Iron Tail and make it quick." "Pika!" Pikachu cried as its tail glowed white and slammed down onto Swampert. Swampert howled out in pain, but Pikachu didn't stop, continually hitting it across the face and body until, with a mighty heave, Pikachu was able to overcome his slower foe and Swampert crashed to the ground. Ash smiled brightly, his speedy maneuvering that he had focused on since his first battle with Lieutenant Surge in Vermilion had truly paid off. Swampert is unable to battle, and so, Pikachu is the winner. "The victor is Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town," the referee announced, and the whole crowd rose up in cheers for the new victor of the Silver Conference. Ash laughed as Pikachu jumped on top of his head, pushing the brim of his hat down. Ash saw Brock running up to him, and the two gave each other a high five while Happiny and Sudowoodo danced around happily. Ash looked to the other side of the field and saw Nick recall Swampert and walk away, shaking his head, ashamed at his loss. There you have it, folks. Ash Ketchum, winner of the Sinnoh League and recently of the Indigo League, has just won the Silver Conference. "Congratulations, Ash," the announcer told the entire crowd, and Ash felt that he couldn't be happier. But even happiness came at a price, and Ash felt it was going to be his limbs as his numerous fans started pulling through the crowd to get at him. "Want to beat a hasty retreat, Ash?" Brock said with a smile, and Ash nodded. "I think I have just the plan." Brock pulled a pokeball from his belt and hurled it into the air, a large Steelix emerging from it. The crowd cowered away from the sight of it while Ash ran to dodge out the south, or opposite, exit from all the fans. Brock called back his Steelix, Sudowoodo, and Croagunk sprinted off after him, muttering a quick, "Why can't the girls chase after me like that?" Brock exited into the stadium concessions area and looked around for Ash, being pulled aside by someone as all the fans darted past. He found it was Ash who chased him out. "Phew, doesn't get much closer than that." Ash sighed out, and he and Brock chuckled. The concessions area was now empty as every fan had darted outside, and they had a clear look of the area, plainly seeing the noodle stand that was operated by James and Meowth, although they were currently busy counting their rewards from selling in the stands. But there was one thing they heard: slow and steady footsteps. Ash and Brock looked ahead and saw a young purple-haired trainer, actually a few years younger than Ash, striding down the hall with a sneer. He froze when he saw the two of them. "Oh, it's you," he said, his face hardened. Ash's eyes narrowed in an albeit inquisitive fashion, but other than that he ate nothing. He had learned to control his anger around Paul a long time ago. That was actually what had netted him his win in the Sinnoh League. He realized that had been a flaw of his somewhere along the line, and so he got it under control and was able to defeat Paul at last in their second full 6-on-6 battle. "I just came here to watch some battles, and what do I find but you, hiding out." "So what is it? Is the final battle already over?" "Yeah, I just won the Silver Conference, and guess what, Paul, I only lost 3 of my Pokémon," Ash announced proudly, but Paul scoffed and began to turn heel and walk away. "Whatever. You probably just relied on dumb luck as usual, isn't that your battle strategy?" Paul said, but Ash didn't have time to make a remark because he was now walking away from the duo of trainers at a fairly quick pace. Ash growled a bit under his breath. "What's his problem?" Ash growled out before Pikachu patted him on the shoulder lightly. Pikapi, Pikachu Pika Pi Pika Pikachu. Pikachu told him and Ash nodded. He perfectly agreed with his Pokemon partner. That was just the way Paul was. Brock quickly tapped his best friend on the shoulder. Hey, you should head back into the stadium. I'm sure President Goodshow wants to honor your victory in the Silver Conference. Brock said, and Ash's scowl that had been adorned when speaking with Paul quickly dropped and was replaced with a smile. Yeah. And then afterwards I'm calling all my friends. Ash announced with his fist in the air while Pikachu responded with a quick, "Pi Pikachu." Brock just chuckled. Yeah, assuming you can even find where Dawn and May are. Remember, they're both traveling in different regions. Misty is the only one I think you'd be able to contact easily because you know she's at the gym. Brock stated, and Ash blushed slightly at the mention of Misty's name. Brock didn't mention the notice of it so as to spare his friend the humiliation. Out of all three girls, he knew it was Misty he liked the best, Misty who had really stuck with him from the beginning even when she couldn't be there. The lure that Ash kept close to his heart was enough to know the truth. Had Ash ever liked May or Dawn? Certainly, who wouldn't like traveling with two very attractive girls? But at the end of the night it was all about Misty. Though Brock wondered how Dawn would take it when she found out. The young coordinator had been nursing a crush on Ash since they met. After all, he was slightly impressive, when he could keep his temper and his mouth in check. But Ash could never reciprocate the feelings, and besides, if Dawn really thought about it, Ash wouldn't be right for her, he was far too argumentative. Brock stopped thinking about his friend's lucky love life and instead started pushing him back towards the stadium. All right, Brock, I can walk on my own. Ash announced, and they both laughed. It had been a tough year for the two of them and both could remember it vividly. After the Sinnoh League, Ash, Brock and Dawn were chased down again by Team Rocket. Tired and fed up with it all, Ash pestered them as to why they kept wanting to steal Pikachu, and at last he got the real answer out of them. So he gathered up all his friends that had had some problems with Team Rocket, and with Jesse, James and Meowth's help they defeated Giovanni. Then everyone split off. Dawn made the trip to Johto and May went to Sinnoh. She was still there to this day while Ash and Brock and Misty reunited and traveled and trained in Kanto, preparing him for his rematch in the Indigo League which he topped. After that, Ash and Brock split off and made their way for Johto for the Silver Conference which he had now won. All in all, it was a good year. Ash finally emerged into the stadium and saw Mr. Goodshow standing around, chatting with the announcer. The two human friends ran over to him. "Ah, Ash, splendid battle, I was watching the whole thing in my office," Mr. Goodshow said, his eyes gleaming happily. "Thanks, Mr. Goodshow, I put a lot of effort into that battle," Ash said, rubbing the back of his head. "Well, it certainly didn't look like it," Mr. Goodshow said, and Ash truly had nothing to say. Then Mr. Goodshow gave a start. "That reminds me, Officer Jenny of Viridian City called and she told me to tell you to call her back as soon as you can, preferably, at least for me, after the ceremony and party tonight of course." Ash nodded. The three then stood there, talking about the ceremony and everything else that would occur that evening, for which Ash could not wait. That night seemed almost a haze. Ash was burgeoning brightly as he lifted the Silver Conference Cup to the clear night sky in the light of Ho-Oh's flame, which Ash thought was more than fitting as Ho-Oh was the first legendary Pokemon he had ever seen and had guided him almost every step on his journey. Then came the party where Ash took a picture with all of his Pokemon as well as a picture with Brock. Then it came down to a night of celebration, fun and eating. Very late in the night, as everyone began to disperse off to their rooms, Ash and Pikachu retired outside and lied down in the field of grass, staring up at the beautifully lit night sky. "Well, Pikachu, we did it, but I wonder what we should do next?" Ash asked, and Pikachu merely sighed contently. Ash gave a small chuckle. "Maybe we should shoot for Hoenn and then take on the Elite Four." Pikachu didn't say a word and Ash figured it had fallen asleep. Ash smiled at the night sky before he heard a shrill cry and sat straight up. There was nothing around, but when Ash looked to the sky he saw the golden form of Hoos-Trkng across in the direction of what Ash knew to be Sinnoh. He looked curiously at it, wondering why it would want him to go to Sinnoh. Then he suddenly remembered that Officer Jenny wanted him to call her. He got up and picked up Pikachu, walking back towards his room. He decided, he would just have to do it tomorrow. Arr. Ash awoke slightly groggy the next morning but quickly shook his head of the grogginess before getting out of bed. It was surprising that he was up so early and Brock was still slightly snoring in his bed. Ash smirked to himself, he knew just how to get Brock out of bed. "Hey, Brock, we gotta call Officer Jenny, remember?" Ash said loudly, and immediately Brock sprang out of bed and was dressed in a matter of minutes. Ash shook his head. Whenever it came to girls, Brock was the fastest around. So together, Ash, Pikachu, and Brock walked downstairs into the lobby and quickly called the Viridian City Police Station. Brock had its number in his little blue book of babes. Very soon after the second ring, Jenny picked up looking disheveled. "Hey, Officer Jenny, you asked us to call." "Oh, Ash, thank goodness, yes. We figured you were the only one who could help. We don't want to discuss anything over an insecure channel, so can you come to Viridian City right away?" Ash was about to answer that he was still in Johto, but Officer Jenny didn't seem concerned. "We've sent a helicopter to pick you up already." "Say yes already, Ash." Brock insisted, though he knew that Brock just wanted to see Jenny. Ash rolled his eyes and agreed. Jenny thanked the both of them and hung up after giving them directions. Ash was confused by this whole thing but still went to meet the helicopter at the rendezvous point. One of the officers that neither Ash nor Brock recognized was there to greet them and brought them aboard. Ash found this a little strange, but not so much that he worried over it. It only took an hour or two before the helicopter touched down in Viridian City. Officer Jenny was there to greet them. Brock started racing forward and Ash rolled his eyes, but this time, it wasn't Krogunk but Pikachu who grabbed Brock by the ear and pulled him down. "So, what's going on, Officer Jenny?" Ash asked, his inquisitive tone and look on his face conveying everything. Jenny was stoic and hard-faced as she stared at the two friends. "Follow me," Jenny said, and she quickly led them inside the precinct. If their confusion was any more evident at this strange accident, it would have been bursting out the windows of the precinct. Finally, the two of them, along with Pikachu, of course, reached the largest room of the station, where a multitude of police officers were standing around and where a large projector was set up. "What I'm about to show you, we received yesterday in the early morning." She clicked a button on a small handheld device and an image appeared on the screen. "What, Ash?" Ash questioned as he saw the enlarged envelope on the screen containing a picture of the bright red R that had caused such a panic. Jenny clicked the button again and what appeared to be the contents of a letter appeared. "The Rockets have a game to play. We're back at last and here to stay. So come on one, come on all. We Rockets recovered from our great fall. So let's just have one great bash. And your own world will turn to ash. Sincerely, the Rocket 4. Well, that seems strange," Brock commented. He looked over at Ash and saw Pikachu lightly massaging his trainer's head as Ash strained to comprehend even half of what the riddle meant. Brock sighed. "What does all that even mean?" Ash yelled out and collapsed down into a chair of his. Pikachu sighed loudly and Jenny gave Ash a rather odd look. When neither of the two could respond, she turned to look at Brock and Brock gave a small chuckle before answering. "Ash isn't very good with riddles," Brock replied, and Jenny nodded her head in acceptance. "Though it does seem strange that they're calling out Ash on this. I wonder why. I would guess that it has to do with the fact that Ash defeated Giovanni in battle and was the one to capture him, but he's not the only one they called out," Jenny stated, and Ash looked up at the screen, which had now changed again. Plenty of different pictures were shown on the screen now. The first two were of Ash and Brock, oddly on the same day while Ash was training near a lake in Pallet Town. The next picture that followed was of Misty, seeming in her battle stance with Starmie as the picture was taken from the trainer's perspective. The next few were all of May, Max, Dawn and even Jesse, James, of Meowth, all at seemingly private times, or if not private then certainly taken from a perspective that most pictures of that style would not normally be taken at. All of these pictures arrived with the letter. But why would there be a bunch of pictures of us there? I mean, wouldn't we have known if somebody was watching us? Pikapi, Pika Pikachu Pi Pika Pikachu Pi Pikachu Chu Pika. Pikachu sighed out and Ash glared at his electric mouse friend. What does that mean, coming from the trainer who never noticed Team Rocket in disguise? Ash grumbled out and Pikachu shrugged its tiny shoulders. Ash just turned away from Pikachu and muttered slightly to himself. Jenny cleared her throat, gaining his attention. We get the very unsettling feeling that these Rocket 4 have been working on this for a year. We have no idea who they could be, but at least we've managed to pin down that you are their targets. Jenny said, and Brock furrowed his brow, sinking deep into thought. How is that a good thing? Ash yelled out in confusion and Pikachu mimicked his trainer's actions. Brock took this moment to speak up. At least we know where they'll be coming from. Did they give you any more information, Officer Jenny? Brock asked, but Jenny shook her head ruefully. No, it was just that strange letter and those pictures that came with it. Jenny said before she clicked her device and the computer turned off, the projection screen along with it. We even decided to do a sweep of the entire rocket system from what we had recovered in their base and it came up with nothing. There was no contingent plan of Giovanni's should the organization fall, and furthermore, there was absolutely no reference to the Rocket 4. So right now, your guess is as good as ours as to who they could be. Though I think it's safe to assume that they're definitely made of 4 members. So, let's see if I understand this. Ash said, and Jenny turned to him while he had a finger resting on his chin. There's these guys called the Rocket 4 who were part of Team Rocket, but when they fell they started working together to come back and take revenge on a bunch of us who brought them down. Oh, and we have no other information on what they might be planning. Am I right so far? That's right. Jenny stated simply, and Ash nodded. But he said nothing more despite the fact that a million thoughts were filling his head and he couldn't pick out question he wanted to ask. But Jenny did have one more piece of information she wanted to add. Although, we did pull up something that was similar to the word 4. Operation 4 Try. Then, would it have something to do with Fortree City in the Hoenn region? Brock asked logically, and all Jenny could do was shrug her shoulders. No idea. That would be a logical assumption, but unfortunately that's all it is right now. For all we know, it could just sound like that to throw us off. Regardless, we don't know the contents of the file since it was heavily encoded. Our best people are working on it now, but we don't know how soon they'll be able to crack it. So what do you want us to do? Ash asked with a confused look that he now felt he was constantly wearing. Jenny was about to answer when another officer stepped into the room. Jenny sharply turned to them. Officer Jenny, the officer came in, quickly saluting the head of the department. Jenny cast a blazing look at him, and he didn't need to be asked the question that was racing through everyone's mind. We received another letter, once again unseen. The officer quickly handed her the letter in the evidence bag and she took it. But the officer didn't leave. Was there something else that you wished to have me know, officer? Jenny asked, and now, every eye in the station was on that particular police officer. Well, you had put out an APB searching for Jessie of Team Rocket, May, Dawn, and Misty, as well as Max, the officer said, sweat leaking down from his temple before taking in a deep breath. Well, this is slightly strange, but the officers in Cerulean were making contact with Misty when, Ash Ketchum was sighted in Cerulean City. Imitation creation. When Misty Waterflower woke up that morning of September 8th, she had no idea what she was going to be doing for that day other than her usual duties as the Cerulean City gym leader. She stretched and turned over in her bed a bit, snuggling against her pillow before she realized she had turned the wrong way as the sun hit her eyes full force, springing them open and causing her to shield them from those blighting rays now entering in through her bubble-patterned curtain. She slipped out from under covers and strode over to the window, jerking the curtains across angrily, blotting out the sun. Stupid sun, ruining every day. Misty grumbled angrily under her breath as she turned to her bed. But as she looked at it, she realized that she was no longer tired, all thanks to that big flaming orb of fire in the sky. She sighed to herself and resigned herself to the fact that she was now awake. She quickly slipped her feet into her Spiel-designed slippers and walked over to where Azrael was sleeping peacefully, nudging the small blue Pokemon. "Come on Azrael, time to wake up, sweetie." Misty poked it lightly and Azrael stirred slightly. Misty waited until at last Azrael opened its eyes and saw Misty. "Azu Azrael." It cried out and hopped into Misty's waiting arms. Misty smiled as the Pokemon nuzzled itself against Misty's bosom affectionately. Misty laughed lightly and allowed Azrael to jump on her shoulder before she proceeded downstairs, yawning slightly. When she finally made her way to the kitchen area of the gym, she saw that it was empty save for last night's dinner dishes that Lily had promised to do the night previous. Misty found her infamous temper rising but pushed past in lieu of getting breakfast for herself and making some food for the Pokemon. She had just made Azrael some food and made herself some pancakes while sitting down to drink coffee when all three of her sisters stepped in. "Oh, like Misty, is that coffee for us?" Violet asked as she walked in, and Misty gave all three of them a death glare, quickly raising her own mug away from the grabbing sisters. Daisy quickly grabbed a hold of Lily and Violet and pulled them back. If there was one thing she knew not to mess with, then it was most certainly an angry Misty in the morning. "You three aren't getting any breakfast until you finish those dishes," Misty said scathingly, and all three cowered. "Then I'll allow you to make breakfast for yourselves while I feed the Pokemon." "But Misty, we totally got our nails done yesterday, and by doing dishes today it would, totally ruin our trip we were planning to go shopping," Violet complained, but yet another evil glare from Misty silenced her utterly. "Never mind, we'll do the dishes." Misty leaned back in her chair, smug with herself as her three sisters started arguing about which one of them would do the dishes. Azrael chirped happily next to her. It only took them 20 minutes and 3 broken nails later for the dishes to be cleaned, dried and put away. With that, Misty felt satisfied and left to go and feed the Pokemon. This was her routine every morning. She would wake up, eat breakfast, yell at her sisters, feed the Pokemon, battle trainers, eat lunch, battle more trainers, and then relax at gym closing. It was no sooner than she had finished feeding Gyarados than a trainer stepped in to challenge her. "I challenge this gym to a battle," the trainer said, and Misty thought, for a moment, that she recognized him from something Ash had described about his travels a year ago, though she couldn't exactly place it. He had big, bushy blonde hair and wore a white and orange striped t-shirt, completing the combo with a green tie. Misty dusted off her hands of the Pokemon food residue. "All right. If you'll just hold on, we can start in half an hour," Misty said, looking at him strangely. Everyone knew most gyms weren't open to challenges this early. So what was this guy's deal? He looked a little miffed at this prospect but agreed to wait in the waiting room. Misty shook her head as he ran off quickly. Misty quickly made her way back to her room and changed clothing into her yellow shorts and red shirt with yellow vest over it. She made sure her hair was tied into its usual side ponytail so as to avoid distraction in battle. Then she made her way back downstairs and into the kitchen where her sisters were chatting. "We have a challenger and I need one of you to referee." "Ah, but Misty, we already had to do the dishes this morning," Lily complained, and a vein started pulsating in Misty's head. "Lily, that was your own fault for not doing the dishes. Now somebody referee," Misty yelled, her voice reaching new heights as her anger spiked towards her sisters. Daisy was the one to stand up, walking over to Misty and placing a hand on her shoulder. "All right, baby sister, I'll referee for you," Daisy stated comfortingly, and Misty threw up her hands exasperatedly as she strode from the kitchen towards the waiting room. As soon as Daisy checked she was out of earshot, she turned to her other sisters. "You two owe me." Daisy then stalked out, coming up behind Misty who was greeting the challenger. "Well, if you're ready we can begin our battle. What's your name?" Misty asked kindly, and though it seemed that her anger towards her sisters had abated, Daisy knew that it had not. The orange-eyed challenger suddenly stood up and thumped his chest proudly. "I'm Barry from Twin Leaf Town," the trainer announced, and once more, Misty thought she had heard that name before but it didn't register into place. She merely smiled at him and said "nice to meet you," before she led him back into the arena where Daisy took her place near the stand at the side of the massive pool. Misty and Barry then took opposite sides. "So, what are the rules?" Misty looked to Daisy. "Oh, right, this is an official battle between the challenger Barry of Twin Leaf Town and the gym leader Misty Waterflower of the Cerulean Gym," Daisy announced in a voice that sounded rather bored at the proceedings. But when Misty cast her a warning glance she suddenly acted much more interested. "The battle will be a 3-on-3 match with only the challenger being allowed substitutions. The battle will be over when all of either side's Pokémon are knocked out. Begin." "All right. Let's go Staraptor," Barry announced loudly, and out of its Pokeball emerged the bird-like Pokémon with a cry of its own name. Misty was surprised at this move as most challengers waited to see what Pokémon she would choose before picking out their own. Maybe he was truly confident he would win. Misty smirked a bit and pulled her own Pokeball from her belt. Out of it emerged the white form of Dugong. "You're allowed the first move, Barry," Misty said, and Barry put one foot forward in a near-seeming victory dance. "I'll be happy to," Barry announced loudly. "All right Staraptor, Aerial Ace." Staraptor immediately obeyed its trainer's order and dived with a cry. Misty quickly analyzed the attack situation. "Dugong, under the water," Misty ordered, and the Pokémon quickly dove in. The Staraptor skimmed the surface of the water and pulled back up, completely missing its mark. Barry grimaced a bit but somehow formulated a solution in his mind. "Flap your wings toward the water and get Dugong out of it," Barry ordered, and Staraptor started flapping its wings in very quick succession. Misty gave a cry as Dugong suddenly was forced out of the water with its own shout. But Dugong acted on instinct and shifted its body around, facing towards Staraptor. "All right, let's use Aerial Ace. It's coming straight for you, Dugong. Now use Aurora Beam," Misty ordered, and its execution was flawless as a brightly colored beam flew from Dugong's horn and struck Staraptor. Staraptor writhed in pain as its body glowed with different colors before it fell down and hit the water with a splash. It stayed under for a few seconds but soon surfaced, knocked out. Daisy's hand quickly splayed out towards Misty. "Staraptor is, totally unable to battle, so Dugong wins," Daisy announced, and Barry growled slightly as he called his Staraptor back. Misty waited to see what Barry would call out as his second Pokémon. He tossed his next ball into the air, and out onto the floating platform emerged a Roserade. Misty smiled to herself. She didn't make a move, thus indicating to her opponent that he was allowed the first move. "All right Roserade, let's use Magical Leaf." Roserade lifted its arms into the air and a number of leaves appeared surrounding it. Roserade then moved forward and the leaves flew at Dugong. Misty quickly ordered for Dugong to dive under the water. But it was a futile gesture. The leaves quickly soared through the air and into the water, quickly cutting through it and striking Dugong beneath the surface. Dugong gave a cry and Misty ordered it to surface, avoiding the possibility of that attack again. "All right, let's keep it in place Roserade and use Stun Spore." Roserade obeyed and Misty saw Dugong beginning to freeze in place from the paralysis that was now affecting it. She had to take a chance, there was nothing else for it. She ordered Dugong to dive, but be quick about. Once again, Barry ordered Roserade to use Magical Leaf. "Out of the water Dugong, and use Aurora Beam," Misty ordered, and as the Magical Leaf flew straight on, Dugong unleashed its Rainbow Beam from the horn on its head. At the same time, the two attacks collided with their opposing Pokémon and both trainers watched with anticipation to see who had won. As it turned out, Roserade had been hit hard by the Aurora Beam but had managed to survive the attack. Meanwhile, Dugong's heavy damage from the magical leaf rendered it unconscious. This time, Daisy raised her hand toward Barry. Dugong is unable to battle so, like, Roserade is the winner. Misty called back Dugong and thanked it for a great battle against Barry's Staraptor. Misty reached for the next Pokeball on her belt. She had to be smart against this Roserade because it was on a much higher level than the previous Staraptor. She tossed her next Pokeball into the air and out came a Politoed. Misty once more looked at Barry indicating that he had the move. Alright, Roserade, move in for a Mega Drain. Roserade quickly started leaping across the various platforms to where Politoed was standing. Misty smirked. It was time for Politoed to debut its move. She had gotten the idea from Ash when he had mentioned the stories about his battle in the Pastoria gym about a particular Quagsire and Floatzel. Roserade was now moving ever closer to her Politoed and Misty figured there was only one chance. Politoed. Ice Punch. Misty ordered and Barry's orange eyes seemed to widen from across the field. Politoed's fist seemed to brim with the energy of ice as it came at Roserade, just as the Mega Drain came at Politoed. The two fists containing the respective attacks collided in midair and a large distraction of smoke veiled the two battling Pokémon. Misty leaned in to see how Politoed had done. Politoed was breathing heavily and so was Roserade, but Roserade looked no worse off than before and Misty quickly figured out the reason why. Roserade's Mega Drain had contacted at the same time the Ice Punch had hit and so it had absorbed energy while taking damage. Come on Roserade, don't give up and use Solar Beam. Barry ordered and Misty noticed her one-moment opportunity to end this fight here and now. Come on Politoed, use a Mega Punch. Politoed ran at the water and dived in, its fist cutting a swathe through the water as it made its way towards Barry's Roserade and Barry saw it coming. He took a step forward quickly, almost plunging into the water below but righted himself. Leap back and keep charging Roserade. Roserade quickly obeyed and leapt back, granting distance between itself and Politoed. Misty gritted her teeth, hoping that Politoed would be able to bridge the gap in time. Politoed leapt out of the water and dove at Roserade but it was too late. Roserade. Roserade cried out and a bright beam of light managed to shoot from Roserade's petals, striking Politoed as it emerged from the water and came at Roserade. Politoed flew back from the hit of the solar beam and landed on the platform where it had emerged, fainted from exhaustion of the battle. Daisy looked at the battle with awe. It looked like her little baby sister might actually lose this fight, but then again, there was always the last Pokémon that she had up her sleeve. Politoed is unable to battle so Roserade is totally the winner. Daisy said and Misty gritted her teeth at this new development. Barry leapt up and down into the air. Alright, Roserade, we're going good. But you look tired, so, return. Barry held out his Pokeball and with a beam of red light, put Roserade back inside the Pokeball. Misty nodded her head. He was being smart about this, but it wasn't going to help him quite yet. Alright Empoleon, let's go. Barry threw his last Pokeball into the air and from it emerged an Empoleon. Misty smirked and threw her final Pokeball into the air and watched Barry's eyes widen slightly as from it emerged the roaring Gyarados. Not scared of my Gyarados are you, Barry? Misty asked sweetly and Barry took a confident and triumphant stance. Not a chance, let's go Empoleon, Hydro Cannon. Barry ordered and Empoleon immediately began summoning a large orb of water by its mouth. Misty gave no order to Gyarados and she didn't need to as when Empoleon let off its Hydro Cannon at last, Gyarados dived under the water and completely avoided the attack. Barry and Empoleon whipped their heads around in sync, looking for what just happened. Come on Gyarados, show them your twister. Misty yelled out and Empoleon felt the floating pad beneath it begin to rumble. Barry quickly shouted out an order for Empoleon to get into the water. It obeyed but as Gyarados emerged it got nicked by the twister attack and tumbled a little less gracefully into the water. Gyarados turned around to face Empoleon and Misty smiled. Use Dragon Breath. Gyarados instantly acted on it, but Empoleon dove under the surface to avoid the attack as the green flames lit the entire pool area in a dazzling display of near pyrotechnics. "Show your metal claw, Empoleon." Barry ordered, and Empoleon quickly jumped up from the water as its wings shone with a brilliant white hue, aiming for Gyarados' long body, but Misty once again didn't give Empoleon a chance to blink, quickly ordering a hyper beam. Empoleon had no time to dodge, and the hyper beam struck it dead on and it crashed into the water, soon emerging with no energy left. Empoleon is unable to battle, the monster Gyarados is the winner. Daisy announced, and Barry called back his Empoleon, knowing he had one last chance to win the Cascade badge. He tossed Roserade's Pokeball into the air and the Pokémon emerged. Barry quickly ordered a Mega Drain, knowing full well that Gyarados couldn't move after its hyper beam. Roserade struck it dead on and started siphoning energy off, and Misty silently willed Gyarados to start moving again. Then she saw its tail twitch and knew she'd have to move before Barry noticed. She ordered Gyarados to use Flamethrower. And that was the end of the battle, as the flames liked Roserade's form and caused it to faint. Roserade is unable to battle, so Gyarados wins, and the victor is the Cerulean gym leader Misty. "Aw man! We worked so hard!" Barry yelled out as he returned the exhausted Roserade to its Pokeball. Misty stepped down and walked over to the hasty trainer. "Well, feel free to come back and challenge the gym again any time. We'll be waiting. I'll walk you out," Misty said kindly and started walking with Barry. She realized that the battle had actually had a positive effect on her, and her previous anger towards her sisters had now all but disappeared. The two finally reached outside and looked up to see the sun much higher in the sky than Misty thought it would be. Clearly, the battle had taken much longer than she had thought. "I have to say, I really enjoyed our battle. Your Empoleon looked very well taken care of, and I look forward to our next battle. And I'll win the next one," Barry announced with gusto, and Misty shook her head and giggled. "We'll see," was all she stated, and she extended her hand, about to say her farewell to Barry, when she noticed the form of someone approaching the gym. From a distance, Misty couldn't discern who it was, but she could tell he looked familiar to her. Barry quickly took her hand, and Misty barely noticed that he was shaking it as she eyed the figure approaching the gym. She felt Barry let go of her hand, and he himself seemed to turn the figure that now had more discernible features. "Hey, it's Ash," Barry announced, and Misty snapped a look to him with questions arising in all parts of her brain. "You know Ash?" Misty asked before any part of her could shut down the different parts of her brain that were shouting to her. Barry turned to her with a grin plastered across his face. "Yeah, he's my rival. But everyone knows that I'm better than him," Barry announced as Ash approached the two of them. He was still sporting his Sinnoh outfit with blue jeans as usual, but a white t-shirt with a black vest over it, blue and yellow stripes expanding across it. "Hey Ash. Over here, Ash." Misty was freezing up. I had only been a few months since she'd last seen him, but there were still butterflies burgeoning in her stomach. Ash waved to the two of them. "Hey, Barry, how are you?" Ash asked as he came over, and for some strange reason, Misty felt the butterflies disappear and her insides grow cold. It was almost as if there was something very off about this Ash. But when she looked at Barry, he didn't seem fazed by whatever was holding Misty at all. "I'm fine. I just took on this gym and lost. But I took out 2 of her Pokémon, so I'll win next time," Barry said rather hurriedly. Ash just laughed loudly, and somehow it sent chills down Misty's spine, and she couldn't figure out why. What was wrong with her? "Yeah, well, Misty's a pretty hard battler, especially with that monster Gyarados," Ash said humorously. Barry nodded quickly. "Yeah, well, I gotta go now and train, so I'll catch you later." "Bye Ash," Barry said, and he suddenly raced off, leaving almost no time for either of them to say goodbye to him. Misty turned to Ash, who looked slightly nervous, almost unsure about something. Misty looked curiously at him. "What's wrong with you, Ash?" Misty asked, though the first thing she had wanted to give him was congratulations on winning the Silver Conference. Normally he was never nervous. Ash was always the type to rush into things without thinking. He and Brock had even shared a story with her about a time in Hearthome City where Ash had put on a blue wig and dressed up in nothing but a striped black and yellow ape-man-like thing, and he wasn't even nervous then. "Oh, I'm just worried you're going to burst out in anger towards me 'cause I didn't tell you I was coming, so you might not want to really see me right now, and, well, you know." Misty looked at him for a moment before her eyes narrowed and anger started pulsating in her veins. Something off or not, the notion that she would not want to see Ash made her boil. "Ash Ketchum, you have to be the biggest idiot in all of Kanto to think I wouldn't want to see you after half a year. Honestly, I'm surprised you can even win any Pokemon battles with a brain the size of a pea." Misty yelled angrily, her infamous temper flaring up at the fact that Ash was stuttering out an excuse that he didn't call ahead of time because he wasn't sure Misty wanted to see him. After everything the two had been through, that seemed like pure blasphemy. Ash rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry, Misty," Ash stated, and Misty deflated. That was unlike Ash, he never apologized. And he never stopped an argument between them. Then she noticed something more off than when he had apologized to her. A certain something was missing, and then her senses finally started clicking in place. "Ash, where's Pikachu?" Misty asked, and Ash froze, his face hardening. It was enough to note that both Brock and Pikachu were gone, but now, Ash was freezing up at the mention of his beloved Pokemon's name. Her hand inched ever slowly towards her Pokeball as Ash's now cold features turned into a sneer. "I'm afraid, he had to miss our bittersweet reunion, Miss Waterflower." With those words, he tossed a Pokeball to the sky, and Misty reacted on instinct, also throwing her own out onto the field. A bright light filled the immediate area, and when it receded there were two Pokemon now outside the Cerulean Gym. One was the form of Misty's Gyarados in its roaring glory, and the other was of the form of a Honchkrow, rearing and ugly. "Honchkrow, use Sky Attack now." "Gyarados, counter with Flamethrower." Misty cried, and Gyarados reared back and flames spat from its mouth, but Honchkrow took the heat and then charged forward, striking hard against Gyarados. Gyarados flew backward and slammed into the wall of the gym. Misty was seething now. "Who are you? If I were to tell you that, it's ruin the surprise, wouldn't it, Miss Waterflower?" There was a sinister vibe coming off the person, but Misty couldn't sense anything else. Gyarados stirred next to her and got up, ready for battle. "Still not finished, are we? Then let's end it." "Sparky, use Thunderbolt," came a voice that Misty recognized, and a large thunderbolt come out and seared towards the Honchkrow, which just managed to avoid it. Misty looked over and saw her rescuer trotting towards her. Richie had a set look on his face, and his Pikachu beside him was set to match it. "Hey Misty, I saw you come out of the gym. Then I saw Ash come over and came to say hi. But you're not Ash, are you? 'Cause Ash wouldn't attack his friends." "Am I supposed to feel sympathetic?" the fake Ash said. He then sighed loudly. "Not exactly being fair now, are we? Let's even it up. Come on out, Ditto." Out of the Pokeball emerged a Ditto, which quickly transformed into a Pikachu that looked exactly like Sparky. "Now that's better. Attack." "Arr. What do you mean? I've been sighted in Cerulean City. And what's going on with Misty?" Ash yelled heatedly in the police station back in Viridian City as the entire station was thrown into an uproar. "I'm right here. We have reason to believe it was an imposter." As soon as the officer saw him, he reported it back to the police station and sent out for backup to help protect Miss Waterflower. "We have a strange feeling this Ash Ketchum was out to capture her," the reporting officer stated. Ash started pacing around nervously, Pikachu bobbing on his shoulder. "How soon will the reinforcements get there?" Jenny asked, but the officer could not give her any details. She glanced down at her shoes as she thought about what should be done before Brock at last spoke up. "Then how about me and Ash go?" Brock said, and Jenny looked at him with wild eyes. "Think about it. If it's a member of Team Rocket, or this Rocket 4, then we have more experience with them than anyone else. And besides, Misty's our friend, We want to make sure that she's safe. Jenny sighed and thought about it for a moment. Was there really any choice in the matter? Fine, we'll take a helicopter over to Cerulean City right away, but I'm coming with you. Officer Stanton, you're in charge. Another officer, this one male with a sturdy body and thick black hair, saluted to her. Make sure you field any calls about this situation toward the police station in Cerulean City and fax any new letters as well. Let's go. Ash and Brock quickly followed Jenny out of the station to a waiting chopper, the same one that had brought them both here. All three of them got in, Jenny taking the pilot's seat while Ash sat next to her and Brock sat in the back. Pikachu sat on Ash's lap, both of them exuding feelings of worry over the state of their friend. The helicopter lifted up into the sky and began soaring over the plains of Kanto and brushing close to Mount Moon as it did so. Everyone in the helicopter was preoccupied with their own thoughts on the matter, and it seemed almost as if Ash had won the Silver Conference months ago now. So it was, in essence, that the entire helicopter ride was silent. It was about noon when the helicopter touched down on the pad atop the Cerulean City police station. The three of them quickly rushed into the station, which also seemed to be in just as much of a frenzy. Sir, the officers saluted as they entered, and Officer Jenny saluted. Our Officer Jenny is in pursuit of the target right now. They're currently outside of the Cerulean City gym battling the gym leader and another boy with a Pikachu. Ash gave a glance to Brock and he nodded at him. Clearly somebody was helping Misty out already. Jenny thanked them and threw a pokeball into the air, her Growlithe emerging from it. Brock followed, calling out Krogunk. The three then hurriedly dashed from the station and started navigating their way towards the Cerulean gym. It wasn't that hard to find it due to the intense sounds of battle coming from the area. As they drew closer, everything became much clearer. Sparky, no, came the voice of Richie, and Ash was relieved that at least they knew who was saving Misty. Ash quickly doubled his pace and dashed toward the gym, which had now emerged in plain view. Pikachu, use Volt Tackle. Ash ordered, and Pikachu started blazing towards the clearing, lightning surrounding its entire figure. As soon as Pikachu reached the area and dived upward toward Honchkrow, Richie and Misty turned their heads. Whose Pikachu is that? Richie asked, although he was pretty sure that he had a good idea. Misty smiled and gave the simple response of Ash. Sure enough, as they turned their heads, Ash ran into the clearing and saw the fake him standing there with a shocked yet smug look on his face. What's with the fake me? Ash growled out, slightly angry at the fact that this man decided to impersonate him. He gave a very unlike Ash chuckle as Brock came up next to Ash, Krogunk standing there languidly. Oh, it looks like the real thing is here, the fake Ash said with a shrug of his shoulders. Guess it's time to finish this charade. With a quick flick of his cloak he quickly changed his clothes. He was wearing quite exuberant black and red clothing with black hair and an ugly sneer written across his face. One thing for certain though, was that he looked nothing like Ash. Brock did a double take when he saw him, also noticing for the first time that both Sparky and Gyarados were on the ground. But he knew for a fact that he noticed the man in front of them. Brody! Brock said loudly, and the man laughed. Misty and Richie gave him a look, asking who exactly Brody was. He was a member of Team Magma. Note the word was. In other words, I was a member of the former Team Magma. Brody announced with gusto. You see, now I work for Team Rocket, or rather the Rocket 4. In fact, I am one of the Rocket 4. What are the Rocket 4? Misty asked loudly, but Ash's much louder voice cut across her own. You're one of the Rocket 4? Ash asked, and he smirked. Brody quickly took out his Pokeball and returned Honchkrow to its ball as he knew that Ash's Pikachu was preparing to strike it again. Brody didn't respond for a moment but glanced past the group of four as he saw Officer Jenny arriving. I'd love to stick around and chat, but I've got places to go. Brody said with a shrug as he wrapped his cape around himself and leapt up onto the top branch of a nearby tree. The whole idea of this ruse was to get you arrested, Ash, and capture Miss Waterflower, but I guess you can't win them all. Now, Ditto, transform into Seviper and use haze. Brody's Ditto immediately obeyed and transformed into a Seviper. Ash and Pikachu began running at Brody as a thick black smoke surrounded the group, causing them to cough wildly. In the ensuing chaos, Ash tossed out his Pokeball that contained his Noctowl and ordered it to blow the smoke away. When the smoke at last cleared, Brody and his Ditto were gone. They got away. Brock sighed out. Misty turned to face Ash. Took you long enough to get here, Ash. Misty snapped at him and Ash quickly turned to face her heatedly. Hey, sorry I was in another town. You're just lucky that they noticed there was a fake me before you were attacked. Ash said smugly and Misty turned a purplish hue before she exploded. Are you saying that I'm not capable of holding my own in battle? Misty screeched out and Ash stood there and took. No, I'm just saying you can't do anything without my help. Ash said with a glare at her, and the two seemed to have their eyes lit on fire before Brock intervened. Okay, you two, break it up. Brock said, and Ash pulled away before he glanced down and saw Pikachu greeting Sparky. Then he really noticed Richie and how different he was. Whoa! Hey Richie, what are you doing here? Ash asked and Richie smiled. The two quickly shook hands and then Richie decided to answer his question. I'm traveling through Kanto and taking on the battle frontier, and I was stopping by in Cerulean City when I noticed that you were here. I thought it was kind of strange since I had just heard you had won the Silver Conference. Congratulations by the way, so I came to investigate. Richie stated simply, and Ash had an eager look on his face. How many symbols from the battle frontier do you have? Ash asked, but Misty quickly stepped in with her angry tirade. Hold on a moment. I think we have more pressing matters here, Ash. Misty said, and Ash turned to her with a confused look. What's more important than Pokemon battles? Ash said, and once again the two started glaring at each other before they heard a loud choo, and the two fell to the ground, feeling quite electrified. Richie and Brock helped the two of them up. Well, I guess you always hurt the ones you love. Richie said, and Ash and Misty turned on Richie with a loud, we do not love each other. Richie chuckled nervously and pointed to Pikachu, indicating who he had technically been referring to, although he could plainly see that Ash and Misty did have a thing for each other. Soon, they heard footsteps and saw both Officer Jennies approaching. Brock immediately went into his girl-crazed mode. Two Jennies! Brock yelled out and leapt towards them. Misty sighed out and reached out with her hand, only to find that Krogunk had already felled Brock. When the officers asked them what had happened, they instantly told them everything that had taken place, and especially the identity of one of the Rocket 4, Brody. In that time-space they also explained who the Rocket 4 were to Misty. Very soon after this explanation, all four of the younger ones were heading to the Cerulean City police station. Now that we know Brody is one of the Rocket 4, Jenny of Viridian City announced when they had arrived in the station, I think it's time we take a look at the new envelope package. They quickly put the next letter on the screen and the four looked at the letter. But before they had a chance to speak or think, she added something new to her sentence. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, but... It's okay, Jenny, me, Ash and Misty were mentioned in the last letter, and Richie, well, he was just there. Brock stated, and Richie nodded with a small laugh, and Ash and Misty both rubbed the back of their heads in tandem. Jenny nodded thankfully and turned to the letter and read it aloud. Are you ready to party? Are you ready to play? 'Cause the Rocket 4's plan begins today. We've scoured down Jim, it's taken us months. Don't understand this? You must be a dunce. We'll kidnap them all, we've taken your light. We won't surrender, even with a fight. If you want it back, search the whole earth. Or they'll never make it back to their hearth. The Rocket 4. Ash was even more clueless on this poem than he was the last, but nobody else could blame him, as this was rather difficult to understand for them as well. Why had they capitalized both month and light? What was their plan? Brody had mentioned kidnapping Misty and getting Ash arrested, but what was their true intention behind everything? The four looked at each other as though together they would have been able to figure it out, but still came up with nothing. Even Jenny was stumped as to what this whole poem meant. All she knew was that the Rocket Four were dangerous. Then the other Jenny of Cerulean City stepped in the room. "Ash Ketchum, Brock Slate, you have a phone call," she said, and they looked at each other, before following her into the room where the videophone sat. On the screen was a very disheveled-looking Max who seemed to be calling from inside a Pokemon Center. "Max, what's up?" Ash asked, and Max began sobbing. They're gone." Max sobbed out, and both Ash and Brock gave him a concerned look. I came back home after I took on the Rustboro gym, and Mom and Dad are gone. Norman and Caroline are gone." "Where?" Ash asked hurriedly, and Max reached into the backpack slung on his back. "All I got was this note. It said, 'Your sis is next,'" he said, and then he held up the note. Their stomachs flipped over as they saw it, but not because of the note, or even of the family picture of May, Max, Norman, and Caroline, but because of the little red R that was printed above it. A string of clues. "All right, Max, just calm down. Relax, and tell us exactly what happened," Brock said, putting a comforting hand on Max's shoulder. Max had refused to tell them anything over the phone, distraught as he was, and Jenny decided that perhaps it was the best idea to visit him in person, as any calls made over the video phones could possibly be hacked. They told Max to stay put at the Pokemon Center in Petalburg City while all four of them, the four being Ash, Brock, Misty, and Richie, boarded another, larger helicopter with Officer Jenny and set off to meet with him. It took them 3 hours via helicopter to at last arrive in Petalburg and meet up with Max, making it roughly dinner time when they arrived. But for once, Ash's mind was pulled away from food at the thought of Norman and Caroline's kidnapping. And while Misty and Richie were still quite unsure as to what they were doing here, they were happy to help nonetheless. I don't really understand," Max said, sobbing out his words. His glasses lay on the table beside him as he cried his eyes out at the fact that the rest of his family could be in serious danger. Tree," said the tiny wood gecko Pokemon next to him that patted him comfortingly on the shoulder. Max smiled at his first Pokemon, the Pokemon he had picked up only a week ago when he stopped by Little Root Town and met with Professor Birch the day after his 10th birthday. This simple action from his Pokemon, who, like Ash's Pikachu, had taken to staying out of its Pokeball, gave courage to Max. He cleared out the rest of his sniffles and donned his glasses once again. "Well, I got Trico about a week ago and came back to Petalburg to show Mom and Dad my new Pokemon. They were completely fine then and looked really happy to see Trico." Max began his story and everyone sat down to listen. "So I left, heading for Rustboro City for my first badge, promising the two of them that I'd be back after I won it. I took my bike because, I didn't have any friends to travel with, so I got there quickly after catching myself a Taillow and a Zigzagoon. Well, I wanted to take Roxanne on right away, but since the day I got to Rustboro was the day that the Silver Conference was starting, I put it off to watch your matches, Ash. I'm kinda disappointed that your Heracross hasn't used Megahorn yet, especially since it is the most powerful bug-type move in existence. Could you get to the point, Max? Let's focus on your parents than my battling skills." Ash seethed, slightly ruffled at the fact that Max had pointed out a fault in his Heracross. Of course, the other part that made him angry was the fact that he knew Max was right. Max chuckled a little and pushed on. "So this morning, I finally battled Roxanne with Trico and Zigzagoon, pulling out a win for the stone badge. So I immediately zipped on over. I was gonna show Dad my badge and then go searching for that Ralts I promised, in time for the next battle against Brawly at Dewford, but, when I got home I noticed that the house seemed completely empty. So I went looking for them. They were nowhere to be found until at last I came across this. Right after I read it I broke down and realized that you could help Ash, so I called Officer Jenny and asked her to contact you. Well, we're here now, Max, so you don't have to worry. We'll find your parents," Ash said triumphantly, standing up and thumping his chest proudly. Misty sidled over and put a hand on Max's shoulder. "And if your sister's captured, we'll find her too, don't worry," Misty said comfortingly, and Max smiled. There was a sudden beeping noise from the doorway to the room. Brock swiveled his head to see Jenny grabbing a walkie-talkie from her belt and holding it up to her mouth. "What is it?" Jenny asked, and everyone at the scene continued to stare at her as she received what seemed, to them, to be a garbled message. "All right, hold it there. I'll be down right away." Jenny clipped the walkie-talkie back to her belt and turned to face the group. "We need to get to the station. Max, I would appreciate it if you would give your statement there." Max merely nodded and Jenny set off from the house at a brisk pace, ignoring the fact that others didn't even start after her. "Max, if anyone can find them it'll be Jenny," Brock said, and Max leered slightly at him, whilst putting his hands on his hips. "Of course you would say that, Brock," Max said, and he took charge of the group and led them out of the house. Brock was the one to follow immediately after, and Richie came after him, the dazed and confused look still on his face. Ash, Misty, and Pikachu were the next ones to follow, bringing up the rear. "This all seems rather strange," Misty mused, and Ash turned to her with a look that was the epitome of confusion. Even Pikachu pet his head a bit, indicating his own confusion. "Well, think about it, there's this note that mentions you specifically, some creepy guy tries to capture me and now May could be kidnapped and Max's parents are gone, it all seems strange." "Yeah," Ash said, and then gave a short laugh. "For all we know, Dawn could be captured next." Misty froze in her tracks and Ash didn't notice until he was few paces ahead. Then he quickly turned back to her. Misty, you okay? Did you suddenly lose your brain or something?" Ash finished his jeering at her, and when she didn't react he figured something was wrong, which was a sentiment confirmed by the fact that her face had gone chalk white. "Ash." She breathed out in a harsh whisper, and Ash raised a curious eyebrow at her. "That's it. We have to get to the police station now." Ash barely had time to let off a questioning, before Misty grabbed his hand and started violently dragging him along. She quickly blew past the others in front of her, who were mystified by Misty's sudden burst of speed, not to mention the fact that Ash was hanging off her, clinging on for dear life. Soon after she started, the two burst into the police station, where Ash collapsed on the group breathing heavily, whilst Pikachu was spinning around, disoriented. "That was fast," Jenny commented on seeing Misty standing there with a blazing look on her face. Misty quickly walked up to Jenny. "Officer Jenny, I think that dash," she cut herself off when she saw what Jenny was holding in her hand. It was yet another letter with the crimson R on the front. Misty completely forgot what she was going to say as her eyes widened. She vaguely seemed to notice that the other three people they had left behind were now entering, and Ash was getting up. "We have another letter," Jenny announced, and everyone looked at her again. She pulled the letter out of the envelope and read over it before giving it over to Ash, who everyone now huddled around to read. "Are you having fun? The game's not done. There's still the light. And then the fight. So bring your wits. And bring your skills. Time for us to inspire some chills. 'Cause you fools don't know just what you've begun. And where it started has a ton of contests, that is. The Rocket 4. P.S. Pity, that didn't rhyme all the way through, now did it? That seems like a waste of space," Max commented upon seeing the end of the letter. "And besides, the letter doesn't even make sense. I think what makes even less sense is how it got here so fast and how it mentions playing a game," Brock said, putting a finger to his chin while thinking about it. A sudden realization came to him. What if they're following us? Wouldn't that be creepy? Of course, they are Team Rocket, Ash said with a shrug, remembering all the days that Jesse, James, and Meowth had followed them. Maybe stalking was simply in Team Rocket's nature. But they said the game wasn't done. Richie said, and everyone cast him a glance. If this, game they're talking about is kidnapping and capturing people, then who's left? Misty's heart rate increased as she thought of the answer, but before she could say it, Ash and Brock exchanged glances and answered first. Dawn, they stated simply, and turned to Jenny, who immediately turned to the officer Jenny of Petalburg City. I need you to look up information on a Dawn from. Jenny asked before giving an expectant look to the other members. Brock quickly told her that Dawn was from Twin Leaf Town and that was what Jenny asked for. The other Jenny nodded and went off to search for the information. We still don't know where they have Max's parents though, so the letter doesn't help us. Misty said sadly and Max gave a small snicker. Ash backed away from Max, whose laughing was creeping him out slightly. Actually, we might have an idea about something. Max said, holding up the letter which Ash realized had been taken from his hand. It says that we started this thing and it started where a bunch of contests are held, right at the bottom, here. Max pointed out the final line of prose but Ash and Pikachu merely scratched their heads, unable to figure it out. But where does that get us, Max? Ash asked with a slight glare. Max moved his glasses up the bridge of his nose and smirked. There are only 2 locations that I know of which have lots of contests, Slateport in Hoenn and Hearthome in Sinnoh. Clearly, someone was located there or that's where they are right now. Max said and Brock nodded in agreement, seeing the logic behind Max's claim. There was a small commotion from deeper within the station as the Jenny of Petalburg City came out. The reports on Dawn state she was last seen near Slateport City. She was entered into a contest but never showed up to participate, the other Jenny said, and they looked at each other. Jenny sighed and looked to the group. Looks like we're going to Slateport. Richie asked tentatively and they all nodded. Well, it's better than having a real-world crisis on hand, right? Everyone laughed as Richie had managed to break the tension surrounding each one of them. Then let's go. Ash cried out triumphantly and led the way confidently to the helicopter, he and Pikachu both pumping their fists into the air. Misty giggled and started following after them but Brock quickly held her back while the others continued on. She was wondering why he was holding her back, but his reason soon became known. Tell him, was all he said, and that was all that needed to be said. Misty blushed and, despite her overwhelming desire to smash Brock with her mallet, she suppressed it. Instead she turned her back to Brock and followed the rest of her companions. She knew, of course, what Brock had been trying to tell her and he had been exactly right about it. But she wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of being right, she wouldn't give that satisfaction to anybody, especially not Ash. Yet, it was hard to deny Brock's assertion when she found herself subconsciously sitting next to Ash in the helicopter. How? How on earth had she fallen for the boy who was dense as a 2-ton block of steel? She shook it from her thoughts and relaxed, only slightly, in the seat while the boy next to her talked with Max and Richie about Pokemon battles. The flight only took an hour and a half before the group found their helicopter touching down next to the contest hall in Slateport City, the lights cutting through the dusk sky. Jenny, with quick authority, but now with a demeanor that told them she was burdened, ordered them to split into groups and search the city for anywhere Dawn might have been in the hopes that the assailant had screwed up somewhere. Ash and Pikachu took the area around the contest hall, Brock and Max would take the Pokemon Center where Dawn had been staying, and in the meantime Misty and Richie would search the shop area where they figured Dawn most likely would have gone. Ash raced off before anyone could say anything. When he was inside the contest hall he turned to Pikachu on his own. You know, maybe Max was right. Ash commented and Pikachu turned his head to his master and friend. Pika? Pikachu asked and Ash gave a small laugh as the two of them, Pikachu on Ash's shoulder, walked into the stage area. Well, he said they gave a clue about where someone might be. He said Slateport was one of the locations, so that may be a clue to the fact that they were trying to kidnap Dawn. Gosh, they must be pretty stupid to leave clues like that. Ash laughed out and Pikachu nodded its yellow head as the two proceeded deeper into the contest hall to look for clues. So Misty, you and Ash, huh? Richie asked as the two strode along the boardwalk in Slateport City. The redhead turned to look at Richie with a look of wonderment. What are you talking about, Richie? What about me and Ash? Misty said and Richie chuckled slightly, his eyes moving back and forth as they scanned the area for any sign of where Dawn might have been, even though he didn't exactly know who the girl was. The only thing he could vaguely remember about her was seeing her on a televised broadcast of something called the Wallace Cup. Well, the way two have interacted, I would have thought you'd be an item by now. Richie said with a simple shrug. Misty once more didn't say anything and Richie didn't look anymore. I get the feeling I'm right, or at least that you want to be. Richie, why would I fall for someone as stupid as Ash Ketchum? The only thing he's good at are Pokemon battles. He wouldn't be worth the time of day for any woman with common sense. Misty snarled angrily. So, if he cared for this Dawn girl like a dash, Richie never even got the chance to finish the sentence before Misty butted right across and finished it off for him. Like a sister. Misty said, and Richie looked at her strangely. He cares for Dawn like a sister. Richie laughed at the statement. In other words, if he cared for Dawn as anything more, you'd be pretty mad, wouldn't you? Richie asked. Misty was about to blow up once more in Richie's face but was spared the moment to answer as Sparky, who Richie had sent up ahead, came running back to them. What's up, Sparky? Pika. Pika Pikachu. Sparky responded, pointing down the boardwalk. Richie and Misty exchanged a glance before following Sparky down and into what seemed to be a rundown alleyway. At first, neither could fathom why Sparky had possibly brought them here until they noticed the faintly sketched, but ever-present are on the brick wall. Richie bent down to examine it. It's recent. You can tell because the shavings from the brick are still here, whereas they'd be gone if it was done any moment before today. Richie stated, and Misty marveled at Richie's deductive reasoning. She herself took a moment to glance around and saw scuff marks on the walls and ground, as though someone had set up a shop there. Richie, look at this. Misty stated, and Richie came over to her. Doesn't it seem like there was a shop set up here? Richie nodded at this reasoning. Let's ask around. Richie once more nodded and walked off to a nearby stand where the merchant seemed to be closing up for the evening. Excuse me, sir. Richie asked, and the merchant turned to face him. Was there ever a shop over by that alleyway? Oh, why yes, the merchant responded before shaking his head. But it was the strangest thing. It wasn't there yesterday and it's not there anymore. Almost like the person had set up shop for a particular reason. The merchant reached into his pocket and pulled out an envelope. Strange fellow too, wore a mask that covered his whole face. Gave me this about 2 hours ago. Told me to give this to the first person who came asking about the shop. Richie quickly grabbed the letter and returned to Misty, who snatched it from his hands. They turned it over, and sure enough, there was a red R sealing the envelope. Come on, Misty, let's go and report back to Jenny. Richie stated, and the three of them, here meaning Misty, Richie, and Sparky, ran off to the contest hall. When they finally arrived there, the rest of the group standing around with worried looks, clearly indicating that they had not found a single clue regarding Dawn's whereabouts or the whereabouts of Max's family. Misty and Richie quickly approached them. We got a lead. Jenny snatched the letter and opened it, wherein contained yet another poem by the Rocket Four. Oh no, oh dear, you don't understand. You haven't yet thought of our great plan. Although I doubt you ever will. It's still great to have such thrills and chills. But now I'm afraid you've broken the rules. By traipsing around you're going to lose. So give us a yellow, give us a shout. Come on you guys, you'll figure it out. The final place, the last destination, is the future project of a magnetized station. The Rocket 4. Now everyone looked on with confusion. Not one person understood the words contained in the poem. Ash suddenly yawned and Jenny sighed in defeat. It was getting late, all of them knew it. There'd be no way they could figure out the meaning behind this riddle now. Jenny quickly folded up the letter and slid it back into the envelope and began leading the now fatigued group to the Pokemon Center, where she quickly set them all up in rooms before she headed back to the police station. None of them felt the need to talk, partially because of everything that had gone down in the past 24 hours and partially because they were too tired to utter a sentence. Ash, himself, was out like a light the second his head hit the pillow, Pikachu right next to his head. There was a blue light in the sky, seemingly streaming from one distinct point in the sky, the top of a mountain. The spectral body sailed forward, cutting through green countryside, through towns and villages, through the craggy mountain rocks and dark caverns until it emerged on top of a pillar bedecked with columns of ornate make. It was a column seen only once before, but something was now different about it. An equine figure was floating above the pillar, its eyes closed, a dazzling array of light surrounding its figure. There was no sound but the pulsing wind until the familiar figure at last spoke. Disturb not the harmony of fire, ice, or lightning, lest these titans wreak destruction on the world in which they clash. Though the water's great guardian will arise to quell the fighting, alone its song shall fail, thus the earth shall turn to ash. O, chosen one, bring together all three, their treasures combined tame the beast of the sea, Logia. The words were familiar, and yet, more continued on after the end. But though new peace shall reign, the fighting come to an end. The conflict will continue, two sides not made amends. The war that will erupt, the battle that is to come, requires the power of an aura seeker, resting in you, the chosen one. Fight the battles, sing the song, or woe to us all, the world be gone. The equine creature gave a sudden cry and a twister appeared around its body, a loud howling filling the air. Ash sat up quickly, his eyes snapped open. He took in lungfuls of air. It was the strangest feeling. He had almost felt as if he had been drowning, or at least deprived of his air. And that dream, it wasn't what had caused him to wake up, but it had certainly been strange. He looked to the slumbering form of Pikachu beside him and smiled. Then he lay back down and thought no more on it. What do we know so far? Jenny said, pulling up a projector, now situated in the Slateport City Police Station conference room. The group known as the Rocket 4 seems to have come up from the group known as Team Rocket and has come to, supposedly, take revenge on all of you, excluding Richie of course. They tried to catch Misty and there we learned that Brody of Team Magma is now part of the Rocket 4. We also know that they appear to have captured May, her family, and Dawn. They left behind this clue in the meantime, pointing us to their next location. But we don't know where that is. Max said, his voice heavy with defeat. Ash stared at the projector screen where the letter was displayed and furrowed his brow deep in thought. Why did they want to capture all of them so badly? What was their whole intent and purpose behind all of it? You know, I was thinking, before I went to bed last night, Richie said, drawing everybody's attention in the room to him. The merchant who gave that letter to us said that the guy gave him that letter 2 hours earlier. Well, it only took us an hour and a half to get here, so how would they know we were coming? Now that you mention it. Brock said, his own brow furrowed in severity. The letter always seems to make it to wherever we are at the time. Is it possible then, that they could be following us? Misty gave a sudden jump of surprise and expressed her feelings on the subject. That is so creepy. Misty yelled out until there was a loud coughing sound and everyone turned to look at Jenny, who was standing there with an impatient look on her face. Can we get to the real issue here? Jenny said, and everyone apologized sheepishly. She then began to speak once again. I did some research last night and, after many hours of many people examining the letter, we came to 2 solid conclusions, and I think we may know where the last location that they refer to is. First, this line here, so give us a yellow, give us a shout. It seems a little strange that they would say yellow instead of yell. Saffron. Misty shouted out jubilantly and Ash looked taken aback at her outburst. Saffron is another word for yellow. Which was exactly what we thought, so we did some digging. Jenny said and clicked on the projector remote where a set of blueprints were displayed on the screen. Magnet Station, a future train station with a bullet-fast train that can ferry its passengers from Saffron City, Kanto region to Goldenrod City in the Johto region in half a day. The small cluster of buildings in that location have still yet to be demolished. I have a distinct feeling that's where we'll find them. I contacted the police station there and they are quartering off the building till we get there. And even to Ash, there was no doubt they were coming along for the ride. All 4 of them felt, by the end of the helicopter ride, that they had had enough of helicopters for the next few years of their lives. The number of times they had ridden one in the past few days was unsettling, and they were glad that it would soon be over by the end of the day. Thankfully, they were able to land close to the cluster of buildings Jenny had mentioned, and before long they met up with a number of officers outside the building. They seem to have tight security for a large force, so we'll need to send in a smaller one, the reporting officer said to Jenny. I think we have just the force for the job, Jenny said with a meaningful glance in their group's direction. It was quickly decided upon that the group of 5 would be the ones to infiltrate. The officers stationed outside quickly told them the best way to get into the building. And they followed orders, getting themselves in the building. As soon as they emerged, Brock called out his Sudowoodo, Misty her Politoed, and Max his Trico, while Ash and Richie kept their respective Pikachus out. With that, they made their way along. The halls and buildings were silent, but they knew they would have to find their friends somewhere. Brock quickly noticed a map on the side of the wall as they passed by and called out to the group. Look here, it looks like blueprints from before this set of buildings closed down 9 months ago, Brock said, looking over the map before him. It seems like a lot of rooms are closed off, but look here, this north wing has one room open. Good idea, Brock, Max commented, and the others nodded. It was obvious what Brock was saying. That one open room must be where the others were being held. I guess they must have put this here as they were closing things down to let the workers know which rooms were off limits. Who cares? Let's go save May and Dawn, Ash announced, and Misty felt a twinge of anger at the passion with which Ash had said that. But the others quickly agreed, and after Brock ripped the map down from the wall, they began to follow it until they reached the designated door. However, they were smart enough to not run straight at the door as 2 grunts were still outside. Ash and Richie ordered their Pokémon to use Thunderbolt, and in a quick moment the grunts were out cold. Quickly the group ran over and opened the door using one of the grunts' keycards. Ash, Brock, came 2 voices as they stepped into the room. Ash quickly ordered for his Pikachu to use Iron Tail. The 2 voices had indeed come from May and Dawn, who quickly stretched their limbs out after being freed from the ropes that bound them. Dawn quickly ran over and gave a hug to Ash, while May ran over and hugged her brother, her parents soon joining her. So, what happened? Brock asked, and everyone who had been captured looked at him. Norman was the one who stepped forward. I'm not sure. I just remember a thick smoke filling the room and knocking us out. It seems the same went for May. But Dawn, she told us she was kidnapped when she went shopping, Norman said, his glance straying towards Dawn. It was this morning before the contest. I don't remember much, Dawn said with an apologetic shrug. Suddenly there was a swoosh sound and everyone turned around to see the door lock into place. Richie and Ash ran over and tried to move it, but it just wouldn't budge at all. They were locked in. We can talk later, guys, let's get out of here first, Ash said, slightly angry with himself that they had gotten themselves locked in. They all nodded, and May and Dawn tossed their Pokeballs into the air, a Blaziken and a Buneary appearing out of them. Buneary! Buneary cried as it saw Pikachu and ran over to give a hug. But Dawn, through her experience, quickly stopped her, telling her it wasn't the time to be flirting with Pikachu. The entire group faced the door, their Pokémon ready to get them out. RR. In a room separate from the complex where Ash and his friends had found themselves in, a man was monitoring the computer screens overseeing the room in which the group was now placed and locked it. A room where it was very unlikely they would get out unless the Rocket 4 wanted them to. The masked man who was monitoring it chuckled silently. It had been simple for them to complete their jobs as requested. His eyes lit up at the images flashing across the screen. The readout was certainly interesting, and the scan was only at 20%. Mutwo, Mew, Lugia, Entei, Ho-Oh, Shalebi, the man grit his teeth and snarled at that simple incident. The door slid open behind him and a blonde-haired woman stepped in. Well, Vicious, how is the scan going? The woman asked, and Vicious chuckled deeply at her question. He didn't respond but gestured at the screen where the images of multiple legendary Pokémon were flashing across the screen. Excellent. Giovanni would be proud, and I'm sure that the boss will be when he sees our results. With this we can finally move on to Phase 2. Don't be too overconfident about this, Domino. There's still at least 50% left, although, once we learn what we need to, our job becomes easier. Vicious said with a smirk across his face. To believe they were that easy to fool, and I was subdued by them. I hope you're not letting your emotions run too free on this issue, Vicious. Domino said, shaking her hair slightly as bits of blue hair dye dropped to the ground. We don't all my law-abiding work as Officer Jenny to go to waste now, do we? Domino smiled a sickly smile and Vicious let out a booming laugh. It was almost TTLLTNG that they had fallen for Domino's portrayal of Jenny, even that Brock character hadn't been fooled. Of course, that might only possibly have been because she was still a woman and there was no reason for anyone to suspect that the Viridian City officer Jenny had been bound and gagged. It was easy from that point on, after the first letter had been dropped and before Ash Ketchum came, to play them right into their hands. Hold on. Vicious said as he surveyed the room where they were all being held. An assault of Pokémon attacks battered the door to get out, and it seemed to be doing quite a bit of damage while the readout was only at 85%. What should we do here? Just let them go. Domino said acidly, sitting down on a nearby table while taking out a nail file. There's no point keeping them around any longer, the damage is done. Vicious let out another chuckle and pressed the button to release the door. The attacks gave one final battering before the door fell and all the humans and Pokémon in the room cheered before they filed out. Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Vicious asked. Too bad when they get out they'll learn that the only Jenny they ever interacted with was a fake one and the real one only managed to talk to Charles Goodshow. Looks like Brody's tricks paid off. It is a shame, isn't it? But it doesn't matter now. Let's report. Domino said, hopping off the table. Vicious pressed a button on the computer and popped a disk out of it. The screen read 99% and Vicious wondered exactly what Pokémon was missing from that single percent, but he brushed it past. The plan was in motion. The twerps were clueless and they had data on everything they needed, save for one atop Mount Coronet. Aura Seeker. Delia Ketchum hummed to herself in the kitchen as she peeled some potatoes into a colander in the sink. She was quite happy and beside herself. Her little baby boy, Ash, had returned home at long last. He said he'd be staying for about a week before he'd make a decision about returning to Hoenn or not to compete in the league there. It pained her that Ash might want to leave so soon, but she knew that his heart was the heart of a traveler and he'd never truly be happy sitting here at home. But it made her happy to know that Ash was doing so well, and that his friends Brock, Misty, and all the others would take care of him as he journeyed. But right now, she couldn't focus on Ash and his travels because right now she had to make sure dinner would be ready for Ash and all of his friends that night. A sharp knock at the door jerked her from her thoughts. She quickly wiped her hands and headed over to the front door. When she opened it she saw the form of Gary Oak leaning lazily against the doorframe. "Hey Mrs. Ketchum, is Ashy Boy home?" Gary asked with a smile and Delia chuckled before hitting Gary to stop him from leaning on her doorframe. "He just went over to your grandfather's to visit his Pokémon," Delia said, and Gary stepped backward, looking slightly surprised at this. "Why? What's wrong, Gary? It's pretty early for him to be home from Mount Silver, isn't it?" Gary asked. Delia giggled slightly. "Well, he said some things happened and he got some rides home." "Why are you back in Pallet so early, Gary? I thought you were researching a Gracidia flower garden in Sinnoh, last Samuel told me." Delia asked and Gary gave shrug. "I finished early. Professor Rowan gave me some time off, so, after I heard Ashy Boy won the Silver Conference I decided to stick around for a bit to visit him," Gary said. "Well, I guess I better head over to Gramps then. See you later, Mrs. Ketchum. You better come over for dinner this evening." Delia called after him and he gave her a lazy hand wave. Delia just shook her head and entered back into her house and closed the door behind her. In the meantime, Gary started springing over to his grandfather's lab, where it appeared sounds of battle were emerging from the area of the back garden. Gary quickly stepped into the lab and saw that it was empty, and so he quickly put down his backpack and rushed outside. "Misty, your Politoed is being lazy." Ash was taunting from one end of the garden, his Monferno flipping up and down in front of him. Gary took a glance toward the end and saw Misty standing there, a snarl of anger on her face as Politoed was on one knee, glaring at Ash's Monferno. Gary noticed all of Ash's friends watching the battle and he walked over to them. "Hey Gramps, Tracy," Gary said, a curt nod at the both of them, and everyone turned to face him, giving curt words of hello. Gary turned back to the battle to see Monferno and Politoed running at each other. He turned his head away from the resulting blast that came, and when the smoke cleared, both Monferno and Politoed were out. Brock walked over and examined the battlefield. Both Monferno and Politoed are unable to battle, thus this battle is a tie. Brock announced, and Ash and Misty both grimaced while Dawn, May, and Max clapped loudly. Ash and Misty ran over to their Pokémon. "Great job, Monferno." Ash thanked it and Monferno cried its name out happily. Monferno then ran off to the other large selection of Pokémon. Ash now walked up to Misty and shook her hand as he looked into her eyes. The two smirked at each other and seemed to convey a possible hidden emotion to the other before they broke contact. Gary smirked. This whole thing was so obvious. He walked over to Ash. "Hey Ashy boy, great job. You can win the Silver Conference but can only tie against the Cerulean City gym leader." Gary sneered out humorously. Ash just grimaced at him and let out a fake laugh. "Very funny, Gary. I had the type disadvantage," Ash said as the two shook hands as old friends. Gary laughed at that. "So, wanna explain why you're home so early?" Gary asked. Ash looked to all of his friends not so discreetly, and they all walked off as he made eye contact with them, bringing Tracy and Professor Oak with them. Gary looked at Ash with narrowed eyes as Pikachu jumped on Ash's shoulder and they began walking around the garden. "Okay, that was weird, what's going on?" "It's weird, you know, Gary," Ash said, rubbing the back of his head. "The day after I won the Silver Conference, I got a call from Officer Jenny. Turned out that Team Rocket came back." "Team Rocket?" Gary said with a snarl. After Ash had taken down Giovanni, and Gary had learned the identity of the leader of Team Rocket, Gary had borne a grudge against them for his devastating loss at the Viridian City gym. "So, I'm guessing Jenny gave you a ride home?" "Well, a Jenny. Turns out the Jenny we were with was really a member of the Rocket 4. Brock figured it out when he noticed that his Jenny radar wasn't picking up anything," Ash said, and he let off a laugh, even Pikachu chuckling on his shoulder. "So we went to the Saffron City police station and got a ride home from there." "And what exactly did you get everyone else into this time?" Gary asked with a smirk, and Ash waved his hands defensively in front of himself. "Come on Ashy boy, you can't deny it. You tend to get all of us into lots of trouble, like Team Galactic." "Not my fault." Azelf cried out for help. Ash mumbled out and Gary snickered. Ash glared at him but Gary only laughed harder. "Stop laughing Gary. If you don't, I'll battle you." "Think I'll pass Ash, wouldn't want to lose to a Monferno that couldn't take down a Politoed," Gary said as he turned around and started heading back to the lab. Ash glared after him while Pikachu laughed on his shoulder. Ash shot him a glare too and stalked after the researcher and back into the lab where Tracy was teaching Max more about Pokémon, Richie listening intently. Misty, May, and Dawn were all discussing amongst themselves differing things, with May and Dawn showing off their ribbons. This prompted an audible comment from Misty. "I wish I could travel around again, but I can't leave the gym in the hands of my sisters," Misty said, and Ash walked over to Brock, his eyes raised at this comment. "She could just travel with us again and find someone smart to run the gym, couldn't she?" Ash asked with a shrug, and Brock chuckled at his friend's density of brain. "Ash, I don't think you're getting the point exactly. Brock said, and Ash looked at him strangely, to which Brock made no comment but a smile. Ash just sat himself down on the professor's couch and looked out the window, bored out of his mind. He knew he should probably be training his Pokémon, but seeing his friends there made him just want to hang out for a bit. But after a few more minutes of the idle chatter, Ash decided to play with his Pokémon. No sooner had he gotten outside than Glisker landed on him and Bayleaf tackled him. Then, as seemed to be their norm, the two got off of him and started arguing. Corphish and Kingler themselves emerged from the water while Noctowl, Swellow, and Staraptor rested on the trees above, looking down at the scene. Torterra came lumbering over, Cyndaquil, Bulbasaur, and Totodile settled on its back. Ash looked around for Mook but gave it up as Mook and Snorlax both rarely came over to see him. Monferno came swinging through the trees deftly and landed on Torterra's back, who played the normal game of trying to get Monferno off while keeping the other three on. Bulbasaur looked like he was having the most amount of fun, especially since he and Torterra had really grown to be good friends since Ash had returned to Sinnoh. Ash quickly saw his Tauros and Donphan resting lazily in the garden and showing no real inclination of coming over, but Ash was fine with that. Pikachu jumped off his shoulder and ran to greet the other Pokémon while Ash watched the advancement of Torkoal, Glalie, and Sceptile. He then laid backwards and onto the grass, reveling in the joyful sounds of his Pokémon, his hat tilted to block out the sun. It was so for a few minutes, and Ash, for the first time in days, felt contented inside. There was a sudden, sharp wind that blew through the area, and Ash shot up as all his Pokémon turned to the source of the wind. For a moment it seemed as if the sun was being completely covered, as if by an eclipse, as the wind stirred the trees in the garden. Ash stood up and stared at where his Pokémon were looking, and the gust got stronger, blowing his hat off his head. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the wind died away and with it the sun reappeared. But as Ash walked over and bent down to pick up his hat, he could have sworn he heard a voice, very familiar, say, "Ash, come." Ash shook his head and placed his hat upon it. "Pikapi!" Pikachu cried out, and Ash snapped his head up, about to look in Pikachu's direction when his eyes first caught sight of a man dressed in blue. Ash screamed and took a step backward, falling straight onto his butt. When looked up, he finally caught a full sight of who he was looking at. It was a man, dressed in blue boots and pants, his shirt matching the look, a blue hat perched on his head. Next to him stood a Lucario. "Ash, it's time," he said, and Ash squinted at the figure against the sun, at last able to figure out exactly whom he was looking at. "Riley. What are you doing here?" Ash asked, and Riley extended a hand to him. Ash quickly took it and Riley helped him up as Pikachu jumped on Ash's shoulder. Ash smiled at him but soon noticed that Riley had the gravest look on his face. "The time for your destiny is at hand. Had I known when we met at Iron Island, I never would have let you leave that place," Riley said, and Lucario nodded his head. "But perhaps, if we had not met when we did, then now would not happen." "Not exactly followin' ya," Ash said with an embarrassed chuckle, and Riley nodded. "When we met, I sensed an aura within you stronger than any I had imagined, and stronger than any within our order of Aura Guardians. I thought it mere coincidence, a triviality. I was wrongly mistaken," Riley said with a look of disgrace on his face. He sighed loudly and looked Ash straight in the eye. "Who would have believed that, by fate, I would have met the Chosen One? Yeah, I know I'm the Chosen One. But I finished that whole deal off years ago when I was in the Orange Islands," Ash said with the wave of his hands and a chuckle, but Riley resolutely shook his head. "It's never over, Ash. Listen, our order, until a year and a half ago, was divided and leaderless. It was only recently, after some mysterious events that none of us know about, that we gained our leader, who has trained us in the powers of aura that are almost unimaginable." Riley turned to look at the sun, which was shining brightly overhead. And Ash would have looked with him, but he was far too confused to do anything of the sort. The legend continues. You, Ash, are the Chosen One, the one destined to save this world from any danger it might be in. This is your call, you must answer it. But I don't even get what's going on. Ash stated bluntly, and Riley inclined his head towards Ash. All answers will be given in time. But you will need to come with me in order to get them. Riley commented, and Ash stepped backward. I'm afraid your quest for the championship will have to be put on hold for now. It is imperative that you journey with me to our Order's base and learn what is to be learned. I can't just leave all my Pokémon and my friends behind. Ash protested so loudly that he was almost sure that everyone in the lab would be able to hear him. Riley reached his hand out and placed it on Ash's shoulder. Your Pokémon will be coming with you, more than 6 actually. You may choose those with whom you have the greatest bonds. Riley said. As for your friends, they will not. I am afraid that if you do not agree to come with me, then the Aura Guardians will take you by force. I will give you until tomorrow at sunset, and then you must meet me at the road that leads from Pallet. I will be waiting there. Ash wanted to protest, he wanted to fling words of anger at this prospect, but before he was able to do any of that, Riley and Lucario had vanished. Ash's limbs deflated from their angry stance and he fell. Pika-chu? Pikachu asked, his paw touching the side of Ash's face. He turned and smiled at Pikachu. He ruffled the fur on the top of his head. I'm fine, buddy. Ash said, and Pikachu smiled back. Ash then slowly got up and looked at the sun. It had been the herald of Riley's appearance. But what did that whole thing mean? What was his role exactly? And why was it his role? Behind him, he could hear the sounds of all his Pokémon, and he lowered his head. Yet at the same time, he smiled. He would never have been happy staying at home much longer, and this was just another adventure waiting to happen. Let's get ready, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu said with determination, instantly understanding his trainer's wishes. Ash faced his Pokémon and looked all of them over before he sighed. There were so many of them. This is going to be more difficult than I thought. Arr. Nighttime had spread over Pallet, and the house of the Ketchum residents was silent, or as silent as a few members' loud snores. All of them had eaten their fill of Delia Ketchum's wonderful meal and now were happy to be sleeping peacefully. Well, at least half of the house was sleeping peacefully. The only exceptions to this were Ash, Brock, Misty, and Dawn. And though Dawn was in the same room as Misty, neither knew the other was awake. It was, of course, needless to say that Misty and Dawn were both embroiled with their feelings over Ash and whether he really did like them back. Misty beat herself up for thinking such thoughts about her best friend Ash Ketchum, but Dawn found herself entering a wistful fantasy world with her in her contest dress and Ash in a suit while Buniri and Pikachu danced happily. Dawn could even imagine Pikachu and Buniri starting a family with little Buniri babies. Of course, no dream was complete without a nightmare where Ash suddenly turned to the cruel and heartless Paul and then into her childhood friend Kenny. Dawn shot up with a scream and Misty followed soon after. In the living room, Brock slipped off his couch and Ash had jumped out of his bed, holding an empty Pokeball on his head and Pikachu swaying deliriously on his shoulder. He dashed out of his room, whipping his head around as Brock dashed up the stairs. Ash, did you hear that? Brock said frantically and Ash nodded sharply. Yeah, it sounded like Dawn. Ash said, his eyes wide open, and the two rushed over to the room where the 3 girls were sleeping. Without even thinking, Ash banged down the door and saw a frightened Dawn sitting on her bed in the now brightly lit room. Misty had a hand on her should and may seem to just be waking up. Dawn, what's wrong? It was nothing, Ash. Misty said soothingly with a sharp glare to both Ash and Brock for emerging into their room. Brock seemed to get the message and started silently backing away, bumping into Max in the process, who, likewise, tripped over Richie's foot. But Ash still stood there, clueless as ever. It was just a nightmare. What about? Ash said without even a considerate thought to the matter. This is girl talk, Ash. Get out. Dawn said, tossing a pillow in Ash's direction as Misty ran over and slammed the door shut. Ash got a small shock from that, although he did manage to inhale the heavenly smell of chlorine that was now on Misty's figure. Richie yawned behind Ash and said he was going back to bed, Max following. Well, now that we're all up I might as well make a midnight snack. I'm sure your mother won't mind, will she? Brock said and Ash shook his head. Brock then left to go to the kitchen. Pikachu finally fully woke up and looked at Ash. Ash shrugged his shoulders and followed Brock downstairs and into the kitchen where Brock was making some hot cocoa and cookies. While he busied himself at the oven, Ash drew circles on the table, thinking about what Riley had said to him. If we had not met when we did, then now would not happen. I sensed an aura within you stronger than any I had imagined, and stronger than any within our order of aura guardians. I thought it mere coincidence, a triviality. I was wrongly mistaken. You, Ash, are the chosen one, the one destined to save this world from any danger it might be in. This is your call, you must answer it. Was he really doing the right thing? He knew that it was an adventure and he had already been planning for it, but still, what Riley said scared him a bit. But then it clicked in his head. He was Ash Ketchum. He had battled through countless leagues and caught countless Pokémon. If this was his destiny, then he was going to meet it head-on. As soon as Ash thought this, there was a large clang that dragged him out of his reverie as a plate of cookies was set before him. He hadn't even realized how long he had been thinking about that. Eat up, Ash. Brock said, and Pikachu and Ash both obliged the breeder. Brock looked fondly at his best friend before his face got serious, even whilst Ash was stuffing himself full of cookies. So what are you planning, Ash? Huh? Ash said, his next cookie already halfway to his mouth. Even Pikachu had stopped eating and then both of them laughed in tandem. Ah, come on Brock, what are you talking about? I know you're planning something. You were really quiet tonight at dinner and right now, you took Misty closing that door in your face rather well. Brock said simply. Ash shook his head fiercely. I'm not planning anything, Brock, honestly. Ash protested, but he knew by the look on Brock's face that he hadn't convinced him in the slightest. You were never a very good liar, not really. Brock said with humor, and Ash grimaced. Come on, just tell me what's going on. You know I won't tell anybody else if you ask me not to. Ash breathed in deeply, his resolve cracked. All right. Ash said, and he looked his best friend in the eye. I have to go traveling for a while, alone. I can't stay here, 'cause I love to travel and see new Pokémon. But, I think I want to do this on my own for once, you know. Brock quickly nodded in understanding. All right, I understand. When are you planning on leaving? Brock asked, at least interested in his friend's departure. Tomorrow evening, but I don't want anyone there to see me off. Ash said, knowing he had to play this the right way so that no one would come to see him with Riley. Then it would be really suspicious, if it wasn't enough already. I'm taking a bunch of my Pokémon with me too, take them off Professor Oak's hands for a while. Sounds good then, Ash. Brock stated with a smile. Just come back and visit. Though what I'll do without you and Pikachu around is beyond me. Why don't all of you stay in Pallet for a while and catch up before going back home? Ash suggested, and Brock accepted the idea. Moments later, when the cookies were completely depleted, the two returned to their respective beds and finally fell asleep for the night, all their issues resolved. Sunset. Perhaps the prettiest time of the day, when the sun and the sky met just right. It often signaled the end of something, the beginning of that time before a new day and adventure began. And it was much the same thing here, only this time, the previous phase of Ash Ketchum's life was ending and a new one was beginning, though he did not know it in himself quite yet. Ash and Pikachu finally reached the edge of the road leading from Pallet Town and sat down on a rock to wait for Riley. He thought to himself about the small goodbyes he had given that day. It was no doubt awkward to the three girls when he gave them all hugs, and the guys were just as mystified by this. Then Brock called a Pokémon feeding time around dinner in the garden, and Ash used that opportunity to slip out before they all noticed most of his Pokémon were missing. Although, He was surprised nobody else noticed his behavior, what with discreetly calling all his old friends the day before, and meeting them by the edge of town this afternoon in order to get some of his Pokemon back. "I'm glad you came voluntarily," came Riley's voice, and Ash stood up to see the Aura Guardian standing there, Lucario not at his side this time. "Are you ready?" Ash nodded, and Riley extended his hand to the sky and sent an aura sphere towards the sky, which washed it in blue. Ash glanced down the road and saw 15 people coming from different directions, but all seeming to come in order to converge on the spot where Ash, Pikachu, and Riley were. "This is him," one of them asked as he walked up, a gray beard emerging from his face. Riley nodded politely. "We have no more time to waste. He's been waiting long enough already." "Right." Riley responded, and the older man looked to the other figures. All of them held their hands out, and a blue nimbus of energy formed in between their hands. Before Ash's very eyes a large portal emerged that was blue in color and oval in shape. The men then stepped away from it so that Ash's path to it was clear. Riley motioned toward it, and Ash started walking slowly and numbly towards the portal. Pikachu's ears twitched suddenly, and Riley and the rest of the Aura Guardians whipped around. "They're here. Go." Without so much as a warning, Ash and Pikachu were pushed into the blue portal. The experience was bizarre. Both of them thought so as they entered what seemed to be almost an illusory world filled with bright blue twinkling lights. Ash hadn't even taken a step, and yet he still felt the sensation of moving. A blue meteor whizzed past Ash's head and he ducked, Pikachu crouching on Ash's head so as to not get hit by whatever the strange substance was. Suddenly, Ash started seeing visions in the blue walls surrounding him. Visions of events he had heard of and visions of things and times he had never seen. It was a remarkable sight. He passed through the ruins of Pokemopolis, the town of Machina, and, with a suppressed shiver, the king of Pokelantis. Suddenly the shapes vanished and Ash felt himself rushing forward even faster, if that were possible. Then there was a blast of blue light and Ash stumbled forward. Pikachu nearly toppled off his shoulder but managed to hang around. This new area was foreign to him, although its design looked oddly familiar. Surrounding them on all sides were eerie dark clouds, and a soft melody was heard in the background, like a flute being played. Ash also saw mountaintops in the distance and couldn't help but face the feeling that something truly supernatural was going on here. There was a whisper on the name, inaudible at first, but Pikachu's ears picked up on it. It repeated again, louder, and now Ash was able to hear it, though not comprehend it. Suddenly it became lucid and Ash could tell the voice was saying his name. In a blast of light before Ash's very eyes a portal opened up and from emerged an equine figure. The one from Ash's dreams. The one he had recognized. "Pikachu, it's Arceus." Ash said in awe as the alpha Pokemon settled down onto its hooves right in front of him, his head inclined towards the young trainer. "Ash, we meet again." Arceus said, and Ash nodded. "Welcome to where I now spend my days in the real world, when I deem it worthy to visit." "But, I don't understand." Ash said, and he felt like he was saying that line more and more often these days. Arceus looked at him benevolently. "You taught me much in Machina. You taught me of the goodness that does exists in human hearts. In my rage towards Damos' supposed betrayal I had forgotten the kindness that had been showed to me by Damos." Arceus said, and Ash sat down, slightly overwhelmed by the fact that Arceus of all Pokemon was here, speaking to him personally. "You rekindled that and I began to make sure from my world that all was right with your own. It was not long after that the balance of the two I had created for myself, that of space and time, was distorted once again." Team Galactic. Ash acknowledged and Arceus nodded his head in agreement. "But, as I was prepared to enter the fray and solve the problem, you and your friends proved to once again show the goodness of human qualities. And so, I was now intrigued." Arceus said, lifting up as he did so, and what seemed to be a veil of water surrounded the mountaintop that they were on, Arceus' ring glowing blue in color. "First I looked at your past, what made you who you were." Ash was astounded as he suddenly saw the day he had gotten Pikachu and their harrowing dash away from the Spearow, including his meeting with Misty. That was my first day as a Pokemon trainer. Ash exclaimed loudly and Arceus chuckled. Yes, it was. And yet, it is interesting to note that even on your first day, your path was set for you. I now examined all of your journey. Your ups, your downs, your tears of sadness and tears of joy. But there were but a few moments that truly caught my interest. Ash looked closely at the veil of water and now saw two large blasts, one blue, one purple, collide in a stadium as the two Pokemon producing them were pushed apart. In the center of them was his younger, 10-year-old self, glowing with an unearthly red color before he finally collapsed and turned to stone. How sad that your life would have ended so soon, and how unfortunate it would have been if you did. Arceus partially lamented. But the Pokemon there, clones and originals alike, cried for you, resurrecting you. I believe that this is perhaps the most important thing of all. Why exactly would that be? Arceus once again chuckled at the bemused look on Ash's face before answering him. Somehow, there was something in all Pokemon, created or not, that sensed your importance, and realizing that without you they would be doomed, they cried. Not even a year later this was proven important when the Titans of Fire, Ice, and Lightning were disturbed. Ash nodded his head, remembering the events of Shamudi Island. But there you stepped up to the plate, gathered the 3 spheres and saved the entire world. And yet, why was it that only your hand could unlock the power of the 3 spheres? This, I pondered a long time. So, did you find out why? Ash asked, just as interested in the answer as he supposed Arceus had been. Arceus nodded and Ash saw more images flash across the water. It showed him grabbing the spheres, but there was also something there he had not noticed before. A blue spark between his hands and the sphere that suddenly lit the sphere up. What was that? Aura, came the simple reply, and Ash stepped back, Pikachu letting out an audible Pika. You understand, Ash, and have known for quite a time that your aura is the same as the legendary Sir Aaron's, correct? Yeah, but I didn't think it meant anything. Ash said with slight nervousness in his voice. But it does. It means the whole world. The amount of aura you possessed is perhaps more than Sir Aaron's and, with training, could become the strongest in the world. That is why you were able to save the world and why, I believe, the Rocket 4 fear you most of all. But, what do they have to do with this? Ash asked, now desperate to find some closed question because he wasn't understanding a thing of this conversation. Ash, after examining your history and the power of aura within you, I knew that the only reasonable course of action to take would be gathering the Aura Guardians, a small but elite group of the users of aura in this world. If they could sense your aura half as good as Aaron's Lucario, I knew they would find you. The portal you came through can only be created when such a large number of Aura Guardians are gathered. And the visions you saw, well, as aura is the source of life, so is history. Arceus told him, but Ash grabbed his hair in disparity. But what about the Rocket 4? Why am I here? Ash asked, and Pikachu was sharing his sentiments clearly. The Rocket 4 are attempting to capture legendaries. By doing so, they will throw the world off balance and cause it to rely on the one person who can save it, you. Ash, you are more than a mere aura user or guardian. You are what we call an aura seeker. One that can easily seek out those with aura, control it, manipulate it to your will, similar to what Aaron did long ago. This is your task. You are the chosen one, Ash Ketchum. And now I will train you, to become just that. The glow within you. Ash Ketchum was out of breath. It had been only a day and he couldn't remember being this out of breath since he started his journey. He slumped against a rock that was seated on the slopes of Mount Coronet and took a moment to regain his breath. Pikachu himself, climbed on top of the rock and sat there, heaving with exhaustion as well. Ash took his hat off his head for a moment and wiped the sweat off his forehead with his shirt before reaching to his back, as if to grab water from his backpack, before realizing for the 5th time in his run that he had had to leave his backpack with Arceus. He sighed loudly and sunk even deeper against the rock than he had before. He could remember with perfect clarity what had happened just the day before after Arceus had told him that he would train him to become the Chosen One. You are the Chosen One, Ash Ketchum. And now I will train you, to become just that. Arceus said, and for a brief moment in time, Ash couldn't think of anything to say. His mind was practically in lockdown, having been filled with so much information he couldn't take it anymore. Arceus just looked at him while he tried to process everything that was going through his brain. But what about my friends and all my Pokémon? Ash said quickly and exasperatedly. I need to start training for the Hoenn League so that I can go through it again. I don't have time to do this. Ash, you won't have time to do anything if the Rocket 4 succeed in their plan. Arceus cried out terribly, and Ash seemed to cringe on the very spot over what Arceus said. Don't you understand? Though the Rocket 4 may not know it, their plan will ultimately destroy the world unless they are stopped, and you must be the one to stop them. But Ash started to say before he realized that any argument he might pose would be completely worthless. Arceus floated down to his level and stared at him, straight in the eyes. They were filled with a kind light, and Ash started to relax slightly. Ash, I would not want you in harm's way, especially after you risked your own life to save mine. But you are vital to the efforts of this world, you always have been. Arceus told him, and Ash nodded slightly. Trust me when I say that all your friends will also be important to this effort, and that, for them, you have nothing to fear. Also, your Pokémon play an even larger role, aiding you in your training. Why do you think I requested you bring your Pokémon with you? So, what do we do first? Ash asked honestly, and Arceus closed its eyes before a portal suddenly appeared. Ash and Pikachu looked through it and saw the ruins of Spear Pillar. For now, you may rest in Mount Coronet, an area where no one ever travels. Tomorrow you will begin your training in earnest. Arceus said, and Ash nodded fiercely with a smile, and he turned to go through the portal. Oh, Ash. Ash turned to face his new mentor. I really would rest up. And with that thought in his mind, Ash left Arceus. And so, now Ash was finding himself out of breath and tired from only a few hours of constant running. Arceus had made him run around the rocky slopes of Mount Coronet, and it almost seemed as if the Alpha Pokémon was merely taking to torturing the young boy. Ash's head started to droop from the fatigue when he heard a large booming noise coming from the direction of Spear Pillar and snapped right up. Okay, I'm moving. Ash exclaimed, and he held out his arm for Pikachu to climb on. Pikachu did so wearily, and Ash set off again. He quickly saw the path laid out before him and dashed out of the cave he was in and onto the snowy tops of Mount Coronet. Instantly, he began to freeze, but he dug his limbs in and tried to bring out all the energy that he could from them as his feet began to stick in the piles of snow. He was only a few feet through when he tripped over his own feet and fell face first into the snow. Man, this is hard. Go on without me, Pikachu, I don't think I'll make it. Pikachu said whilst rolling his eyes. He then began to spark at the cheeks. Pikachu! Pikachu yelled, zapping Ash with a thunderbolt that caused him to snap up. Next time you want me to keep moving, Pikachu, how about not zapping me with a thunderbolt? Ash stated through clenched teeth, and Pikachu sighed. Ash then looked at his feet and saw that the intense electrical energy from the thunderbolt had melted the snow around him. A light bulb seemed to go off in Ash's head, as they usually did when a certain strategy suddenly sprang to his mind. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on the snow ahead of us. Pikachu looked at him confusedly for a moment before following his friend's orders. Pikachu quickly gathered as much energy as he could, and suddenly the snow began to dissolve before their very eyes. With that, Ash began to run along the path, Pikachu occasionally shocking the path ahead. It wasn't long before the two of them quickly turned into another cave that led them, once more, into the depths of Mount Coronet. As soon as they got in, Ash and Pikachu gave each other high fives. Then they once more began to run. Ash made it a decent amount of the way down the Hall of Stone when he felt something vaguely odd about the hallway and about, in specific, one of the doors in the hall. Ash froze and looked around, trying to figure out what was going on. Pikachu also felt it and went on to high alert, looking around for what the source of it was. The hairs on the back of Ash's neck pricked up even more and Ash suddenly turned in the direction of the end of the hall. Two openings were there, one blossoming with light to the outside world. And the other seemed to lead into endless darkness. "Wonder what that is, Pikachu?" Ash said as he started shuffling over towards it. Pikachu was just as mesmerized by the cavern at the end of the hallway and began to follow Ash. As Ash got closer to the cavern he saw etchings on it. Imprinted on the heading above the cavern opening was a group of symbols. Ash squinted at them and finally managed to catch a glimpse of what they were saying. "Travelers in the dark, be warned of where your feet lead you. To the cavern of past and place. The hall of darkness and fears. All these places hold secrets not for men. Enter at your own peril." Ash looked around before he looked at Pikachu and shrugged. The both of them then turned to enter the cavern. But before Ash could so much as step one foot inside, he was blasted backward by a barrier at the front of the cavern. He landed on his back and rolled over. Groaning, he got up and looked to the cave where a faint green barrier glinted before vanishing from sight. The sound of a portal opening came from behind him and Arceus emerged. Ash quickly turned to face him. "What was that for?" Ash yelled loudly and Arceus looked at him a moment before responding. "You were to stay on the path. I did not want you to wander off while in the midst of your training." Arceus stated succinctly and Ash glared at him before shifting his gaze to the cavern that he was blocked entrance to. "So, what's down there anyway?" Ash asked as Pikachu hopped onto his shoulder. Arceus floated along the ground in front of Ash until he was facing the cavern entrance. "The time for you to know that is not now, Ash," Arceus stated simply. "Let us just say that you are not prepared for the things that exist in there." "What are you talking about?" "I'm ready for anything," Ash proclaimed triumphantly and Arceus shook his head. "Perhaps so. But that place holds something entirely different. Perhaps one day soon you will be ready, but for now, it would be the death of you." Arceus locked his eyes with Ash and the young trainer took a step back in fear. Hearing the word death had definitely sent a shock through his system that made him stop and think. "Now, continue on. I shall meet you back at Spear Pillar for more of your training." With that, he vanished through another portal. Ash and Pikachu gave yet one more glance to the cavern and then set off again through the brighter cavern opening. Not much longer found the two friends on Spear Pillar. With a literal and figurative thirst, Ash ran for his backpack and grabbed his water bottle, quickly downing it while Pikachu ran into his backpack and pulled out a bottle of ketchup that he had smuggled into Ash's backpack the evening before. Ash quickly slumped down and let the water work its way into his body system while closing his eyes. He was then hit with the need to let his Pokémon out and so he reached into his backpack and pulled out his massive conglomerate of Pokeballs. Before he threw them all into the air a thought struck him and he paused in his actions. How could he have brought so many Pokeballs along? He thought he was only allowed 6, so why did he have so many on him now? Shaking the thought away he tossed them into the air and the bright lights that came from them quickly revealed all the Pokémon he had brought with him. Charizard let out a loud roar, flames coming from his maw. Squirtle and Bulbasaur both ran to greet their trainer by jumping on him, as did Bayleaf. Corphish started scuttling around the area while Cyndaquil yawned loudly and Totodile started dancing happily. Heracross levitated itself off the ground and started looking around while Mook happily started to smother its trainer, only to have him get off by Donphan executing a rollout. Sceptile and Bizel both went to rest by themselves in a corner while Torterra and Snorlax let themselves rest a bit on their haunches, or back in Snorlax's case. Staraptor floated to the top of Spear Pillar in attempt to look around and Monferno did a few flips, as if warming up. Ash smiled at all his Pokémon, once they were all off of him, of course, as they played and allowed himself a moment to think inwardly. He normally wasn't the kind of guy to do so, but he had started to do it more and more ever since that huge and blistering loss to Paul more than a year ago. The most primary thought in his head was most certainly that of why he was here and what his friends had done upon discerning his absence. He had always known, for years, that he was the chosen one, ever since the age of 11, but he never thought he'd be called upon again, and frankly, it frightened him. Though he was Ash Ketchum, the one who never shied away from anything, he was still afraid as to what his role in all this could be. But that was as far as his thoughts got when a portal appeared and Arceus emerged. Ash stood up. So what was all that running meant for anyway? Ash asked, slightly annoyed at the sheer amount he had to run. You had to build up your endurance. Arceus stated simply, and Ash scoffed in disbelief. Oh. Did you really think that the power of aura was easily manipulated, even with the amount that flows in your body? Or should I remind you of the events at the Tree of Beginning? And show him he did, of how Ash's body, upon using aura to help Mew, started to deteriorate, and would have done so had Lucario not pushed him out of the way. Alright, fine, so I need stamina to use aura, but what's with my Pokemon? Why are they here in the first place? Ash asked, and Arceus looked at him confusedly, prompting him to explain a bit further. Why do I need them? And how come I can carry more than 6? Ash, did you think that 6 Pokemon rule was in effect ages ago? You saw just how many Pokemon Damos had under his control merely to destroy me. The 6 Pokemon rule was merely instated as part of the sport you call Pokemon battling and Pokemon training, nothing more. Oh. Ash said, his questioning defeated at last. As for why they are here, you will learn soon enough, but for now, there are more important matters which we must attend to. Now it was Ash's turn to look completely and utterly confused. Like what? You know, I feel like you're just dodging every question I throw at you. Ash said, his temper quickly beginning to rise. Why can't you just tell me everything that's going on? I'm sick of feeling so confused. I'm sure you are, but, Ash, if I were to tell you everything that I know right now, it would confuse you much, much more. Besides, haven't you always been one to take things in stride and live life not wondering in questions? Ash sagged his shoulders, his arguments gone and his own self deflated. Arceus chuckled at this. Of course you are. Now, back to training, Ash. You, and all of your Pokemon shall practice the weapon of aura. What exactly is the weapon of aura? Ash asked, but instead of Arceus telling him, he summoned the sheet of water and used it like a projector to show him. There on the screen was the picture of a silhouette moving his hands forward in tandem, as if throwing a sphere-shaped object in a strange way. The silhouette repeated this action multiple times before it finished off and the water disappeared. Arceus then gave Ash a nod, indicating that he should do the same. Alright guys, let's do it. Pikachu. Pikachu yelled, and then the rest of Ash's Pokemon gave a cry and they proceeded to follow orders, Pikachu standing right next to Ash as he did so. Those with arms started moving their hands forward, each giving their own respective cries. The process was repetitive and tedious and burned through Ash's limbs, but he still continued on. Pikachu. Pikachu. Ash started exclaiming in tandem with his best friend as they moved their arms forward. Arceus overlooked the entire thing, and for a while the entire operation seemed to be going nowhere. In fact, after about 10 minutes, all but Ash, Pikachu, Monferno, Squirtle, Charizard, Buizel, and Sceptile had stopped. But Ash himself was growing tired and already wanted to stop until something miraculous happened. A blue light flew from his hands and sailed over until it slammed into a nearby pillar, leaving a mark. Ash stopped his movement. Pikapi, Pikachu. Pikachu asked him, and Ash shook his head, turning to Arceus. What was that? Ash asked, and Arceus smiled at him, or at least what Ash supposed was smiling. That was an aura sphere. Arceus stated simply, and both Ash and Pikachu stepped back in surprise. But, I thought only a Pokemon like Lucario could use aura sphere, not a human. Ash said in utter disbelief, trying to refute the claim that Arceus had made. Amazing that you are already forgetting the things you see and of the massive amount of aura within you. Arceus sighed and once more summoned his veil of water. Perhaps it is once again better if I show you. Ash looked at the picture now represented on the waterfall and saw Sir Aaron summon a ball of energy around Mew in an attempt to energize it. But this was all Ash saw and he still didn't fully understand it. The orb of glowing energy was an aura sphere, albeit a rather large one. Nevertheless, Sir Aaron could summon it to do his will, even if not always. Now you will attempt to do the same. But how? I don't know how to do something like that. Although I definitely want to try it. Ash tapered off and Arceus smiled. Close your eyes, Ash. Arceus instructed, and for a moment Ash was bewildered but soon obeyed. Think of the power of life within you. Your collective history and memory within you. Let it fill you up. Lose yourself within it. Do you have it? Ash nodded subconsciously, lost within the strong thoughts of his friends and Pokémon. Now, focus that power and thought into your hands before you. Let the aura be with you and fill you up until it is bursting to overflow. Ash quickly complied and attempted to summon forth his own aura sphere. But after a few minutes, it wasn't looking good and Ash's shoulders sagged in defeat. I can't do it. It's too hard. Ash complained and Arceus' stern look was terrible to behold. Is that a reason for giving up? How many times have you failed before and yet, you still keep on fighting? Remember all those losses to Gary and to Paul. And yet, even after you fell in a loss of 6-2 you still would not give up. You were still determined to win the Sinnoh League, to beat Paul. And you did. You would be nothing without your perseverance, so use it now and summon that aura sphere. Ash was so taken aback by this that he immediately complied. His thoughts settled on all of those times where he fought Paul. Of how Pikachu tied with Elekid, how Turtwig lost to his future Chimchar. He dwelled on Chimchar going on a rampage against Ursaring but how he calmed it down. He reflected on Turtwig's evolution into Grotle and then subsequent loss to Honchkrow. Then, how Staraptor beat Honchkrow. Most specifically he thought on his major loss to Paul. The one that inspired him to go further, the one that helped him to drain himself of all his hatred towards Paul, of all his bitterness. His eyes snapped open as he sent all those feelings into his hands. A sound reached his ears and he finally realized that all of his Pokémon were cheering for him. A smile formed on his lips and he kept pushing forward, determined to not give up. There was a blue spark. Tiny and minuscule but still there. Ash let then one spark ferment in his hand until it started growing larger and larger until an aura sphere was whirling in his hands. A big grin broke out across his face and he and his Pokémon all started laughing. But Ash felt that the sphere was having a draining effect on him and before long it disappeared and Ash fell backwards, landing on the ground. His face was flushed with excitement and his heart rate was elevated but he felt quite pleased with himself. He looked at Arceus who looked satisfied as well. Quite remarkable. Only the first day and you've already mastered the concept of an aura sphere. Now do you see what I mean by perseverance? Arceus complimented him. Of course, you still need to learn how to use it as a weapon and how to control, not to mention sustain it, but that is perhaps best saved for another time. It is growing late and I myself need rest. So for now, take solace in the fact that you have succeeded today. I shall see you tomorrow, Ash. And with that comment he opened up a portal and disappeared. Ash gave a small wave goodbye as he watched him go and then listened as all of his Pokémon shuffled off. He gave a smile as they went off to sleep. Ash went over to his backpack and leaned up against it while Pikachu joined him. Wow, what a day, Pikachu, huh? Ash said in bewilderment. And yesterday the only thing I was thinking of doing was entering the Hoenn League. Ch-ah. Pikachu yawned in agreement before settling down and going to sleep. Ash beamed at his best friend before turning to look around the ruins of Spear Pillar. He closed his eyes a moment before deciding to survey his hands. Who knew of the power that rested in those hands? He held his hands out again, this time focusing on one figure in particular. Before long the sphere was formed in his hands and for 2 minutes, Ash managed to hold it there before releasing it. He grinned as he closed his eyes to fall asleep. Maybe there was something to this legend of the Chosen One after all. Downtime in Pallet. Brock sighed as he placed his cup of hot tea on the railing just outside the Ketchum residence back porch. It had been a few hours since Ash had gone and nobody was really aware of it. Brock had dodged it the entire day, leading his friends along so that Ash could secretly prepare for whatever he was going to go do. After that, when the young trainer had all but vanished mysteriously, he had to cover up over dinner. He said he would take the food to where Ash was training solo. All he ended up doing was heading over to Professor Oak's and feeding Maze Munchlax. After that, the questions stopped and for the most part all of them accepted that Ash was really hard at work. And that led Brock here, awake and wondering what was so urgent that Ash had to go away on his own. "Brock, still up at this late hour are we?" came the soothing voice of Delia Ketchum from the kitchen, and Brock turned to her, his teacup now all but forgotten. He chuckled a bit. "You know that the only way to be healthy is to eat well and sleep right." "Sorry Mrs. Ketchum, I couldn't close my eyes very well, too much caffeine," Brock said, and Mrs. Ketchum smiled at him. Brock quickly turned back and grabbed his tea before strolling into the kitchen, where Mrs. Ketchum lightly closed the sliding glass door. Brock now placed his cup on the table and sat down, joining Ash's mother. "What about you? You're up pretty late too." "Oh, don't worry about me, Brock. I always get antsy whenever Ash is away from home, especially when I know he's out there all alone." Mrs. Ketchum sighed out, and Brock reached a comforting hand across the table in order to soothe her fears. "But, Ash is a Pokemon trainer and that's that. I know I have to get used to him going off and doing his own thing. After all, if he hadn't, he would never have become such a fine young man. Ash'll be fine. He's always managed to travel regions without anyone along, somehow," Brock stated reassuringly, hoping that the words he said were indeed true. Mrs. Ketchum smiled again. "Well, there's no use worrying about him when I still have a house of guests to take care of, right?" Mrs. Ketchum now got up from the table and was starting in her procession to leave the room. "I'm off to bed, and you should get some sleep too." "Night, Brock." Brock nodded as she left. He then finished draining the rest of his tea and placed the dish in the sink. He cricked his neck a little bit and decided to follow up on Mrs. Ketchum's sagely advice and hit the sack, so he quickly changed into his undershirt and lied down on the couch. As he let the silence of the Ketchum household surround him, he could hear his own breathing and, possibly, his own heartbeat. Brock usually wasn't one to worry, especially about Ash. The boy had been through so much he could be considered a walking miracle. But he was worried about the Pokemon trainer. Was it his mysterious actions? Was it the unsettling guilt in Brock's own heart? Or had it been that strange blue tint to the sky earlier this evening that everyone had been so keen to point out over dinner? Brock shook his head of these premonitions and turned over on the couch, letting sleep finally take him. What do you mean, failed?" Domino screeched to the cowering duo of former Team Rocket agents now before her. Hearing the two words, "we failed," did not do much to correct her already soured mood. Being shut up with Vicious and Brody for an entire hour had already been enough to do that to her. Now this had to happen. "Tell me what happened, already." "We followed the directions exactly as you requested and we found him. It had seemed he was alone but," claimed the blonde-headed operative known as Cassidy in front of her. Her turquoise-haired companion next to her picked up where the rest of her sentence had left off. "The Aura Guardians arrived and sent him away before we could get the chance to act." Butch answered Domino, and Domino glared at him. "Well, we knew the Aura Guardians detected a problem, but nothing like this." "I guess that means we have a problem," Domino said, before she turned to both Vicious and Brody, who were huddling over a computer. "Hey, you two, we have a problem." Vicious was the first to turn to her as Brody continued his work upon the computer. "What is it now, Domino?" "We don't have time for this," Vicious said. Domino glared at him out of spite and he chuckled malevolently. "Very well, tell us what this problem is." Cassidy and Biff botched the job. Ketchum disappeared right from under their noses. Domino said, and other than a cry of, "The name's Butch, not Biff," the entirety of the room was silent. Brody turned away from the computer in annoyance, but with a smirk plastered onto his smug voice. "Don't tell us. Tell the boss," Brody said, his eyes glinting. "In either case, that was your job, Rocket 2, might I remind you? If Cassidy and Botch failed, then it's no fault but your own." Domino looked ready to explode at the insult that Brody had just flung at her. She quickly dug into her pocket and grabbed out a black tulip, tossing it with deadly accuracy in Brody's face. Brody's own hand shot out and caught it, twirling it around in his fingers before directing it to the tiled floor. "Are we done here? Vicious and I still have some business to complete." "No, we are not done here. Did you even hear what I said? Ash Ketchum is gone. How do we remedy this, Rocket 4? Domino added with a sneering touch to her voice in order to get across her deep loathing for Brody's snide comments. "If Ketchum is gone, it may be a problem or maybe not," Brody said with a nonchalant shrug of his shoulders. "Regardless, unless he shows up at our doorstep, I really think we don't need to worry. If you're so concerned about it, why don't you go and take the heat from the boss, huh?" Domino's nose crinkled in a nervous twitch. Brody laughed aloud as he saw it. "I'm sorry, Domino, I didn't know you were such of a wuss that you can't face the boss." "Take it back, Brody," Domino said, but Brody could only laugh at her feeble attempts to wring a source of fear from him. Once more she dug into her pocket, this time extracting 3 tulips. She was almost about to throw them when a white-sleeved arm stopped her from doing so. "Rocket 2, I believe there is a rule about causing harm to our fellow members," the man said, and Domino's eyes widened in shock before she allowed her arm to go limp. "Yes sir, Rocket 1, sir," Domino responded. She didn't look at her boss as he released her hand deliberately and stepped over to where Brody had once more resumed work on the computer. She merely caught a sight of his backside, but anyone could instantly know that this man, Rocket 1, as she had called him, was the leader of the Rocket 4. His short blue hair did well enough to convey a sense of wealth and power, only more accentuated by the white tuxedo and pants that he wore, giving him even more of a perception of that money, the very money needed to start up the Rocket 4 in the first place. "Rocket 3, Rocket 4, is the package ready?" the boss asked with a mere glance at the working pair. Vicious cricked his neck a bit. "Almost, sir. Brody is putting the finishing touches on it as we speak." Vicious responded, and the man nodded, almost imperceptibly. "Very well. And Domino, what of the boy?" he asked, and Domino's upper lip twitched as she sent a glare rolling at Butch and Cassidy. The man looked to the two of them before locking his eyes on Domino's own. "I see. Well, as he is no threat to us currently, then, we'll leave him lie." "Package is complete, boss, sir," Brody announced from the computer, and after Domino quickly dismissed both Butch and Cassidy, the Rocket 4 gathered around the computer. "To where should I link it up?" "Everywhere," came the simple and provocative response. Brody gave a JRK in his chair. He didn't dare turn to face his superior but remained rooted in his chair as his next question came. Everywhere?" Brody stammered out. "Are you Dash? You can do it, can you not?" the boss asked, and Brody cleared his throat. He punched in a variable amount of codes and quickly brought up a grid of all the computers across the regions, all connected. Brody cracked his knuckles and linked up their computer to every other one before dragging the package they had been referring to into a Dropbox. He then quickly hit the send button and watched as the orange bar on the screen filled up and the red dots that had previously represented the computers they were linked to, flashed blue. After a few minutes, the orange bar was filled up and the boss turned away. "That'll do for today," he said, straightening out the cuffs of his jacket. "Tomorrow we'll initiate Phase 2. Make sure you get rest." No other words were said as he left, the door sliding closed behind him. The other 3 members of the Rocket 4 exhaled deeply. They were out of the frying pan, for now at least. But tomorrow was when things would start getting more difficult for them and their plans, and all they could do now was rest and wait. Brock woke up early the next morning of September 13th and yawned loudly. He glanced over at the clock on the mantelpiece and saw that it was still only 7 in the morning. Still, he couldn't sleep another wink, so he got up, dressed himself, washed up, put his apron on and went to work cooking breakfast for what was sure to be a hungry household. No sooner than he had finished making the pancakes and eggs and was busy on the bacon that Richie and Max came down in a stupor, until they caught sight, and smell, for that matter, of the food waiting for them. "All right," Max yelled, and he quickly went over to the table where Richie joined him. Brock quickly set down their plates in front of them and they began eating greedily while Brock laughed inwardly. It wasn't long after that the girls were up and coming downstairs, May quickly catching sight of her brother's stuffed face. "Max, that's so disgusting," May yelled, and Max glared at her, quickly swallowing his food. "Oh yeah, and what about you, May?" Max yelled as Misty and Dawn skirted around the table to avoid the warring siblings. "Every time we go anywhere it's always, 'Where are we gonna eat?' and then you stuff your face 10 times as much as I just did." May just scoffed and turned away from her younger brother while Richie laughed nervously next to them. He then turned tentatively towards Brock. "Hey Brock, I was wondering if you would practice with me today. I gotta get in even better shape than I am now if I have any chance of conquering the battle frontier," Richie said, grimacing at his loss to Ash just 3 days ago. He had no idea the raven-haired trainer had grown so powerful over the years to wipe him out effectively in a 3-on-3 battle. And it had been completely fair. Richie had pulled out Sparky, Venusaur, and Flareon against Ash's own Pikachu, Gabite and Glalie. Brock placed down the plates in front of the girls and the now descending Mrs. Ketchum before answering quickly. "Of course I will, Richie, you don't mind if we just do a 2-on-2 though, do you? I don't think Happiny is cut out for that kind of battling." Brock answered, and Richie quickly acceded to the terms. Max offered his services to referee and the bother accepted. Meanwhile, the girls were garnering their own help for their own training. "Misty, I was wondering if Piplup and Buneary could train with your water Pokemon today. We're working on a brand new combination and I think having your water Pokemon would really help us out," Dawn said cheerily, and Misty, naturally, agreed to the notion. "It's nice to see all of Ash's friends working as hard as he does, even when he's gone," Mrs. Ketchum said with a smile on her face, and Misty snorted into her pancakes, prompting some weird looks from the others in the room. "Ash? Working hard? I remember having to yell at him 5 times a day to get him to work," Misty said with a smile, remembering the fond times they had had of traveling together. Dawn cleared her throat. "Well, then he's matured since he traveled with you," Dawn said. "He used to train an awful lot when we journeyed through Sinnoh. Who knows? It might have something to do with Paul, but he worked really hard." Misty didn't say anything. Half an hour later, when tummies were full and dishes clean, the entire group started heading over to Professor Oak's lab where they felt they would find a suitable ground for battling and training. The journey over was uneventful, the arrival wasn't. For one, no one was there to greet the group when they arrived at the lab, and when they ventured further into the house they saw all 3 of Professor Oak, Tracy, and Gary huddled around Oak's computer. "Hey Professor, we're back," Brock announced, and Oak turned to look at them. Gary waved him off and he strode over to meet with the group. Max was the first to notice something was wrong. "What's going on, Professor?" Max asked shyly. Although he had grown quite used to the professor, he still wasn't exactly close to him and still regarded him very heavily as a superior. Oak sighed and wiped his now sweating brow with a handkerchief. "I'm afraid my computer caught a virus in the early hours of the morning. I can't access any of my files or anything, it shuts down every time I try to do so." Oak shook his head. "The problem is I don't know where it came from, but I'm sure my grandson will figure it out. He's good with these sorts of things. Is there any way we can help, Professor?" Richie asked, and Oak smiled at them. "Thank you for the offer, Richie, but I'm pretty sure we've got it under control. Please, feel free to just use my field for your practice," Oak said, and he ushered them out into the garden. The first thing they noticed upon emergence into the garden was the sheer amount of silence. It was nowhere near as loud as it usually was when they were here. But in the end, the group chalked it up to Ash being gone and thus more silence. The two groups of trainers and coordinators split off, with Misty, May and Dawn going over by the lake and Brock and Richie taking places on opposite sides of the field, Max watching. "Let's go Sudowoodo," Brock called, and in a burst of light his Pokémon appeared. Richie threw his into the air and out of his came Flareon. "I guess you're training Ash style now, huh?" Richie gave a laugh before Brock allowed him the first move. "Flareon, fire spin." Richie yelled out and Flareon complied with a great spiral of flames emerging from its mouth. Brock didn't issue an order for a moment and he waited. "Sudowoodo, mimic." Brock ordered and Sudowoodo also launched a flame spiral which clashed with Flareon's own and exploded in midair. "Now, Sudowoodo, double edge." Sudowoodo ran with ferocity at Flareon, but Richie quickly ordered it to use a double team. This froze Sudowoodo in its tracks and it looked around nervously for a long moment before Richie threw caution to the winds and ordered Flareon to use Flare Blitz. All of the Flareons were surrounded with flame and dived at Sudowoodo, all of them striking the Pokémon. Sudowoodo cried out in pain, but Brock was ready to take advantage of the situation. "Let's finish with Wood Hammer." Sudowoodo swung its glowing arm around, swiping through the fake Flareons before managing to nail the real one. Flareon flew backwards and landed on the ground with a soft thud. Richie looked at his partner and saw that it had fainted. "Good work, Flareon," Richie said softly before returning Flareon to its Pokeball. He then reached for his next Pokeball and quickly sent out Venusaur. Without hesitation, Richie ordered for Venusaur to use Vine Whip. Brock ordered for Sudowoodo to use Double Edge, but it was too slow, and with Venusaur's heavy power, the Pokémon was knocked out. Brock called it back and smiled before tossing his next Pokeball into the air, Croagunk emerging. "Let's do this quick, Venusaur, Vine Whip." Croagunk, dodge and use Poison Jab. Croagunk was much faster than Sudowoodo had been and quickly dodged before leaping into the air and crashing down upon Venusaur's form. Venusaur bellowed out in agony before Richie switched back to the offensive and ordered a Razor Leaf. Croagunk, who was still attempting to escape from the move he had just pulled off, was pummeled by the move. Croagunk flew backward and landed on the ground. Venusaur sent another volley of Razor Leaf and Croagunk quickly countered with Poison Sting. "Come on Croagunk, one more Poison Jab." "Now, Venusaur, use Solar Beam." Venusaur began charging up quickly as Croagunk dashed at it. Croagunk once more leapt into the air and landed on its opponent's head just as the Solar Beam was let loose. Both Pokémon were damaged in the assault, and when the light at last cleared, both were knocked out. Max quickly declared the battle a tie and Richie and Brock shook hands. After a quick break in helping Max train his Pokémon, they went over to see how the girls were doing. The remainder of their day was spent in peace, watching Dawn train both Piplup and Buneary as well as Mamoswine and Cyndaquil, while Pachirisu played with Sparky, who had since learned of Pachirisu's immense love of puffins. As the sun once more signaled the ending of the day, the group bid farewell to Professor Oak, Tracy, and Gary, who were still hard at work in their attempt to locate the virus wreaking havoc in the computer. Upon their arrival at the Ketchum household, once again Mrs. Ketchum was hard at work making dinner for all of them. The group of 6 sat around chatting amiably about what they were planning to do when they left in 2 days. Whilst the group had succumbed to idle chatter, a man was emerging into Pallet Town, a cut on his face that was seeping blood. It wasn't a deep cut and was drying fairly quickly, but the scowl on the man's face was one that would not go away. He quickly walked through the heart of the town. He had to find the one he was looking for, there would be no denial. But fatigue was consuming him. He no longer had the luxuries of being brought everywhere, and so he had made the journey on foot. Now, it looked like the foolish option as he was losing strength. That same strength failed him just as he reached the exit from the heart of town. His legs collapsed and he passed out, his red hair sprawled all over the place. This couldn't happen. He had to find him. He had to find Ash Ketchum. Morning once more dawned on the Ketchum house, only this time, Mrs. Ketchum had been the one to get up early and start making breakfast happily. Breakfast passed at much the same order of affairs that it did the day before, and before long the six had once more set off for Oak's lab. They had barely stepped out of the Ketchum's garden when someone called for them. The group turned to face the man who had called to them and surveyed him. Somehow he looked familiar, but none of them could place exactly what it was about him. The man was wearing a red coat with black pants, and his slicked back red hair was frazzled at the edges. Regardless, he held himself with a demeanor that suggested he was here on a mission. "Can we help you?" Brock asked. The man cleared his throat loudly. "Yes, I'm looking for Ash Ketchum. I was informed that he lives here, in this town," the stranger said, and Misty, Brock, May, Max, Dawn and Richie all looked venomously at him. Why would someone come looking for Ash? Especially given the circumstances of late, they were overly suspicious of this man. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. "My apologies. Ash is away." "What exactly did you want him for?" Brock said, and everyone in the immediate vicinity looked at Brock in utter shock. "What do you mean away? You said he was training close to Pallet Town." "What do you know, Brock?" Misty screeched, but Brock remained as stoic as ever. He didn't crumble under the angry looks that he was receiving, his whole attention on this shady yet familiar character in front of him. "Look, I'm sure that whatever you wanted to tell us you could tell me and then be gone. I'm afraid the situation is far more serious than you could imagine. We need a place to talk, or it may be too late for all of us," the stranger said mysteriously, and nobody responded for a moment until Max spoke up. "And just who are you to tell us whatever you wanted to tell us?" Max questioned imperiously, and the man chuckled a nasally chuckle. "Of course, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Maxie, and I come bearing word of the Rocket 4. May thought for a moment, a finger on her chin. Maxie, why does that?" May thought before a light bulb suddenly flickered on in her head. "Wait a minute. We know you. You're the leader of Team Magma." "Former," Maxie corrected with a disgruntled look. But Brock saw in his eyes a look beyond being disgruntled. This man was truly agitated in every sense of the word and would refuse to leave until he had had his say. "Now look here, children, normally I wouldn't come running to you with matters like this, but what I've uncovered concerns you and you directly, especially Ash Ketchum. What, are you working for the Rocket 4 or?" Richie began to question, but Maxie shook his head resolutely and looked Brock, who he himself had supposed was the leader of the group, straight in the eyes. "I'm hardly working for them, in fact, it's to the contrary, but I assure you now, you must hear me out or everything may be too late." Maxie's voice was now insistent and pulsing with a near sense of innocence. Even if Brock was little less than trusting of him, his curiosity of the situation was now overpowering, and he had to know the answer no matter what. "Fine. We'll let you in to talk, but don't think we trust you," Brock said with a glare through his squinted eyes. Maxie thanked him, and the group proceeded back inside the Ketchum household, surrounding Maxie in case he tried anything funny. In order to try and be accommodating, they gave him some water to drink, for which he was grateful, and then they sat around in the living room to listen to him. "So, what did you want to tell us?" "That's right, the Rocket 4. Maxie said, his head hung low, as if in disgrace. "As you all know, 3 years ago I was leader of Team Magma, obsessed with covering the world in complete land using the powers of Groudon. Those of you who were at the site of my failure remember well when Archie gained control of Kyogre. Well, seeing the destructive force those two could cause, I decided that no one should ever control that power again. I disbanded Team Magma and turned my own self over to the police. Because I was allowed to be let out on parole after 6 months, my rival Archie on the other hand was arrested and is still in jail till this day." "But what does that have to do with the Rocket 4? May asked in confusion, but Max shushed her, interested in what the former leader of Team Magma had to say. Maxie gave a hollow smile and continued on with his story. "I decided to use my assets to form more noble ways of protecting the land and expanding on it. However, a few weeks back, roughly a month and a half ago I ran across some odd documents in my computer and indeed in the old Team Magma base. It seemed it belonged to a former employee of mine. The police paid me a visit with the intent of arresting me. Maxi heaved a sigh, an indication that he possibly had anger coursing through him. I relinquished the documents and after a very uncomfortable evening in jail they let me free. The documents had been placed there as an attempt to discredit and incriminate me once again. Rankled by this injustice I decided to do a little digging and find out just who had placed it there. And did you ever find out who? Richie asked and Maxi nodded curtly in response. Brock sat there and thought about this. Someone attempting to discredit someone else sounded very similar to Brody impersonating as Ash but a week ago. It was, like I said, an old employee of mine, Brody. Maxi said and everyone in the room was taken aback, save for Brock and Richie. I take it then you've seen him recently. Yes, after I hunted down and traced those documents I discovered that Brody was indeed behind the attempt to incriminate me. What I did not know at the time, was why. Maxi took another good sip of water before continuing on. I tracked him down to a place called Altamari in the Johto region where he was supposedly doing research. Don't ask me how I found him there, it's irrelevant. I confronted him and he revealed to me the truth, or at least I gleaned it as such. He said that he was with a new organization now, the Rocket 4, and they were planning something big. He wouldn't give me the names of the Rocket 4 but what he implied was this: they are made up of nearly every major, regional, criminal organization in the past half-decade. I didn't understand this and I still don't. What I do understand however is that he placed those documents to make it seem as if I was the one organizing all the criminal activity and in that way their own operations could move along smoothly and secretly. Brody disappeared before I could do much more. That little confrontation occurred 2 weeks ago. So, with nothing more to do, I returned home to my corporation and decided to pore over the documents which Brody had left. Lo and behold, they contained a very important glimmer of knowledge. Whether Brody intended me to discern it I do not know but I discovered something important. Which was what, exactly? Dawn asked with her arms crossed across her chest. The first phase of the Rocket 4's plan. For one thing, it was meant to begin yesterday in full force but as I was traveling here I am unaware as to whether it was pulled off. Regardless, they work like clockwork and there almost no KNKS in their plan, save for one. And everyone in the room knew exactly what that KNK was. No names needed to be said for Maxi to continue. They were to try and capture him. Revenge for all their past failures at his expense. I can only hope or surmise they failed. Well, that'd be a little hard to figure out. Brock stated. Ash left Pallet Town last night on what he called his journey. Neither I nor anybody else knows where he is right now. Maxi sighed once again. Then there was silence as everyone let sink in what Maxi and Brock Bother said. So, what exactly is the Rocket 4's plan? Misty questioned and Maxi was quick on his feet to answer. When I met with Brody in Altamari he was talking about the legendary Pokemon Latias and about its powers. I can only surmise from both that and the heavy detail on legendaries on the documents I had, that the Rocket 4 have every intention of capturing the legendaries. How they plan to do this, I don't know. However, I do know that they will start this by sending a virus to cause all computers to crash. I don't know what they hope to gain through all of this but knowing of Ash and all the trouble you gave me with Groudon and Kyogre I knew that I could find some help here. I had to give you the information I knew before the Rocket 4 could find me. I traveled here on foot to make it harder for them to detect me. I can only hope that my information proves valuable. More silence followed that statement and the group at large thought about what he had told them. Max's own mind was racing as he remembered something from only the day before. Guys! Wasn't Professor Oak's computer suffering from a virus yesterday that they couldn't figure out how to solve? Max yelled out and their eyes went wide in surprise. At this, Maxie stood up. If the virus has reached your professor's computer then we have little time to act. Come, take me to this professor's lab. If I can look at the virus I may be able to figure out how to end it. No longer did anyone need any convincing. If Maxie's word was true, they would all be in trouble. If his word was false, then they were no worse off. All that Brock knew as they left the Ketchum house for Professor Oak's lab was that today was going to be a very long day. The Coronet Cavern. I see you've been practicing. Well done, came the voice of Arceus in the early hours of the morning. He arrived to see that Ash was surprisingly up and training hard, tossing out aura spheres like he had done so his entire life. Ash gave a start upon hearing Arceus' voice that he tripped and lost control of his final aura sphere, which went spiraling upward before falling back down. With quick accuracy, Monferno used a mock punch to bat it aside. Thanks, Monferno, Ash said as he got up and dusted himself off. He turned towards his teacher and smiled. Yeah, guess I really may be the chosen one, huh? Arceus chuckled at this comment of Ash's. For all of our sakes, I would certainly hope so. Arceus stated, but quickly cleared its throat in preparation to tell Ash what he would be doing today. Before he could do so, however, Ash readily asked him. So what's on today's training? Ash asked with a smile, and Arceus could tell that the 15-year-old was bursting with confidence after having mastered the aura sphere. Even his Pokémon were bursting at the seams with that confidence. Bizel and Monferno were executing their best moves while the others were practicing with themselves. Well, Ash, it appears that your hard work ethic is quite the influential one. Arceus said with his warmest tone possible. If only all other trainers were such as you are now. Ash rubbed the back of his head in slight embarrassment, and Pikachu laughed slightly before Ash glared at him to be quiet. Now, to answer your own question. Today you are going to be doing something very important in your training. What exactly would that be? Ash asked, his expression being one of befuddlement. Arceus' eyes were now stern and his tone cold as he answered Ash with precision. You will be journeying through the Coronet Cavern. Arceus told him, but Ash's expression still did not change. Still it remained one of utter confusion, and Ash couldn't fathom what exactly this Coronet Cavern, other than the fact that it most likely resided within Mount Coronet. Arceus paused long enough in his dictation to see if Ash might yet understand anything, but when Ash merely tilted his head to the side and placed a finger on his chin so as to think, Arceus decided it was a hopeless case. It is, as you have probably determined, a cave that lies inside of Mount Coronet. What'll be the point of going there? Is it more training with the power of aura? Ash asked, trying to clarify the purpose of his venture to this mysterious cavern. Arceus descended slightly as he answered Ash so as to look him more in the eye. Yes, and no. I'd imagine that at some point you will be using the power of aura, however I'm not expressly sure that your journey into that cave is the direct reasoning for it. Arceus stated, and now Ash was completely confused. Even Pikachu was pinging his head to the side in bewilderment. Ash didn't respond for a moment in the shock that was actually permeating through himself regarding exactly what Arceus had just said. Wait a minute, you mean, you don't know what'll happen when I go in there? Ash inquired, and Arceus sighed heavily before deciding to answer Ash as truthfully as he could. The Coronet Cavern shows different things on the whole, you understand? Arceus stated, but gave Ash no time to contemplate his statement before he pressed further on. What I might see in the cavern may be totally different from what you will see or even what Pikachu will see. Thus, I cannot tell you what may or may not be required of you within the walls of that cavern. I am afraid you must brave it alone. Ash nodded silently for a minute before pounding his fist into his open palm. All right. We can do it, right, Pikachu? Ash said triumphantly, and Pikachu made a show of his muscles. Pika. Pikachu announced, and Arceus chuckled at Ash's almost overwhelming enthusiasm. Of course, he knew that without that enthusiasm, Ash would not be the person that he was today, and thus, Arceus wondered and speculated if there ever would be a chosen one. After all, it was Ash's great enthusiasm and desire to always help do what was good and right that lead him to save the world from Mutwo's purge, from the battle of the legendary birds over Shimudi, of the risks he took to ensure the Tree of Beginning's survival, and indeed the very moments that Ash nearly risked his life just to make sure he himself did not leave the world hating humans. Indeed, Ash Ketchum was the epitome of a chosen one, though he had barely worn the mantle himself. Well, that is an excellent thing to hear you say, Ash. And later today you shall encounter the Coronet cavern, but for now. Arceus tapered off and Ash threw his hands to the air in exasperation, wheeling around as Pikachu attempted to cling to Ash's jacket. I got it. It's running time. Ash said. One Pokemon only, though I'm sure you already understand that. Arceus said, and Ash nodded before letting Pikachu regain his balance and running off at a brisk pace. Arceus watched him go with a twinkle in his eye as he faced the rest of Ash's Pokemon who watched their trainer go. Shouldn't all of you be working equally hard so as to not disappoint him? Charizard blasted a spurt of flame into the air to indicate that they should all get working, while Bulbasaur went around in order to get everybody there to do so. However, Ash was oblivious to this as he and Pikachu were running on the same course that Arceus had set on them yesterday. Today though, Ash felt a new lightness in his heart and a spring in his step, as if the glow of aura were truly permeating through his entire body. It made him run faster, last longer, and feel great inside. He even felt so good running that he wanted to do cartwheels and flips, but decided that maybe he should save it for when he was sure that he could do it. But the glow was enough to suffice him. He did decide to stop for a break when he reached the snowy peak just for the sweat that was on his shirt to cool off a little, even should it freeze. He shook out his limbs and even relished the chance of being in the cold and the snow. After all, he figured that it was the only weather change he was going to see for quite a while. Pikachu, I don't know how to tell you this, but I feel great. Ash said, and Pikachu rolled his eyes. Despite Pikachu being very much like his trainer, he still didn't understand why his trainer didn't know how to tell his own friend that he felt great. Come on Pikachu, sooner we get back to Spear Pillar, the sooner we can bust through that Coronet cavern. Ash slipped his jacket back on and Pikachu once more took his place on Ash's arm as the young trainer once more began to run. He truly had every intention of getting back to Spear Pillar until he got distracted on the way there. He turned down the hallway, and just as he had the day prior, felt the hairs on the back of his neck prick up. Pika, Pika Pikachu, Pikapi. Pikachu coaxed Ash, urging him to go on, but Ash waved off the yellow electric mouse. Just a minute Pikachu. Ash said, once more mesmerized by the cavern in front of him. He strode up to the opening that had the markings over it. It's that cave. Ash breathed out and, despite Pikachu's protests and Arceus' warnings the day prior, he stepped through the entrance and emerged into yet another bisecting cavern. Before him were two doorways, one steeping into ever more steeper darkness and the other stayed the same in terms of light as the antechamber that Ash was staying at. Ash moved slightly towards the darker cavern but found that something was there, impeding his progress. Therefore, he instead turned toward the other entrance and, without bothering to consult his best friend, he stepped through. The cavern was unlike anything that Ash had ever seen, other than Spear Pillar. There were craggy cliffs in a steep slope down and, while the cave was in darkness, even Ash could figure out that if one wanted, they could build an entire city down here. In fact, it almost seemed as if there was a city here once, a very long time ago before something happened that covered it all in stone. Ash continued stepping forward into the darkness, but Pikachu didn't like it one bit, quickly leaping off of his trainer's shoulder in front of him, his arms outstretched so as to bar the way. Come on Pikachu, move, I want to check the cave out. Ash demanded, but Pikachu shook his head sadly and resolutely. Ash adopted a severed scowl on his face when the electric Pokemon refused to move. Pika Pikachu, Pi Pi Pikachu. Pikachu yelled at his trainer, clearly telling him that he didn't like the feel of the place, and Pokemon were much more attuned to nature than humans were. Ash just glared at Pikachu and decided he would move past the Pokemon regardless. Pikachu kept taking steps backwards, a silent plea with his trainer to not go one. Suddenly, Pikachu's foot accidentally hit the edge of the sheer cliff and slipped off. Pikapi. Pikachu yelled as he began to fall and Ash lunged forward in an attempt to grab the Pokemon. The attempt failed and Pikachu began a descent down the side of the cliff. Not one to fear the unknown, Ash leapt down the slope after him, his feet and shoes rubbing against the craggy stone which the cliff was comprised of. After 30 seconds Ash's feet hit the bottom, but the area was so dark he couldn't see anything around him, least of all Pikachu. Pikachu! Ash yelled out, and at first there was no response. Ash's heart began elevating. He had no idea where his best friend was, and it hurt him, knowing it had been his own foolishness which caused Pikachu to slip and tumble. He feared that Pikachu was unconscious, trapped, or even dead. Ash cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled even louder. Pikachu! Pikapi! Came Pikachu's response, and Ash noticed that somehow, it was farther down the cavern. But it sounded frantic, scared, almost as if Pikachu was running from something. Deliberating nothing in his mind, Ash ran forward quickly. But after a few paces Ash was outside, despite having passed through no doorway. He looked around quickly, wondering where he was, and why he saw all these buildings here. The area looked nothing like Mount Coronet, and Ash was concerned with finding Pikachu. But still, Ash was confused by the change in scenery and glanced around. Then he noticed. Sunnyshore's City! Ash exclaimed. It certainly looked to be that way. He didn't know how he had gotten there, but somehow he had. Well, at least I know where I am, but that doesn't help me find Pikachu. Ash dismayed until he saw a group of kids up ahead, playing what seemed to be an old well. Ash ran forward, deciding to ask them if maybe Pikachu had been transported here with him. As he neared them, however, the group of boys began fighting, and 3 of them pushed the other, blue-haired one. In anger the boy pushed them back. Hey, no one fights back against us, yeah. Little punk, cried the brown-haired boy who seemed to be the leader of the group of boys. He gave the blue-haired boy another shove, and the boy toppled over. His back hit the well first, and, under the strain of the boy's weight, the wooden slats covering the top of it broke and the boy toppled through, soon hitting the bottom with a large thud. The young boys looked inside, and the leader turned to the other 2. We better get out of here before an adult finds us. One last time, he looked into the well. Later, loser. Then the 3 boys took off as Ash came running up. Get back here, kids! Ash yelled, but the kids didn't seem to hear him and continued to go running off. Ash scowled. He hated when kids slandered and mistreated others their own age. He had had enough of that from Paul and Gary. Still, he knew the kid in the well needed help, and so he turned to it. Peering into the well, he saw it was far too deep for the boy to reach him if he merely reached down, so Ash swung himself over the side of the well and dropped to the bottom. He landed surprisingly lightly. Hey, are you okay? The boy, who was sobbing slightly, didn't say a single thing. Hello. I asked if you were okay. Still, even with Ash's raised voice, the boy refused to hear him or respond to him. Suddenly, the pale light filtering into the hole was covered, and Ash looked up, seeing a man descending by a rope. Good thing you're here. But the man refused to respond to him as well, and Ash was heartily surprised when the man suddenly passed through him. Ash gasped and took a step backward in complete shock. The man could walk through him. Had he died and gone on to the afterlife? Or had he been turned into a phantom, doomed to walk among men forever? That would explain why no one could hear him. The man came over and wrapped his arms around the cowering boy. The young boy looked up and glanced up at the man that Ash supposed was his father before smiling a weak smile. He then hugged the man, and the man smiled before glancing up ahead. Son, look at that, the man said, pointing down a cave that stretched out of the well hole. The young boy looked up and Ash followed his gaze. There, in bright glory, were statues of Dialga and Palkia as Ash had seen them so many times. Those are Dialga and Palkia, the Pokémon of space and time. They were said to have helped in creating the entire universe, specifically the Sinnoh region. Wow, that's amazing, that's pretty powerful too. For a moment, Ash thought he saw a slight manic gleam in the boy's eyes, but it disappeared as soon as he thought it was there. The older man picked his son up by the hand. You made a pretty great discovery today, but let's do it a little more careful next time, huh? The young boy nodded and the two proceeded to climb up the rope and out of the well. Ash followed, scrambling up the sides and emerging back into the sunlit streets of Sunnyshore's city. There were two other adults, one more elderly and the other who seemed to be the child's mother, standing there with smiles. The father carried his son over and the four proceeded to walk once more through the streets. Knowing there was nothing left to do, Ash followed them until they emerged outside a rather large house on a decent-sized estate. The father kicked open the door and led the entire group in the house. Figuring that he knew they couldn't see him anyway, Ash followed them inside. The door slammed shut behind him. Once more he was doused within the darkness of the cave. His breath caught in his throat and he whipped around wildly, searching for where the city had gone. He couldn't figure anything out and his head was starting to spin. Now it was beginning to feel like a huge mistake, coming into this cave. And still, there was no sign of Pikachu anywhere. Well, last he remembered Pikachu was still in the cave, and now that he was back here, he should call out again. Pikachu, came the echoing cry that peeled itself from his lips, bouncing off the walls and sounding out to wherever the yellow mouse might be. Pikapi, the cry came once again, even more frantic than it had been previously. In a mad dash, Ash ran forward, though after a few more steps he suddenly found himself elsewhere once again. A quick glance to his left and right told him that he was back inside the house that he had thought he was entering previously. But it was older. He knew this by the boy sitting in the room directly in front of him who, despite being the same boy who fell through the well, was now but a few years older, perhaps in his tween years. Ash glanced around and saw the boy tinkering with a machine diligently. Suddenly, Ash heard voices coming from right next to him. "The young master is busy tinkering again, milady," said the older man that Ash had seen last time, telling this information to the young woman, the child's mother. She gave a sad and heavy sigh, filled with lament. "He's not been the same since his father died a year ago. Always playing with those machines of his," the woman said, a small tear dripping from her eyes. Ash felt sad for her, knowing how hard it was to lose a father at a young age. Perhaps it is his way of taking his mind off of things. After all, what with the bullies at school and no Pokémon to protect him, the young master leads a very difficult life, the man, who Ash could only suppose was the butler, said. His father's demise must have made it equally hard on him. After all, milady, you know he was the only one that could make him happy. I just don't understand why he always feels the need to work on those machines, however, the mother said, almost fuming, but the butler assuaged her rage with a hand to the shoulder. I wouldn't worry on it. Let him tinker. Perhaps he can find a way to bring back his father, or go back in time and stop his father from going on that rescue mission for the men at sea, the butler said with a chuckle, and the mother of the boy allowed herself to be led away. Ash watched them go before turning back to the young boy in the room who held up his machine in awe and revelry. He flicked a switch in it and Ash saw a diagram begin moving inside it. With a gasp of acknowledgement he noticed that it was the same spherical diagram of the dimensions of time, space, the reverse world, and Arceus dimension that they had seen in the Machina ruins. Time, and space, Dialga and Palkia, what a wondrous concept to go back to Sinnoh's very roots. The roots of human spirit and what drives them to do things. Father would have loved it, and now, I'll complete that. Vision for him, the boy said with a slight snicker behind his voice. The boy placed his machine down and walked out of the room. Ash stepped into the room for a moment to examine the machine, which continued to whir mysteriously before stepping out once again, to see the cavern doused in darkness again. Ash was finally beginning to understand how this cave was working, more or less, but with Pikachu still nowhere and knowing he was still up ahead, Ash ran forward with all speed. Once again, after taking only a few steps, he found himself once more in Sunnysshore, this time outside the local academy for teenagers. To his right, Ash noticed a now teenaged version of the boy he had already seen so many times. His face was deep in a book and he was talking aloud to himself as he walked. Dialga, deity of time, and Palkia, deity of space. Both hold mysteries unheard of and powers thus far uncontrolled. Only through a mythical band were they ever once controlled, having that time been summoned by a Pokémon to do their bidding. When they completed their job, the Pokémon released them to roam free and all life began. The boy chuckled loudly as he took the book away from his face. Imagine that, the power to control that, power to create a world entirely your own. I wonder how that Pokémon did it first. The boy's musings were cut off when suddenly the book was yanked out of his hands by an older-looking version of the thug that Ash had seen earlier. "What you're reading, loser?" "One of those lame legend books," the kid said with a snicker. "These kinds of things aren't worth dirt." "Chimchar, flamethrower." The young flame monkey on the kid's shoulder leered at the book before executing a torrent of flame. Ash stared wide-eyed at it. He wanted to put it out but without any Pokémon, and the fact that nobody could see him, he was left helpless. "Cut it out," came a voice that sounded vaguely familiar to Ash's ears, and another young boy with blue hair that could rival Dawn's came running up. "You know Pokémon aren't to be used on the school grounds. Put it out now, or I report you to the headmaster." The lead thug rolled his eyes but quickly jerked his head to one behind him who used her piplup to put out the book, leaving it smoldering on the ground. Then they walked off. Clearly the threat of the headmaster scared them. The boy bent down and picked up his book, looking at it in anger and dismay. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, though my book isn't," the boy said. "Thank you though. It's all right. Actually, I wanted to say I'm a big fan," the newcomer said, warmly holding out his hand. The teenager didn't take it and the new boy shrugged it off. "I saw your presentation at the Academy Science Fair about the dimensions of time and space, and I was very intrigued about the idea of time and space and its root in human spirit. I was wondering if we could talk further on it. I have some ideas that may or may not help your theory, and I know a faculty member here, Professor Sharon, would be exceedingly interested by it." Sharon. That name sounded familiar, but Ash pushed it away as the boy accepted the proposal and followed the two into the school. Sensing an exit into the cavern, Ash ran straight past them and through the door and continued to run as he entered the cave before he emerged outside the large mansion that he had first seen ages ago. Police officers were milling the front lawns and the mother and butler were outside. "I'm sorry ma'am, there are no signs of where he went," Officer Jenny said to her, and she began to break down. The butler quickly ushered her inside the house before coming back out. "Did you check that young boy's house, his friend? Or what about Professor Sharon? He might know," the butler said. "It's just, the mistress shouldn't hear about the young master missing, it would ruin her." "I'm sorry sir, but both he and his friend have disappeared and Professor Sharon resigned his position at the academy just this morning," Jenny said with a heavy tone. "If I find out anything I'll let you know." The butler nodded sadly and proceeded back inside, mumbling as he did so. "And all this on the eve of the young master's graduation, too." The butler sighed out, and as soon as he snapped the door shut to the mansion, Ash was once more doused in darkness. No more images came. He took a few tentative steps forward and no more came. He shook his head of the odd sensation and ran forward. Soon he heard the sounds of scurried and shuffling feet before he discerned a yellow form of a Pikachu atop a slightly high rock precipice. Pikachu was crying out frantically. Suddenly the electric mouse lost its footing and tumbled off the rock. "Pikachu!" Ash yelled and leapt forward, sailing over the rock and catching Pikachu. Pikachu was shaking in his arms with undeniable fear, so Ash just held him close to him and rocked him until the yellow Pokémon looked up and saw his master's face. He smiled and Ash stood up with a determined look. "I'm sorry Pikachu. Let's get out of here." Ash held his hand out, and remembering what Arceus had said about the power of aura being used to create portals, he focused on a way to get to Spear Pillar. A blue ripple formed in front of him before it burst out in light. Ash carried Pikachu through and ran on, ignoring the closing portal and the pictures until he came out the other end on Spear Pillar, surprising all his Pokémon, and Arceus as well. "Ash, you've returned," Arceus stated, and Ash ran up to him, carrying Pikachu. "What is wrong with Pikachu?" Ash shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Arceus knelt down and his head touched Pikachu, while closing his eyes. Arceus' ring shone a yellow color and Pikachu was suddenly charged with electricity, sitting up with energy. Arceus lifted his head somberly. What was that all about? Ash asked earnestly and Arceus heaved a sigh. Pikachu told me that he saw a war between humans and Pokemon, both nearly about to trample him. Ash looked at Pikachu and Pikachu nodded. Ash pondered this a moment. What did you see, Ash? I don't know, not that, just the practical life history of some boy I don't know who lived in Sunnyshoire. Ash said. I didn't catch his name, and now that I come to think of it, I barely remember what he even looked like. Arceus nodded and closed his eyes. For a moment, Ash felt strange, like he sensed a probe in his mind, but it was soon gone. Very well, Ash, your training today is complete. You mastered yet another application of aura. You may rest. Arceus stated gravely whilst turning away. Ash just stared at him. A moment. I don't understand. What about the Coronet cavern? Ash asked and Arceus merely turned his head toward the Chosen One. You were just in it. Arceus said before he opened a portal and disappeared into, leaving behind a bemused Ash. Arceus settled down in his own dimension, thinking of what the boy and Pokemon had just told him. It was clear as day that whether the events were past or future, neither were promising for the days ahead. Perhaps we may need him sooner than we thought. Riddle me this, riddle me death. The Oak Laboratory in Pallet Town was in a frantic rush. Ever since the day prior when the mysterious and unknown virus suddenly assailed the lab's computer system, they were all in a tizzy to get things ironed out so Professor Oak and Tracy Sketchit could get back to doing all of their work. But at this moment it didn't look like they were anywhere near solving it. Gary Oak had been hard at work on the computer all through the night, staying up on an overdose of caffeine and a few moments of accidental nod-offs. He had thought that he had figured out the program for certain this time, but... well, it looks like it didn't work, Gary, again. Professor Oak complained. Gary rubbed the dark circles under his eyes as he took a look at the words on the screen that blinked a large red error. He breathed in deeply and slammed his hand down on the desk where the computer stood, his frustration filtering out. Tracy jumped as he heard it, briefly glancing away from Oak's second, non-functioning computer in the room to see Gary's slight fit. Look, Gramps, in theory it should have worked. I've dealt with small virus all the time over at Professor Rowan's lab and I've never had a problem like this. Gary complained loudly. Usually, something like that program should have dealt with the problem, but somehow the encoding surrounding the virus just keeps on changing and I can't work fast enough to solve the code before it changes again. What's worse is that every time the code changes it almost seems to add a new layer of coding to the mix, making it even harder to get to. Then maybe you're just not trying hard enough, Gary. Professor Oak said with only slight, stern disapproval. Gary had heat flash across his cheeks and he stood up quickly, his chair toppling over. Gary now measured up to his grandfather in height and so was able to look him straight in the eyes. I'm working as hard as I can, Gramps, so don't you tell me I'm not trying hard enough. Gary said in a rush of anger and Oak backed away for a moment. Then a loud and clear beep sounded out from the computer that Tracy was on. Professor, Gary, something got through the network. Tracy said in anticipation and excitement. Gary and Oak stopped their arguing for a moment and decided to check out what Tracy was talking about. They quickly ambled over and saw that the computer was now miraculously working, or at least, the email was working properly. Seeing that the computer was now working, Oak asked Tracy to access his research data, but the error message flashed on the screen every time they attempted to do so. Eventually, the three researchers decided there was nothing for it and went to access the email that had mysteriously cropped up on the screen. As soon as it did, however, a message popped up, asking for a 7-letter password. Gary, do you think you could figure out the password for this? Professor Oak questioned of his grandson and Gary shook his head in ignorance. He had no idea if he could figure it out, but he knew for a fact that he would have to at least try. Tracy stood up out of his chair and Gary sat down on it before he began to start typing away. Professor Oak took this moment to exhale noisily, prompting his assistant to look at him. Everything all right, Professor? Tracy asked with a touch of concern to his voice, and Oak turned to him with a warm smile. Of course everything's fine, Tracy. One doesn't need a computer to get things done, all one needs is a Pokémon for fun. Professor Oak said with a smile, and Tracy laughed. Always at it with your poetry, aren't you, Professor? Tracy said. Oak chuckled out a little bit too before he looked to still see Gary hard at work, staring at the computer in fierce determination. There was a chime at the door before they heard it opening. Well, that would be Brock and the others. Oak said, rubbing his temple slightly. We can't let our problems spoil their day though, so let's put on our best faces. Tracy nodded at the professor as the group, led by Brock, trudged in. The first thing they noticed, however, was that the group was not in the usual happy and talkative mood they would be in. It was a bit more subdued, more grim, and this was all summed up by the man dressed in red who was standing behind the group, following them in. Professor Oak couldn't help himself when he saw the man. Why, Brock, who is this? My name is Maxie of the former Team Magma. Maxie said, stepping forward and extending his hand as a sign of respect. Professor Oak took it but was slightly confused as to why a man from a former criminal organization would be standing in his house. Pleasure to meet you, but as you may be able to see, we're having some problems of our own. Professor Oak said, releasing the contact of Maxie's hand. Brock, you're still free to use the garden, of course. Actually, Professor, we came here because Maxie might have an idea on what's causing your computer problems. Misty said sweetly, and Professor Oak looked at the man in front of them. You may? Oak asked quickly, and Maxie nodded slowly. Professor, perhaps you have heard of the Rocket 4? Maxie stated, asking the question more with his eyes than his words, but Oak grimaced at the mention. I only know what Brock, Misty, Max, Richie, Ash and the others told me when they came here to Pallet Town. So I guess you could say that I don't know very much. Oak responded, and Maxie nodded, as if this was the very answer he expected. Well, as of right now you have 7 highly volatile targets of the group known as the Rocket 4 in Pallet Town. The Rocket 4 knows this. I would not be surprised if they have tapped all of your video phones, at least prior to the virus. Maxie said. I have read documents on this virus, and I believe that if I am allowed to look at the virus on your computer, then I may be able to discern a way to break it. Then have at it. Gary said, pushing away from the computer. We've been working a whole day and have gotten nowhere. In fact, if you can figure out the password to this email, then thank you very much. Maxie looked at the computer, unflinching even in the fact of Gary's harsh and biting tone. He saw the prompt flashing on the screen and the 7 empty spaces. Something in Maxie's brain clicked, and he remembered a word that had, inadvertently at the time, been scattered all over the documents he had looked at. No thoughts were necessary. With a powerful stride he pushed Gary out of the way and sat in the chair. His hand stretched over the keyboard. Reverse. He breathed out. And so, in the 7 empty spaces, the word reverse was filled in, and when Maxie clicked on the screen, the message box went away, the email opening up. For a moment there was silence before Maxie turned to the group at large. You may want to see this. And so they did. On the screen, in big bold letters, scanning the entire length of the screen, was something that they had not seen for nearly a week, a poem. We've given you a week to rest. Now it's time to play with the best. I hope you're feeling nice and new. Or you could feel like you've been hit with a mutwo. But, please, you're causing me to digress. Only one of our members could wear a dress. Oh, I see, I almost forgot. You already met Brody on the spot. The funny thing, the game's already delicious. Don't let up, it could get vicious. And don't be afraid to light the pyre. Water can come as surely as fire. And though one team we may not be, we're a good enough match, soon you'll see. 'Cause we're an evil as old as the galaxy. Sent here to fulfill our destiny. So play the game, we're here to fight. And trust me, this time, we'll get things right. It always was, you nosy kids. But now we'll see who falls off the grid. With love, the Rocket 4. With love. Slightly creepy. Richie remarked on this. Maxie's shoulders sagged, himself defeated. He had not been expecting this, and he knew that to most in the room that these words meant absolutely nothing. Regardless, he quickly composed himself and leant forward. This riddle tells you the first location that they want you to go, possibly more. Maxie muttered out. Now, I may be able to get us to that location quickly enough, but we have to figure this out first. Then we take it 1 to 2 lines at a time, right? Brock asked and Maxie nodded in confirmation. Alright, well, the first lines are clearly just telling us the obvious, we haven't seen the Rocket 4 for a week. It's a taunt. Maxie stated simplistically. They're telling you it's time to play. They're goading you and taunting you. Next line then. Why is new capitalized? Brock asked and for a moment they all thought on this. Max was the first one to blurt something out. Hey guys. Remember with the riddle at Petalburg City? Max yelled and everyone turned to look at him in wonderment. Whenever it was something really important the word was capitalized. Then do any of you know something off the top of your head that new could be a part of? Maxie asked. New Bark Town. Brock speculated. Although, that may be too obvious. So, I guess not. Everyone else agreed to this, although Misty seemed to remember something in the far corners of her brain with the word new. So, then, next line. May said, reading the next couplet. Wear a dress. So that would be a girl. Dawn sniggered next to her. Unless you're James. Dawn said, remembering the contest at Lillipad Town and how, after Team Rocket had been disbanded, James revealed that he had been impersonating Jesse at the contest. Brody's name is mentioned next. Maxie breathed out before snapping his fingers. Professor Oak, Gary and Tracy looked onward, now completely left by the wayside. Of course, it's brilliant. They're giving you clues to the Rocket 4. One of them is a woman, Brody is another. Vicious, do you know anyone by that name? Once more, a round of shaking heads came. Well, no one in Team Aqua went by that name, so I can only surmise it is someone in Team Rocket. What about the reference to a pyre? Richie asked concernedly. You think they want to light us on fire and kill us or something? A shiver ran through their bodies as all but Maxie considered the notion, but nothing came of it. What about the next 2 lines? Misty asked. If I remember correctly, that was part of Team Rocket's revised motto when they attacked the lab. But then, you never heard their Sin No motto. Dawn said. It was totally different. And besides, I've seen Jessie, on the contest track for the past few months. She's getting really good and she would have absolutely no time to pull this off. So, no need to worry there. But once again, we neglect the fact that Galaxy is capitalized. Brock said. It could mean Team Galactic, though last we saw them, they were sent off to jail. In either case, those last few lines are just them pretty much saying they want to destroy us, or that's how I take it. And what of the lines you missed? They're telling you they're made up of more than one team, though I would suppose we figured that. Maxie stated before swiveling around in the chair to face the group. Now think long and hard about what place or event may contain the word new. Brock and the rest thought hard about it, although nothing surfaced in their brains. But Misty's mind was starting to race. 2 Pokemon. A flash of blue and pink light. A stone ash and a crying Pikachu. New Island, off Cinnabar. Misty gasped out and Maxie stood up. It's abandoned, or it was since that day. Brock quickly put a hand on Misty's shoulder, understanding what she was feeling while the rest of them looked on in confusion. Then that's it. Maxie said before he took a walkie-talkie out of his pocket and turned it on. He fiddled with the channel switch. I'm contacting my jet to meet us outside. It'll take us there. I thought technology was disabled. Max asked, but Maxie once more chuckled his nasally chuckle. Yes, but this isn't affected by computer viruses. Maxie finally got static on the other end. Archibald, this is Maxie, send the company jet to the laboratory in Pallet Town. There was an affirmation on the other end and Maxie gave the group a grim smile before he led them out of the house, leaving the three researchers in more confusion than when the group had come in. In mere moments the red jet set down nicely in a field only a small distance away from the laboratory. Painted on the side of the red jet were the words Magma Energy. Still going with the word magma then? Brock said as he himself got on the plane following Maxie. The jet was nice. And posh inside with plenty of couches and a table where drinks and food were waiting. A butler was scurrying around in a kitchen behind the curtain whilst everyone looked around in awe. Maxie took a seat before he answered Brock and the rest all followed in suit. Well, I am still devoted to the land, so the name had to remain similar. Although now I use my assets for good, not evil. Maxie said. Dawn quickly turned towards Misty as he jet began to quickly lift off, Maxie giving instructions as to where the pilot should go. So Misty, what exactly happened on New Island? Dawn asked in earnest. You just said, that day, so what is that day? Misty gave a repressed shudder and looked into Brock's eyes. As much as she wanted him to tell the story, she knew it had to come from her. About 4 years ago, Ash received an invitation from a Pokemon named Mewtwo inviting him to battle the greatest trainer of all time. However, the day that a fairy was supposed to bring us there, a massive storm hit and only Ash, Brock, and I, along with 3 other trainers managed to make it to the island. It turned out that the Pokemon trainer was Mewtwo, who hated humans and original Pokemon. So he created super clones of them and, when his original, Mew, arrived, he forced the originals and the clones to battle. Ash was repulsed by it, he couldn't stand it. So Misty became visibly choked up at this point. He ran in between their 2 blasts and was turned to stone. But Ash is alive, so, how did he? May uttered, shocked by the words which Misty had just spoken. Pikachu loved Ash so much that he began to cry tears for him. That act of compassion moved all the Pokemon there to cry for him too. Amazing that a Pokemon should cry for a trainer that was not its own, and soon, Ash came back to life. Mewtwo, having seen the wrongs of his ways and the power all the Pokemon shared, went away to a place called Purity Canyon where we found him a year and a half later. He restored our memories after that. That's awesome. Max announced. Ash really is my hero. Everyone in the room laughed at that when they all suddenly felt the plane begin to descend. Maxie stood up as it did so, and when it finally did so and the hatch opened, he was the first out. Everyone exited from the plane and saw the lush green grass. Are we sure this is it? Last time there was a huge tower here. Brock said, but Maxie glared around confidently. Oh, this is it. I can smell it. One of the Rocket 4 is here. Maxie announced before he began to lead the group forward. Their journey across New Island was a short one and before long they managed to discern a person standing up ahead, their back to the group. But as they got closer they could discern he was wearing a white suit that was almost tailor-made and fit perfectly, his short blue hair accenting wealth in one way or another. The group stopped just short of the man. There was no sound, merely silence, but all of them somehow knew that this man was the leader of the Rocket 4. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared from Brock's pocket and Krogunk emerged. Krogunk, what is it? Brock questioned of his Pokemon, but the Pokemon merely stood there, staring at the man in front of them, saying his names with his cheek sacs bulging in and out. Hey, what is it? Calm down a bit. Yes, do, came the voice of the man in front of them as he turned around. Although, I'm afraid you won't play with Toxicroak today. These words triggered something in Brock's memories as he looked at the man, but it couldn't have been Saturn of Team Galactic? Brock asked in astonishment, and Saturn, who was indeed Rocket 1, chuckled. But, you were supposed to be in jail. I was let out on parole for good behavior. You see, all three of us were. Jupiter, she decided to hack it on her own and find some honest work and vacation. Mars went looking for Cyrus, but me, I had better ideas in mind. Cyrus left me all of his assets, and so, once I learned of your accomplishment in taking down Team Rocket, I decided you were a threat. So what are you after? Dawn snarled out, and Saturn once more chuckled. World domination, and revenge. Saturn stated simply. You see, whenever all of us were foiled in our numerous attempts to take over the world, it was always by one of you. Now I want you to know what it feels like by experiencing that failure firsthand. The fiery extortion behind those words was blazing, and all took a step back in fear. It began a week ago when our room scanned all your memories for legendary Pokemon, and now, it will become a reality. Everything will now go according to my plan, rather than those half-baked ones of our dear, departed leader. So what is it you exactly plan to do? Maxie yelled out, but Saturn gave him no answer. Instead, he reached inside his white jacket and pulled out a white envelope with the red R emblazoned on it. He tossed it to Maxie, who caught it. You'll just have to find out. After all, you're nothing but a failed leader of a criminal organization. Now you can watch as others succeed. He now wasted no more words, but instead extracted a strange-looking pokeball. It was completely red in color with 3 yellow stripes wrapping itself around it. He tossed it into the air, and from it emerged Latias. Shock and numbness filled every one of their bodies as they saw it. The Latias looked to be in partial pain as Saturn jumped on her. Well, I hope you have a productive day. Though, time seems to be getting away from you. I'd read the letter though. Farewell. With one more flourish of his hands, Saturn was away. Brock could have sworn he thought he saw Saturn holding a pendant of some sort, but before he could double-check, the man, and the legendary on which he rode, was gone. Maxie was seething next to him, however, and they turned to him, watching his rage. A failure, am I? Maxie breathed out venomously, detesting the very words which Saturn had just spoke. Well, I'll show you just who the failure is in the end. Maxie? Richie asked, a little worried about the flaming-haired man's emotions. Maxie cooled off a bit and looked to Richie. That Pokemon, Latias, how was Saturn controlling it? Do you know? Maxie screwed his eyes up for a moment in thought before he nodded. That Pokeball was a creation of the Sylph Company here in the Kanto region. It was meant to subdue any Pokemon to its will unconditionally. Not like your average Pokeball, which merely confines that Pokemon to be under your ownership. This one forces the Pokemon to obey you. I had heard that a few years ago that the prototype was stolen, but I hadn't expected it to actually be produced. Is there any way we can stop it? Dawn asked in horror, and Maxie shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't know. Before any more questions could interrupt him, Maxie wheeled around and began to head towards the jet. No one needed to ask him why, so they followed. When all were seated, Maxie opened the envelope and presented them with a letter which contained yet another riddle on its pages. Tomorrow's it. The pyre be lit. Let ground arise. The earth shall fry. So take the orb. But be sure. For tomorrow you'll see. All it will be. There's no going back. The Rocket 4. That was shorter than usual. Max commented, pushing the glasses up his nose. Maxie nodded at Max's statement, but with a small smile across his face. And yet, I believe I may have it figured out. Maxie stated. Note first, that this is the second time which we have seen the word pyre capitalized, indicating its intense importance. Note also that ground is capitalized and the particular emphasis is on the world frying and an orb. But what does that mean to any of us? Brock said, shaking his head, unsure of what to make of this newest riddle. Maxie once more chuckled. Oh, dear boy, I'm afraid this time, the riddle was not intended for you, but for me. You see, when I was leader of Team Magma, we found the red and blue orbs atop Mount Pyre in the Hoenn region. The blue orb would allow one to summon Groudon, hence the ground, and cause the sun to dry up the entire earth, and there is your fry. The Rocket 4 wants us to go to Mount Pyre tomorrow. Then let's go today. May stated triumphantly. Maxie shook his head at this proposal. Why not? For one, you are all no doubt tired from today's events already. The trip to New Island took more time than we thought, and so it would be late night by the time we reach Hoenn. Therefore, I suggest we head to Cinnabar so I can refuel the jet and you can get some rest. Maxie snapped and the conversation was closed. Moments later, the jet had lifted up and flown them over to Cinnabar, where Maxie rented them out a great number of rooms before he retired. The remainder of the group decided to eat dinner. You know, May said, through stuffed mouth which repulsed almost everyone at the table. I never thought we'd really be involved in something like this. Misty chuckled next to her. You know, neither did I, but go figure on Ash getting us into situations. Misty said with a slight giggle and shake of her head. That reminds me, Max, why is Ash considered your hero? Max swallowed his food before answering Misty with great enthusiasm. Are you kidding me? Max cried out, causing Brock and Richie, deep in the discussion of Pokemon breeding, to jump. Ash is the coolest. I remember seeing him in the Silver Conference with his Charizard against Gary's Blastoise, and it was so awesome. Then, when I got to travel with him, and watching all of his battles against gym leaders and frontier brains made me really want to be a Pokemon trainer. I couldn't wait to start my own journey. Ash really inspired me. I guess Ash does have that sort of inspiration in him. I know that before I met him, though I wanted to train, I didn't practice nearly as hard as I knew I should have. Misty said with an air of honesty surrounding her. But he interested me, especially in the way he kept pushing forward even though he was so close to defeat. I guess he must have inspired that work ethic in all of us. I wonder if he's okay. Dawn said, concern touching every corner of her voice. Brock, do you know where he is? Brock apologized, shaking his head. All he said was that he was going on a journey and he needed to do it alone. Brock said. A chime sounded out above them, a bell ringing 10 times. None of them had realized how late they had been out eating. They quickly finished their food, paid for the meal and headed back to their rooms. But Misty's mind couldn't stop racing even as she laid down in her bed in the room she shared with May and Dawn. Where was Ash? Was he okay? Misty didn't want to strain herself worrying over him, but she cared far too much for him to not know if he was okay. But even fatigue had its place, and soon it washed over those horrific thoughts and allowed her to get to sleep at long last. The next morning all of the companions had gotten up bright and early and were on their way to Mount Pyre in Hoenn. Maxie was staring aimlessly out of the window and everyone thought it best not to bother him, although he did keep an ear glued on the conversation at hand between his younger companions. You think we'll be able to stop the Rocket 4? Dawn asked in a hushed voice. Richie leaned back in his chair and proceeded to give his own answer. Hey, I don't know. I don't know a lot of things, like why we're being targeted, especially me. Although, I know that now that I'm a part of this I have to see it through to the end. The Rocket 4, whatever their plan is, it can't be good for us or the rest of the regions. So we stop them. Buckeye said with emphasis, and in that moment, every one of them could see the uncanny resemblance to Ash. Maxie grimaced as he stared out the window, feeling a dread settling over his heart, but he paid it no mind. Soon, the jet was found to be entering into a thick fog and Maxie quickly told the pilot to set down at the base of Mount Pyre. Within minutes the group had disembarked. Before them stood the towering Mount Pyre in all its glory, a piercing mist surrounding its peak. With no small deliberation, Maxie moved forward, leading the group into the unknown mount. From what all of them could tell, it had once been a mausoleum for Pokemon, but that had since faded away and the remaining gravestones were broken off, weathered and altogether demolished. But they hadn't come here to see the gravestones. They continued up the mountain, even as the heavy mist began to drench them and all of their clothes, they still pressed on. Soon however, the mist deepened and then began to lighten slightly. At last, after a long and arduous trek they reached the top, and somehow, were not surprised to see the smug form of Brody leaning against a pedestal. "Hey Maxie, glad you could make it," Brody said, tossing something up and down in his hand. A brief look was all they needed to confirm that it was the blue orb, a differently shining red hue emanating from his right pocket. "Brody, do you realize what you're doing to the planet by persisting in this folly?" Maxie snarled out, and Brody's eyebrows became raised a moment. "Do I care?" "No," came the simple response. "Brody, do you realize what you're doing to the planet by persisting in this folly?" Maxie snarled out and Brody's eyebrows became raised a moment. "Do I care?" "No," came the simple response. "You see, Maxie, unlike you, we're pored over so many documents that we know just how to control all the legendaries in the world. I know how to use the blue orb in a way you could never dream. We captured Latias and Latios a few days ago. I think another of our members has already gathered Rayquaza. I'm here gaining the capability to capture both Groudon and Kyogre, and then, it's on to Shimudi by Sunday for some fun out there. You can't disturb Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno. That could destroy the world." Misty cried out, a tear flinging from her eyes as she envisioned all the work that Ash put into stopping the tragedy there to go to waste. "Then it's world that's easier to run," Brody said with a simple shrug of his shoulders. "Either way, we have enough new tricks to take care of the legendary's problems. Like this for instance." He held the blue orb high up into the sky and suddenly it shone with a brilliant light. There was a loud rumbling and everyone took multiple steps away from Brody as a chasm opened up underneath them. When they were clear, it finally split open and Groudon emerged from it, small amounts of lava coming off of its skin, growling with a heavenly fury. Brody instantly whipped out a Pokeball, similar to the one that Saturn had used to summon Latias. He touched the blue orb to it and a great crackle of blue lightning bolts erupted between the connection of the two round objects until the bright light receded and the Pokeball in Brody's hand now shined with a bright hue of blue. With deliberation he tossed it in Groudon's direction. The Pokeball opened and ground was forced inside. However, there was no twitching of the Pokeball before it sailed straight into Brody's hand. He immediately tossed it again and Groudon emerged, slightly more docile, but all the vicious. "This is madness, Brody. Stop already." Maxie yelled and he ran to the edge of the chasm, drawing a Pokeball out in preparation for a fight. Brody scowled and closed his eyes, a smirk appearing on his face. He clenched a fist with his hand and the chasm began opening wider. Maxie lost his footing and his foot slipped. He began to tumble into the abyss opening before him before his hand caught a rock and held on. He attempted to remain gripped onto it but his fingers were slipping. Suddenly, they lost their grip and he began to tumble until a firm hand caught his own. Maxie looked up and saw Brock holding onto him. "I got you, Maxie, don't let go." Brock yelled, but Maxie could tell Brock's strength would not be enough as the ground underneath them began to rumble. He smiled at the young Pokemon breeder. "I'm so sorry. This was my fault. Forgive me." "Stop the rocket for," Maxie said before his hand slipped from Brock's grasp. Brock wildly attempted to catch him but missed and Maxie tumbled down. Brock fell backwards as the ground shook again. He looked up at a smirking Brody as the man leaped onto Groudon. "So then, how does it feel, after all this time, to be failures?" Brody yelled. "See you at Shimudi." He clenched his fist and the crevice before them snapped shut with a loud crack, causing Brock to fall backwards. His companions ran up to high to help him up as they watched Brody quickly move away. Brock looked at the now seemingly unblemished spot where the crack had once been and knew that under it was a man they would never see again. Under it was Maxie of Team Magma. A rocket revenge. "Noodles. Come and get your noodles," cried the blue-haired man standing outside the Violet City contest hall. A young boy came running up to the stand with money clutched in his hand and a bright smile on his face. "I'd like 2 coups of chicken seasoned noodles please," the young boy said with glee, and the blue-haired man turned to his compatriot in the stand resting behind him. "Customer for 2 chicken-flavored noodles, he cried out, and the sound of a sizzling stove could be heard in the background. "I got you covered, Jimmy. If you want a noodle slam, Meowth is your man," cried the Meowth, who was busy cooking the noodles with a healthy passion, very different from the strange and unbridled passion that had consumed him in his earlier years. "Wobbuffet," cried the blue Pokemon, popping out from behind Meowth. The young boy waited anxiously on tiptoes while Meowth finished putting on the final touches to his noodles before handing them over to James. James handed them to the boy with a grin that could have spread across the entire Johto region. "Here you go, young man. Enjoy our famous blast-off chicken-flavored noodles," James said, taking the cash from the boy and putting in the register. Ever since James and Meowth had taken to joining with Ash against their former boss, the two had been living at large. Realizing that Meowth had a knack for making noodles, the two eagerly realized they wanted to set up a noodle stand. Their biggest gigs were undoubtedly the leagues as well as any number of the grand festivals, but most often they would participate in different festivals around the regions and, more specifically, contests. James took a brief glance to the monitor outside the contest hall, as the contest MC made her announcement. "And congratulations to Wade of Azalea Town for winning the illustrious Violet Ribbon. And a great job done to all the participants in the Violet Town contest." The screen went blank and James sighed inwardly. Jessie had been hoping to win the Violet Ribbon, but as it turned out she had only come in a close second. That meant that he and Meowth would have to hear about it tonight, something that neither was looking forward to. It was true, of course, that James and Meowth, along with Jessie, mostly migrated around from contest to contest, now in the Johto region, and, while Jessie participated in contests under the pseudonym Jesselina, James and Meowth set up their noodle stand to rake in the dough. James faced the milling crowd and prepared to make a loud announcement. "Closing half-hour discount time." James announced to the crowd, and all at once, people seemed to converge on their little stand and Meowth was swamped with orders. Still, the pressure of numerous customers longing for their favorite flavor of noodles was enough to make Meowth work his very best, and before long, customers departed with their cup of happy noodles in hand. It was times like these that both James and Meowth were glad they had abandoned the life of crime they had led for so long. For one thing, James' Pokemon were even happier than normal, not that they were ever really sad. Carnivine had mastered Feint Attack, which made him almost a jack of all trades. Meanwhile, James had returned to Gardenia in the Sinnoh region to pick up Cacnea, who had grown extremely strong under the tutor and who, as Gardenia had hinted, might evolve into Cacturne soon. It did bereave him that Chimecho was still sick, but he had Mime Jr. to keep him company. Meowth on the other hand had the ability to branch out and master all his noodle-making skills. He said he wanted to advance to the level of noodle sculpture soon. A distance away, James noticed that the sun was beginning to set, and he figured Jessie would probably be waiting at the Pokemon Center to complain about her latest loss. Not that she had anything to complain about. In the past year, Jessie had already accumulated 5 ribbons in Kanto, placed 4th at the Grand Festival, and was now working on her 4th here in Johto. Regardless, Meowth cooled down the stove and stored all of his pots and pans away while James dismantled the stand. They quickly made a count of the massive amount of money they had made, and then they set off. The Pokemon Center was certainly busy tonight, no doubt because of the contest, and James was glad that he could now sleep there. "And where have you two been?" Jessie screamed as soon as they entered the Pokemon Center, and the two of them cringed. Jessie was still as loud and domineering as ever. "We was packing up, Jess. We actually have a paying job." Meowth responded with slight anger at Jessie's brashness. Jessie merely scoffed at the mention of this. "Well, your noodle stand doesn't compare to my awesome contest beauty and grace." Jessie let off a high-pitched laugh at this, and James rolled his eyes. "Yes, a contest beauty and grace that managed to land you 2nd place." James mumbled out, and immediately Jessie froze in mid-sentence and grabbed James by the throat, shaking him wildly. "Who told you to mention my contest loss?" Jessie screamed in anger, and Meowth quickly leapt into the fray to pull Jessie off of the man who could be considered her best friend. Many people in the Poke Center were staring at the trio, but Jessie soon managed to calm down. If that Butterfree hadn't managed to pull off a solar beam at that particular moment, then I could have won. Either way, Jess, you did pretty good out there. And I've got leftover noodles to celebrate. Meowth announced, and James let both Cacnea and Carnivine out of their Pokeballs. At the same time, Jessie released Seviper, Yanmega, and Wobbuffet came out of its own accord. All at once the group began to eat with a ravenous hunger. So, Jessie, where are we planning on going to next? James asked, his mouth completely full of noodle. Jessie swallowed her own before answering her blue-haired friend. I was thinking of Goldenrod City, as that is where the Grand Festival will be held, and besides, it will be a double tournament there, so I thought it'd be good to give it a try. Jessie announced with an ounce of smugness to her voice. And how? James proclaimed. Goldenrod would be a great sales opportunity too. After our recent spike in income thanks to the Silver Conference, we'll be really well off. We could take another vacation too. I need that vacation, my whiskers and claws need a manicure too. Meowth said. Jessie finished her food and quickly stood up, brushing off her clothes from anything that might have gotten on them. Well, we're setting off early tomorrow, so I'm going to get my beauty sleep. Jessie said with a flick of her hair before she headed off. James turned to Meowth, and Meowth nodded. Yeah, I know, we'd better sleep too, that equipment ain't gonna carry itself. Meowth said. The two of them cleaned up after themselves and the Pokémon before returning to their own rooms for rest and relaxation. James fell asleep with the thought of how much his bottle cap collection could expand with their profit, and all Meowth was thinking about was the profit itself that could now rival what was once Giovanni's fortune. Morning came and went, and the three former members of Team Rocket were lazily floating in their Meowth-shaped balloon en route to Goldenrod City. This was the easiest and fastest way to travel after all. That was how they got formed the Silver Conference to Violet City in less than a week. Not to mention it actually gave Jessie time to work on new appeals once she got to town and could seriously boost her ability in contests. Today was no different. Without the constant need to look for Pikachu and the former twerps from above, the balloon ride was often fairly lazy and almost enjoyable to an extent, although neither one of them really wanted to be cooped up with the others for hours at a time, which was the reason why they sat down near a small stream around noon to get some water and have lunch. It was on a nice grassy plain, and the sun was shining quite nicely down on them, allowing the perfect chance to relax and cook their lunch. Meowth was their designated cooker for the group, and so he instructed Carnivine and Wobbuffet to get all the water while he made the fire. It didn't take very long, and by the time both of the Pokémon had returned, everything was ready to start cooking lunch. Only half an hour later the trainers and all their Pokémon were sitting around eating quietly. Meowth, I think you've outdone yourself again for lunch today. James proclaimed after he had quickly finished his own lunch, and Meowth smiled to himself while lying backward and staring at the blue sky and the canopy of trees up above. Dig it, James, I've been working on a new recipe that will rake us in even more cash. Meowth said as Jessie plopped her own self next to James, and the three friends proceeded to look into the sky. Ah, this is the good life. One that'll be over soon, came a harsh voice from in front of them, and a shadow blotted out the sun. Rather, more specifically, it was two figures that came and darkened the space in front of them. Jessie opened her eyes a crack and saw none other than her oldest rival, Cassidy of Team Rocket. For a moment she scoffed it off until cold realization hit her and she stood up like a shock. James and Meowth, having also realized what was going, quickly joined her. Cassidy, what are you doing here? Jessie yelled indignantly. And Cassidy sniggered loudly. And you Butch Ton? James yelled loudly, at which Butch had a look of severe displeasure come across his face. My name is Butch, not Boochton. Why can't you people ever get it right? Butch yelled, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. 'Cause it's the face that everyone remembers. It's so ugly, who cares about the name? Meowth said matter-of-factly. But we helped land you two bozos in jail, so what are you out here for? The only thing they could connect us to was being at the Team Rocket base at the time of your infiltration. All other evidence was erased. Cassidy said before letting off a wild screech of laughter that made James want to cover his ears. Yeah, so we managed to only serve a year in jail. When we got out a month ago, we were contacted by a man called Rocket, one of a group called the Rocket 4. Butch said with his own sneer on his face to rival that of both Jesse's and James. We joined the group at the promise that we could make leadership. First, we had to try and Ash catch him, but he slipped away from us. Score 1 for the twerps. Meowth yelled out and Wobbuffet screamed its name in agreement with its feline friend. James now had a smirk on his face. That's right. We're clean and legit now. James yelled out. Why do you think we turned on Team Rocket? Because of the boss, who we so adored. We got blasted off almost every day and sometimes twice a day. So we realized that if you can't beat M, you join M, and so we did. Even you got blasted off by the twerps every time you faced them, Cassidy. Jesse asserted, and Cassidy once more cackled loudly, causing the 3 former members of Team Rocket to seize up. So, we noticed. Cassidy said with a snarl, a quick revert from her high-pitched laughing. So, we got a new job from Rocket 1, cut up some loose ends, and he meant that literally. You, Jesse, know things about Team Rocket, no matter how low you were. So you're a liability to the group. Raticate, go. Out of Cassidy's pokeball emerged a snarling Raticate. Jesse looked toward Seviper and James toward Carnivine while returning their remaining Pokemon to their pokeballs. Carnivine, Bullet Seed. James ordered, and the bug catcher Pokemon leapt forward, firing grassy bullets at Raticate, who was peppered with the shots while Cassidy and Butch grimaced. Seviper, Poison Tail. Jessie ordered, and her loyal snake-like Pokemon threw its glowing purple tail, nailing Raticate in the stomach. Raticate flew backwards and hit Cassidy and Butch, sending them sprawling backwards. Your Pokemon is pathetic, Cassidy. Jessie taunted to her rival, who got up and brushed herself off. She rounded on Butch angrily. Why can't our Raticate beat their Pokemon? Cassidy yelled as Butch got up heatedly. But instead of Butch answering, it was Meowth, both of the Rocket 4 operatives turning towards their former compatriots. Dat would be because we've actually trained in the past year so dat Jessie could win lots of contests and become famous. Meowth answered with a very smug look on his face. Cassidy glared and began to step forward when a harsher voice came from above. You two are more pathetic than I thought, the voice said, and as Jessie, James, and Meowth looked up, they saw the blonde-haired form of Domino descending from a parachute and landing gracefully on the ground. But to the 3 former Rocket operatives she looked different. More haughty, more assured. Without another word spent, she tossed a Pokeball into the air, and from it emerged a Houndoom. However, it didn't look like any Houndoom they had ever seen. Its eyes were alight with a menacing purple glow, and while that glow flickered occasionally, as though an electrical current were being distorted, it looked more vicious than any Houndoom in the world. You can't even deal with the losers. Jess, get out of here. James commanded in a harsh whisper, every contour of his face scrunched up in indignation. Jessie turned to her companion with a wild look on her face. Why? Jessie asked, wondering what would prompt James to make such a statement, and she briefly saw Meowth extend his claws. You have a contest to get to, Jess. Meowth said with stiffness in his voice, indicating that neither the blue-haired trainer nor her Pokemon friend were going to back down on this. And besides, I don't like the looks of this situation. So if anyone's going down with a fight, it'll be me and James. Jessie began to have tears well up in her eyes. You do that, for me? Jessie asked with a choked voice, surprised at the bravado her friends had mustered just to let her get away safely. Yes. Now go, Jessie. You're more important than us, so go. Jessie nodded sadly and returned Seviper to its Pokeball before she began to run off, but she looked back to see James and Meowth staring down Domino. Her fist clenched. She didn't know where James and Meowth had gotten such idiotic bravery, especially with that Houndoom on the playing field, but she wouldn't let it go to waste. James, Meowth, hold on tight and I'll get you soon, and Jessie ran off. James and Meowth, meanwhile stared down Domino, who had the most wicked of smirks on her face. Carnivine growled loudly and Houndoom bared its vicious fangs. Behind Domino, Cassidy and Butch stood cowering. They had no idea she was actually nearby and had come to check on their progress. That could only mean one thing. Domino was truly determined to finish James and Meowth off once and for all. "Hey, Rocket Freak!" Meowth yelled angrily. "No one calls us losers but us, ya dig?" Domino sniggered. James stepped forward angrily. "What are you laughing at? We'll stop you cold." "Carnivine, Vine whip!" James yelled and Carnivine quickly obeyed, vines shooting forward while Meowth ran alongside them. "And you can try some of my fury swipes." Meowth screamed while running at the Houndoom, his claws glinting malevolently. Domino smirked. "Dodge and use Iron Tail on the ground." Domino stated coolly and Houndoom obeyed, leaping into the air and then slamming its tail to the ground hard. Dust rose and obscured Houndoom from sight, meanwhile blinding Meowth, who stepped back. "Now, Flamethrower." Houndoom opened its maw and from it emerged a jet-black stream of fire that seemed almost impossible and unreal. Nevertheless, Meowth twisted to avoid the flames and he did so, only snagging the tip of his tail. Carnivine, however, was consumed by it and James quickly called it back. The dust cleared as soon as Houndoom landed. "Dat was only a tickle. We Meowths got 9 lives." Meowth asserted wildly and Domino just giggled creepily. "What, ain't you gonna say something? So naive, you're such idiots. How Giovanni ever let you work for Team Rocket is beyond me. Oh, well, time to waste the remainder of your lives then," Domino said with a theatrical sigh. "Hey, no one messes with Team Rocket, ya hear?" Meowth said with a sneer while James threw his next Pokeball out, Cacnea emerging from it. Cacnea quickly tried to hug James but James dodged it and told it that this was no time for hugs. Domino's face now turned into one of rage. "You don't get it. We are Team Rocket," Domino said while ordering Houndoom forth. "Cacnea, show them your drain punch." James ordered and Cacnea ran forward, a green swirl of energy surrounding its arm as it aimed towards Houndoom. Houndoom attempted to dodge it but Cacnea punched upward viciously and nailed Houndoom, the Pokemon flying backward but soon it was on its feet. Cacnea and Meowth were running toward it and Domino snapped her fingers and Houndoom once more issued forth a bellowing of flames. This time, neither Pokemon were so lucky as they struck Cacnea and Meowth, pushing them back with brute strength until the flames forced them onto James and quickly consumed the entire group. Domino giggled as the group burned. Though when the flames receded, James and Meowth got up, James returning Cacnea to its Pokeball. "How have you not quit yet?" Domino said in shock as the two of them, though now battered and burned, began crawling their way over to Domino. "We're Team Rocket, we never quit," James asserted before he couldn't crawl anymore and collapsed. Domino's face was snarling now and she grabbed a red-colored Pokeball from her belt. "Then I guess it's time to make Team Rocket blast off for the final time," Domino said. And although her voice seemed calm, James and Meowth's tenacity made her angry inside. She tossed the Pokeball into the air and from it emerged Rayquaza, roaring loudly. "Rayquaza, Hyper Beam." James and Meowth looked up in fear as orange-colored energy accumulated in Rayquaza's mouth. The two quickly held on to each other, fearing the worst, and then the blast hit, the two of them flown away from the campsite, never to return. Domino quickly returned Rayquaza to the Pokeball before turning to Cassidy and Butch. "Some help you were." And Domino walked off calmly. "The power of your Pokemon." Ash sat calmly on top of Spear Pillar, allowing all manner of calm thoughts to fill his mind. He had been told by Arceus that morning that in order to fully control the power of Aura he would have to learn to meditate and empty himself of all excess thoughts so that he could use it without deliberation and even if there were distractions surrounding him. Unfortunately, the largest number of distractions that visited him seemed to come from within himself. After all, not knowing that this is what he would be doing today, he found himself having to go to the bathroom only 5 minutes into the meditation session. Now, there was something new. "I'm hungry." Ash groaned out as his stomach gave a massively large growl out. Arceus rolled his eyes and turned away from the boy who was supposedly the chosen one. Pikachu turned towards Ash, and even Bizel, Torterra, and Charizard gave a glaring eye towards Ash, indicating their own displeasure with him. After all, even the Pokémon had been ordered to meditate with Ash so as to increase their own power. "I'm sorry, but can't we take a lunch break? I haven't eaten for hours, so I'm kinda on empty." "No food until you can become one with aura. Until you can sense all the aura in the world around you," Arceus said sternly, and Ash hung his head in defeat. "This is more like SLV labor than training," Ash said, but he breathed not a complaint more on the subject and instead closed his eyes to, as Arceus said, join with aura. He allowed his consciousness to slip away from his location and almost seemed as if he were floating away into a blissful blue beyond. And in fact, that was all that Ash saw. In front of him was a great blue wasteland, as one could call it. Ash saw the great form of Arceus hovering in front of him, even though his eyes were closed. To some extent, Ash thought he saw blue flowers sprouting in front of him, but he wasn't sure. It was definitely a serene feeling, and Ash felt that he could sense the entire world from here. This was something he could get used to. Then, a flash of red was sent through his vision, and Ash, so connected with the power of aura to many in the world, nearly felt as though his eyes would be seared from this moment. His eyes snapped open and Ash toppled backward, a scream issuing from his mouth. It wasn't a terribly long scream, but enough to convey the horror of what he just felt. Arceus glanced at him, concerned. "Ash, what is it?" Arceus asked kindly, and imploringly. Ash sat up as his Pokémon looked at him worriedly, wondering what had befallen their trainer in that moment there. Ash rubbed his head a moment before finally answering. "It was weird. I was just tapping into the power of aura, and then, all of a sudden, it felt like one part of it was just snuffed out," Ash said. "And, it wasn't like someone dying naturally or anything. You said that things like that feel like a fading light. But this was instant, almost as if someone was." Ash didn't want to say the word, it was too barbaric. "What does it mean?" Arceus shook his head, indicating he didn't know. "Peculiar, to be sure," Arceus said. "Well, peculiar or not, you seem to be burning through the tasks I set you quite quickly. Already reading the world around you with aura is particularly amazing. Now, our next task. More. I thought I'd get a break after I looked into the world of aura." Ash complained, and Arceus chuckled. The chuckle wasn't very comforting to Ash whatsoever. "What's so funny?" "Ash, if I were derelict in my duties of training you, then I would certainly let you take a break. But as I am the alpha Pokémon, I have a certain duty and respect for hard work. And that is what I am putting you through right now," Arceus stated with a humorous air, and Ash sighed loudly. "All right, so what's next then?" Ash asked, his limbs sagging in such a defeat he didn't want to do anything, even though he knew that was exactly what Arceus was going to make him do. "You've, until now, used the power of aura for 3 purposes. One is to create aura spheres, as you demonstrate almost hourly. The second is to create portals, as you exemplified yesterday when coming out of the Coronet cavern. The third, you have just experienced as you view the world with aura. However, there are a few more key applications which I can teach you." "What kind of applications?" Ash said intriguingly, his curiosity now overcoming the screams and groans of his stomach for food. "Is there like some super special power of aura that makes me the chosen one where others aren't?" "No, not so much, unless you consider the massive amount of aura in your veins. No, instead, they are a few more simple applications, but altogether worthy," Arceus said with a slight nod and shake of his head. "Pikachu, could you stand before Ash, please?" Pikachu pet his head in confusion but quickly obeyed the words of Arceus. "Now, aim a thunderbolt at him." "What? Are you crazy?" Ash yelled out. Pikachu had never deliberately hurt him like that, at least, not on a whim. If Pikachu aims a really good thunderbolt at me, it could fry me like a crisp. Which is the precise reason why you are going to use the power of aura to absorb the blow. Arceus stated as though this very fact was simple common knowledge. Ash started sweating bullets at the very thought of this. He had been on the wrong side of many of Pikachu's electric attacks more times than he could count. But ordering Pikachu to attack him unless necessary was pure ludicrous. And yet Pikachu began charging power in his electric sacks without any hesitation. In an instant, the bolt of lightning was let off and Ash held his hands in front of him instinctively. But he felt nothing. He thought he had dies, his body had gone numb or any number of terrible things had befallen him, and that was why there was no effect on him. But Arceus' laugh of triumph somehow convinced him otherwise. Ash opened his eyes just a crack to see a faint blue glow extending from his hand. The electricity that Pikachu was pouring into it seemed to deflect off and head towards the top of Spar Pillar, where it disappeared. At last, Pikachu's limbs sagged as he grew tired and the flow of electricity stopped. Ash lowered his head, his adrenaline with it, and the blue glow that had surrounded his hand was wholly gone. Ash quickly ran to Pikachu to make sure he was okay, and Pikachu merely uttered a slight "cha" and nodded at him. Ash now turned to Arceus. What was that? Ash asked, even though his mind had some small inkling of what it really was anyway. Arceus didn't answer, but his look prompted Ash's own response to his question. Aura, huh? So it can deflect blows as well as give them. Ash, aura is extremely varied in its uses. Arceus told him, with the air of explaining something natural. I told you the first day we met again that aura is all life and all history. For aura to exist in all human beings and Pokémon, it must necessarily contain a power far beyond most people's understanding. Then how come you know so much about it? Ash questioned indignantly. At first, he feared he had offended his mentor, but Arceus' answer soon dissuaded him of that notion. Did you ever wonder why Lugia told you 4 years ago that the Pokémon came to Shimudi as a way of being needed? Arceus asked, and Ash quirked an eyebrow. No, I suppose not. You see, Pokémon are much more in tune with nature than we are. Why do you think moves like Sunny Day and Rain Dance power up our moves? It is because we can tap into that nature and let our moves act upon it. 4 years ago, the war between Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres nearly sekked the aura, the life, from this very planet. The Pokémon, sensing that dwindling aura, made their way to Shimudi to give of themselves. How could Pokémon help though? Those 3 were way too powerful. Ash asserted. Arceus gave yet another little half-nod, as he was so fond of doing when Ash made a statement. Pokémon hold a power I believe no human can understand save for one. You, Ash, of all people, as well as your friends, agree to the notion that Pokémon are like people, each holding their own personalities and are just like you in every way, shape and form. Many people in this world, I am afraid, do not believe it to that extent. Paul. Ash breathed out, but Arceus made no mention, as if he had not heard the statement which the Chosen One had made. But just like humans, we hold great amounts of aura, if not more than many humans. Were the planet in such dire danger as it were, and had the Chosen One not stepped forward, we would have given our aura to the planet and the world in order to save it. But Ash stammered, the weight of what Arceus had stated settling on him. That would have killed all the Pokémon. Yes, but if that was what it took to save the world, then they would have gladly done it. Arceus stated. Ash found a tear trickling down his cheek at the thought of it. Then it brought something to mind. A dream he had had about a week ago. He was the Chosen One. Ash snapped his now stern look to Arceus. The prophecy, what does it mean? Ash asked. I once heard an extended version to the Shimudi prophecy, what does it mean? Ash, I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about, I'm afraid. Now come, let us turn our talk away from such depressing things and instead focus once more on your training. A disgruntled look passed over Ash's face, but he nodded. As you demonstrated earlier, the power of aura can form a shield to protect yourself. But that is not the only thing an aura shield can protect. If you focus your power, you can use it to wrap a shield around other objects. For example, were Charizard to attack Pikachu, you could use your aura to wrap a shield around Pikachu and block all the brunt of the blow. So, in other words, I can protect things other than myself. Cool. Ash said, and Arceus continued plowing on with his explanation. Also, very similar to a shield, you can absorb the power of blows. However, absorb too much and it could hurt you more than help you. This is the tool used on Spear Pillar so that we do not bring it crashing down on us. I used all those aura spheres and the aura guardians who watch over this place to wrap it all in a protective sphere itself. That is why, when you deflected the thunder bolt, it damaged nothing. Guarding, weapon, absorbing, wow, guess there's a lot to learn. Ash said before clutching his head. Wow, brain overload. Perhaps for you, the best way to learn is to do. Bizel, Squirtle, Cyndaquil, Charizard, I want all of you to aim your most powerful attacks at Ash, and Ash, use the power of aura to absorb the blow. And focus this time. Surely, it would be a benefit to use this power on instinct, but it must be a chosen instinct, not at the moment of decision. Ash nodded and faced his 4 faithful Pokémon. All of them gathered their power in their lungs and lashed out at Ash. Ash held both his hands before him and focused on the power of aura filling him. A blue ripple formed in his hands and Ash strained his mind to absorb the attacks. It didn't work. The 4 attacks sailed through his shield and nailed him straight in the stomach. He flew backward, but other than a few bruises was no worse for the wear. He extended his hand out. Is that all you guys got? Give it full force. Ash commanded of his Pokémon. Charizard smirked and let out its most powerful flame. Ash moved his hand forward and allowed the blue ripple to come forth. This time it was faster, and suddenly, Charizard's flame was sailing straight into the ripple and disappearing. Not only that, but Ash suddenly felt himself become stronger, a strength welling up inside of him. Charizard stopped spurting its flame and Ash lowered his shield. Without even thinking, Ash formed an aura sphere in his hand and fired it off toward the ceiling of Spear Pillar. But this one was different, now glowing with a faint pink color. When it collided up above, it suddenly exploded in a brilliance of sparks. Wow! It's so powerful. Such is the power of aura. Arceus stated. But I'm afraid you will have to give that power back to Charizard now. For some reason, Ash managed to understand what Arceus was saying as he walked up to Charizard, who stood there resolutely. He put his hand onto Charizard and closed his eyes, allowing his power to be channeled out into his most powerful Pokémon. When Ash withdrew his hand, he roared loudly and let off a massive burst of flame, almost more powerful than before, while Ash tripped backwards. Man, now I feel really tired. Ash said, suddenly falling to his butt and rubbing the back of his head. Arceus decided he needed to give a response to him. That would be because you channeled more power into Charizard than was needed. Now Charizard has the power you lost. Arceus stated. In other words, you can power up all of your Pokémon in such a way where it to come down to it. But beware, if you do so, you may lose all your energy in the meantime and be unable to be of much use. Is that just a rule made to discourage me from using my power to cheating in matches? Ash asked with humor, but Arceus' stern glare made him back away slightly. Okay, I guess not. Ash paused a moment, thinking about what he would do next, mostly waiting for a response from Arceus. So what's next on the list? I think we should wind down. Arceus said with a smile, his previous look melting away. What I want you to close off today with is for you to read Spear Pillar, everything here, with aura. Simple, no. It's much the same as your earlier meditation. Okay. Ash said, and he closed his eyes. For a moment, while Ash was busy delving into aura, his Pokémon watched him before they began to talk amongst themselves in their language. Ash finally managed to tap into his power of aura and began reading Spear Pillar without once opening his eyes. He sensed a large shape that was a massive blur of aura, although slightly muddled and indistinguishable, and this is what Ash figured was Arceus. He also sensed the shapes of all his other Pokémon, but that was all he could do with his eyes closed. Suddenly he began to hear voices. "He's really training hard," came one voice, and Ash shook his head, as if it were an annoying fly. "That's Ash for you. He would always work us pretty hard too, now he's being put through his own paces." Ash scratched his head, in a hope to get rid of these voices plaguing them. Was this a side effect of aura? Could he hear random voices talking about him from anywhere in the world? "Oh, you would advocate his training Pikachu. Although, I haven't seen him for so long that I am glad to spend time with him again," came a voice, and here Ash lost it. His eyes snapped open and he looked over to where Pikachu was, talking to Squirtle and Bulbasaur. Pikachu turned towards him. "Ash?" Suddenly came a voice from Pikachu's mouth, even though Ash could have sworn that Pikachu had never uttered a human word in his life. For a moment, Ash thought he must have been in a dream, but when Bulbasaur next spoke, and Arceus laughed after it, he knew he wasn't. "What's wrong, Ash?" Bulbasaur asked, and Ash quickly stood up. You guys are talking." Ash breathed out in complete befuddlement. "Well, of course we're talking, what else do you?" "Squirtle, squirt." Squirtle jabbered out, but Ash shook his head like a dog out of water, now realizing that he was hearing Squirtle's old voice again. Ash's heart rate was up after this scare. Interesting side effect of aura, isn't it? I will admit, your progress is a bit random. You could fuse yourself with aura earlier but not hear your Pokémon's voices as if they were humans, but now you could. Arceus mused. No matter. So, I can hear what my Pokémon are saying and understand all of them as well as I could understand Misty or Brock? Ash asked, and Arceus nodded. Interesting. Ash quickly focused in on aura again. He looked at Torterra. Hey, Torterra, can you say something? What is it you? Torterra. Torterra finished saying, and Ash was still taken aback, although he realized that the human speech lasted for much less time than previously. That is one amazing power. Ash asked, and Arceus agreed. Although, we may need a bit more training before we master it. Arceus said. Understanding other Pokémon is not the only thing that aura can do in this realm. Once you become proficient enough, you can constantly use aura all the time and always understand your Pokémon, unless you choose not to. Also, you can telepathically convey your thoughts to others as well as read their thoughts. Now, keep in mind, you cannot force your will upon others just as they cannot force their will on yours, but remember that a mind can be a painful thing to read, like Larvitar's. Ash nodded. Well, if you understand that, I believe that we will resume training tomorrow. No other words were exchanged before Arceus left through his portal. Ash sat back down softly and thought to himself. Aura was certainly a mysterious and strong power. Only he could truly master it, but after learning what it held here, he had no idea what else it could hold. And for once in his life, a fear of the unknown actually gripped Ash Ketchum's heart and held it tight. Shamuti. So how does it feel, after all this? Time, to be failures? Brock could never forget those final words that Brody had said them, and sitting in Maxie's jet outside Mount Pyre for the better part of 2 days had done nothing to erase those moments from him. It had been shocking enough that Brody had been able to gain control of Groudon, but that he had killed Maxie was the one thing above all else that left Brock's mind in a tumultuous state ever since. He didn't know what to do. But he knew one thing after everything that had happened. The Rocket 4 had to pay for the actions they were committing. The problem was that the Rocket 4 seemed to be playing a game and they knew all the rules. Well, now Brock kind of knew how Ash would feel occasionally, clueless. Although, there was one clue. And that simple clue was Shamuti. Hey, Brock, you alright? Came a voice from the entrance to where Brock was sitting on Maxie's jet. Brock looked up quickly and saw Richie leaning against the door casually. Brock nodded silently, almost afraid his words would tumble out and say what he was really feeling. You just look a little concerned is all, so I was kind of worried. No, I'm fine, really, just confused almost. Brock said, and Richie stepped fully into the room, sitting down next to Brock. Why are they coming after us when Ash is their real target? Could be because you guys helped him. Richie proffered, but Brock shook his head in denial. Maybe because he's missing. Once more Brock shook his head disbelievingly. There had to be some underlying reason why the Rocket 4 was leading them on this mad dash throughout the regions. Was it to get the legendary Pokémon and to, as Brody had said, make them feel like failures? Brock wasn't sure of the answer, but he knew one thing, and that one thing was what he voiced to Richie. I don't know the answer, but I know this. Brody said that the Rocket 4 was going to hit Shimudi tomorrow, and I don't know about you, but after witnessing what they were capable of today, I don't think we should leave Shimudi to that fate. Brock stated, his eyes stern and set, and Richie nodded solemnly, agreeing with Brock's words on the subject. Yeah, that's a great idea, but just where is Shimudi? Richie asked, briefly taking off his hat and scratching his head. Now it was Brock's turn to scratch his head. He honestly had no clue. He knew that Misty had mentioned something about the Orange Islands, but all Brock really knew was Valencia Island, and, well, that place was never to be mentioned. Ever. No clue. Although, Misty might know where. I get the feeling she may have been there before. Brock said, and Richie jumped up in glee. All right then. Let's go talk to Misty. Richie said, and for a moment Brock was sharply reminded of Ash. He felt a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, but proceeded to pay them no heed, instead standing up and walking out of the room, Richie closely behind him. He entered into the room where the three girls and Max were sitting around. There was chatter coming from them, but it was quite inevitably clear that it was a forced conversation to get their minds off the events of 2 days ago. May, you can't seriously expect Blaziken to use Blaze Kick all the time, Max said exasperatedly. May tried to slap at her brother's head, but he deftly dodged the attack with a snicker. I'm just saying that Blaze Kick has gotten me past the appeal rounds plenty of times. May said with a shrug, and Dawn did a half shake and half nod of her head, while Misty sat, watching the scene with raised eyebrows, having no real ideas about contests, being a gym leader herself. True, but overuse can be a bad thing. I saw it when my old Ambipom would use Swift too much, and well, that was the second time I didn't make it to the second round. Dawn stated. But enough about contests, what about you, Misty, Max? How's your Pokemon training going? Brock glanced at Dawn and saw the slight red puffs under her eyes, indicating how hard she had been taking it. It was no surprise, other than Max, she was the youngest of the group. Well, I obviously haven't had any battles since I left Cerulean, and I just hope Daisy isn't giving the badges out for free. Other than that, I faced a challenger named Barry before I left. I beat him, though he vowed that he'd win as soon as he trained up a bit. Misty said with a slightly dry chuckle. Dawn shifted around on her seat excitedly. Oh, we know Barry. He was Ash's rival back in the Sinnoh League. He only really won once, and that was with Ash's new Gible, so I don't know if you could really count it. Dawn said before Max cleared his throat in order to insert himself into the conversation. Well, if he used that Empoleon I saw him using in the Sinnoh League, then it wasn't really a fair matchup. Now, Misty, I just wanted to tell you that someday soon I'm going to come and challenge your gym and win. I've already won my stone badge from Roxanne, and I'll keep winning. Then I'll be looking forward to the challenge. Misty said with a smile, brave and stoic, yet Brock's long years of knowing Misty allowed him to see that she was quite upset. But she was one of the four holding up the best. Of course, having seen Ash go through all the things he had gone through was enough to toughen her even more than she had been. Brock now cleared his throat, and the four all turned to him. Misty, where's Shimudi? Richie asked loudly before Brock could even get a word out. Misty crinkled her nose and furrowed her brow. The tension in the room had suddenly ratcheted up. It was game time. Middle of the Orange Islands. Misty answered succinctly. I guess we really are going there, huh? Yeah. Brock answered him. Even if Brody was bluffing, do we really want to take the chance? Misty nodded in acceptance. So I guess you and Ash traveled through the Orange Islands together, huh? Dawn asked, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Misty's ears started to heat up a bit, but she didn't crack under the pressure, instead turning to the blue-haired trainer. Yeah, we had been asked to pick up something from Professor Ivy, and after Jesse, James, and Meowth tried to steal Pikachu, we wound up there. Ash learned about the League, and well, either way that's where we met Tracy. Misty stated in a brief summary until she heard Richie speak out from behind her. Brock? You okay? Richie asked, and everyone in the near vicinity turned towards Brock to see him huddling in a corner, visibly shaking. Don't ever mention that name. Brock mumbled out, and Misty rolled her eyes. Come on, Brock. Don't be such a baby. Misty said, quickly striding over to Brock and picking him up by the ear. She then began to drag him over to the pilot's room while the others scratched the backs of their heads and laughed nervously. Brock himself had finally recovered enough by the time they reached the pilot's room. The pilot himself, a rather elderly gentleman, seemed to be waiting for them. Where to, Master Brock? The man asked, and Brock seemed taken aback, as did Misty next to him. He smiled a weak smile before telling them, Master Maxie left his jet and indeed, a number of funds to you and your friends with the message that he would like you to stop the Rocket 4 with everything you had. Brock hung his head. Did Maxie have that much faith in them? And did Maxie plan for that from the beginning? Had he just been searching for the proper place to die? Well, Brock, looks like you're in charge. Misty said cheerily, and Brock nodded resolutely. Right, well then. Brock said, but the pilot butted in with his own repeated question. Well then, where to, Master Brock? He asked before pressing a button on the console. After he pressed it, there was a beep and a holographic map appeared before them of all the regions. Brock and Misty strode up to it. We need to go to Shamuti Island, it's in the center of the Orange Islands. Misty stated, scrutinizing the map for its location. As soon as she had said it, the map zoomed in to the exact location of Shamuti while providing an estimated time and distance. The pilot examined it a moment. Very well, then. I'll take you there post-haste. We should be there by tomorrow morning, the pilot said, and Brock and Misty began to turn away. Oh, Master Brock, Miss Misty, I have a list of contacts for that breeding center and gym renovations, should you need them? They nodded to him without a word and proceeded back inside to their friends. Moments later, they felt the jet lift off and shoot away toward Shamuti. The six friends spent some time talking before Dawn. Brock, Richie, and Max all decided to play some poker. Misty and May remained on the side talking about gyms and water Pokemon as well as contests. When at last the time was sinking later into the night, all six of them retired to bed whilst the pilot put the plane onto autopilot. When the morning at last came, the six awoke bright and early to find the plane had now passed into the vicinity of the Orange Islands, and the estimated arrival at Shamuti was estimated for another 2 hours. Those 2 hours felt like no time at all until the plane began to descend onto the crystalline shores of Shamuti, causing many of the islanders there to stare at this strange plane descending. When it touched down, the pilot promised to wait for their return, and Brock led the group off of the plane. So this is Shamuti? Brock said. Misty sighed next to him. Yeah, this is Shamuti. Let's hurry this up already. Misty said frantically, almost as if she were hiding something. That something quickly came in the form of a very loud voice. Misty, is that you? Came the girlish voice, and Misty partially cringed before she turned to see a girl with bright brown hair, holding an ocarina, waving at her. Misty waved lazily back. The group turned to look at the girl as she came running over to Misty. Misty, how are you? Where's Ash? Where's Tracy? She said this all rather suddenly before Misty put a hand on her shoulder to silence her. Not here, Melody. Misty said. Tracy's at Professor Oak's, he's his assistant, and Ash, well. We can't find him. He left a few days ago. Brock said, and Melody looked him up and down. Her eyes then roved over the rest of the group. May arched an eyebrow at her while Dawn just pet her head. Max pushed his glasses up his nose while Richie seemed to freeze in place. She turned back to Misty. Can't find him. But I thought you two were an item. Inseparable, you know. Melody said, and Misty's face turned beet red. Ash is not my boyfriend. Misty yelled, and Dawn's shoulders seemed to sag behind her, a feat which Brock noticed but Misty did not. Melody just giggled loudly. Okay, what are you here for anyway, Misty? Melody asked with a slight smirk on her face. Misty let out a deep sigh and proceeded to answer the impetuous girl that was supposedly her friend. Have there been any disturbances with Zapdos, Articuno, or Moltres today, or recently? Misty asked, waiting on complete tenterhooks for the answer. Melody shook her head. Nope. There haven't been any problems since the whole Chosen One fiasco 4 years ago. Boy, that was a story worth telling all the kids who come by Dad's place. They'll probably still be telling it at the Chosen One festival 1,000 years from now. Melody said with a laugh, and Misty nodded her head in utter agreement. So, I guess they really were bluffing. Max mumbled out. Brock shook his head. We don't know that for a fact, Max. Either way, I think it might be a good idea to stick around for the day. Brock said, and Melody quickly jumped right into the conversation again. Sure, you're free to stick around for the day. Melody said before grabbing Misty's arm and beginning to drag her off. Come on, Misty, you gotta tell me more about you and Ash and what's really going on. But Melody, I don't dash, Misty protested, but to no avail as the brown-haired girl dragged her off. Dawn sighed and followed after them. Brock chuckled a little. Well, I guess we have a little love triangle on our hands. Brock said. It was of course obvious that someday it might come down to Ash choosing Misty or Dawn, and Brock didn't want to be anywhere near the two of them when that day happened. May looked at him slightly confusedly. Couldn't we call it a love square? May asked, and Brock answered her. No, Melody has no part in it. It can't be a love square because of us doesn't like Ash. Brock answered, and Max sniggered loudly. Yeah, 'cause that one has Drew. Max said, and May once more lunged for her brother, now proceeding to chase him over the island. Brock turned to Richie. Richie hadn't moved since Melody had appeared, and he appeared to be mesmerized, staring off into the distance. Hey Richie, gonna come back to Earth with us? Brock stated, and Richie gave a start while Brock laughed. I think if you stared any more you might have been drooling. Right, sorry. Richie grumbled out, but he still seemed to be lost in thought. Who was she? Brock laughed even louder. If you want to meet her, then go talk to her. Brock stated, and Richie nodded. Resolutely. All right, since I'm the master of broken hearts, I'll help you out. That doesn't give me much confidence, Brock. Richie said, and the two of them both laughed, even more so when they saw May still chasing after Max. But the laughing ceased when a cold droplet of what was thought to be water hit their foreheads. At first, Brock thought it was just the sea spray. When it happened again, he thought it was rain. But when Richie loudly exclaimed "What the heck?" Brock was prompted to look up and see snow falling from the sky. Then the waves grew violet and sprayed up onto the shore, nearly engulfing all of them. Brock and Richie retreated from the water's edge, May and Max following them. An ice-cold wind then began to blow through the island, rattling the palm trees. Brock and Richie held their vests tighter as they ran, leading the two siblings up the steps and to an open area with a shelter above them, shaking themselves down. That was weird. Max commented, and the other four couldn't help but agree. Now that they were under the shelter, they noticed Misty, Melody, and Dawn sitting around. Dawn was busy brushing Buniri's fur while Piplup was running around, looking for Azrael, with whom it was playing hide-and-go-seek. However, there was tension. Misty and Melody were still sitting, but their eyes gazed out to the sea. Brock followed their gaze to a small island where a shrine seemed to be built. He also noticed that the snow seemed to have stopped. "It's starting again, isn't it?" Misty asked in a hushed tone. "The three birds are disturbed, aren't they?" Melody nodded solemnly before standing up. "We need to go there," Melody said. "You said some people might be trying to disturb the birds. Well, we need to stop whoever they are." "How?" came Dawn's timid voice, and Melody looked at her. In fact, everyone was now looking at Melody. For a moment, Melody's eyes were darkened. Misty was almost scared at the chill that had settled over her friend. It was, after all, slightly strange that Melody was so firm about this situation and indeed so serious. "People around here have been on boats all their life. Me, my sister, and my father know how to use them better than perhaps anyone in these waters," Melody answered. "If that's not good enough for you, then find yourself another way." Dawn, nor any of the other members, needed no more convincing before Melody led them out of the shelter to a building in the distance. Misty quickly caught up to Melody. "Melody, what's wrong? You seem really disturbed by this," Misty said with complete apprehension. Melody glanced down at her feet as they began picking up pace. "I'm scared. Last time, Ash was here to save us, but now, I just don't know. Watching your home almost get destroyed is enough to have you cherish it forever. I can't see it happen this time." Melody needed to say more on the subject when she burst into the home where her sister, Carol, and her father, the leader of the island, were sitting around. They stood up suddenly when the door slammed open. "Melody! Watch where you're going!" Carol yelled, and Melody shot her a glare. "Carol, don't you see what's going on outside? It's snowing, on Shamudi!" Melody yelled, and realization came to Carol's face. "Misty and her friends are here to help us. We need to see what is going on over at Fire, Ice, and Lightning Islands. Hate to be a damper on everyone's parade, but for all of us to go to all three islands would take way too much time," Max said with the air of intelligence that far preceded everyone else's. "I know that," Melody snapped, almost angrily. "We're splitting up. Dad, can you take Misty and Dawn, was it? Can you take the two of them to Fire Island? Right away. Come on, girls," Melody's father said before leading both the red-haired trainer and the blue-haired coordinator off to the docks as quickly as possible. "You two are coming with me," Melody said while pointing to both Richie and May. Richie almost saluted her before following her very quickly. That left no words to be said as Carol led both Brock and Max to the boats. Misty and Dawn's boat was just about setting off when they arrived. "Everyone check out your islands and get back here as soon as you're sure they're safe." Everyone acknowledged her and they set off. It became quite apparent to Misty that the waves were very rough as they traveled to Fire Island. Misty looked up as they passed the island that contained the shrine. It was a strange enough sight to see the shrine, glowing with an eerie green color, only compounded by the fact that a lone slow king was standing atop it, staring down at their passing boat. Suddenly, Misty's head started hurting greatly. "Misty!" Dawn exclaimed, bending down as she watched her friend clutch her head in pain. Misty waved a hand, to clear the space around her. For some odd reason, images flashed through her head, a large twister of water, a drowning Ash and a pale green light that returned the world to normal. And in her head played a soothing song, a song to calm the fiercest rage. A song which soon broke out of tune, reaching up to a sharp and piercing height that echoed shrilly. Misty clutched her head in such unendurable pain she felt it would break. When at last the music, or lack of, finally stopped, she looked up and heard a loud crack. The green light which had bathed the Shamudi shrine had now vanished, with no explanation or cause. Then a shriek was heard. Dawn looked up and Misty's own gaze followed before they saw a great bird of flame, Moltres, Strkng across the sky. Misty knew it. They were too late. Moltres seemed to dodge an oncoming attack of a dark pulse just as their boat docked against Fire Island. Misty and Dawn quickly hopped out, running to the source of the dark pulse. Piplup ran in front of them while Misty took Gyarados' Pokeball and tossed it into the air. "Will you come back here, you dumb bird?" shrieked a female voice as the duo rounded the corner and came face to face with a blonde-haired woman who Misty instantly noticed as Domino of Team Rocket. "You!" Misty said. "You're Domino." Domino briefly turned her head in Misty's direction with a scowl. She didn't acknowledge her presence, however. Instead she ordered Houndoom to use another Dark Pulse. Misty looked at the Houndoom and saw it glowing with a purplish hue. The Dark Pulse streamed out towards Moltres. "Gyarados, Hydro Pump." Gyarados reared back and set an enormous stream of water at the Hound. It hit Houndoom full force, forcing it back into a wall. But the damage was done as the Dark Pulse had already connected with Moltres. No hesitation shown, Domino tossed the strangely colored Pokeball used by both Saturn and Brody at Moltres. The second it touched the bird, it was brought into the Pokeball. Domino now released Moltres and leapt on its back. "So it's you, Ketchum's little girlfriend who helped him free Mutwo last time," Domino said with sheer venom leaking out of her voice. Misty's eyes widened a moment. "How could you know that? Mutwo erased all your memories?" Misty demanded, and Domino chuckled but did not answer. "Hey, you're playing with the big boys now. Moltres, Fire Blast." On command, Moltres sent a great spurt of flame at the two trainers and their Pokémon. "Piplup, Hydro Pump." Dawn ordered of Piplup as Misty ordered the same move of her Gyarados. The two water streams connected with the flames, and before long both attacks faded off into nothingness. Once more, Domino scowled. "What the heck? You would have been crisps right now if our plan was any further along. If the machine had been ready we wouldn't have to deal with you." Domino seethed. Misty stepped forward. "What are you talking about?" Misty demanded, but Domino merely let off a high laugh. She made a quick JRK of her body, forcing Moltres to face out towards the ocean. "Sorry kids, but playtime is over and we've got a show to put on." Domino cackled out before commanding Moltres to fly straight into the ocean. Misty almost started to go after her, but Dawn grabbed her shoulder. Misty, in anger, threw it off. "Dawn, get back to the boat and follow her. I'm going on Gyarados," Misty commanded, and Dawn, so scared of her friend's new attitude, quickly obeyed, Piplup trotting off after her. Misty quickly got on Gyarados. "Let's go Gyarados, and hurry." With that command Gyarados went off like a shot, cutting through the water like a knife through butter, and Misty could only hope they reached Domino before anything else happened. "RR. So, Melody, you like Pokemon trainers?" Richie asked, forcing May to roll her eyes. Melody was quickly maneuvering the boat through the rough waters as they grew fiercer and threatened to claim all of them beneath their rolling waves. For a moment, Melody's face was set and she didn't answer as she steered past a line of rocks. May's own face turned as white as a sheet as they came tantalizingly close to the edge of one rock. When they had maneuvered past it and were on a set course towards Lightning Island, Melody spoke up. "Why do you ask?" Melody asked with a small smile, and Richie laughed nervously, indicating the exact reason why he asked. "I guess I kind of do, Ash was kind of cute after all. You know, if you look closely you do kind of look like Ash, Pikachu, and all." Melody had said this all with a smirk. As the boat finally pulled up very close to Lightning Island, May butted herself into the conversation. "Okay lovebirds, we're almost at the island. Richie, get ready," May said, pulling out her own Pokeball. As soon as they touched base they leapt out of the boat, Sparky leapt onto the sands and Blaziken emerged from May's Pokeball. "Melody, stay by the boat, we'll deal with this." "Careful you two," Melody said cautiously. Richie gave her a thumbs up and she merely smirked back before the two finally began to run off. It was only a short trek to the middle of the island, but it felt so long, like whatever was awaiting them when the veil would be pushed aside was like a world wreathed in flame. What they instead saw was a wall of lightning rising up, a great bird on the top of it. And seated below it was Brody. Blaziken, blaze kick on Brody. May ordered, and with a cry Blaziken leapt forward, its leg wreathed in flame, aiming at the fourth and final member of the Rocket Four. Brody turned and ordered Ditto to transform. Ditto obeyed, transforming into Blaziken, quickly using its own strength to block the blow. The Ditto Blaziken picked up Maze and whirled it around before slamming it into a pillar that had once housed the sphere. "All right, Sky uppercut on Zapdos." Brody ordered with an angered look, and his Pokémon obeyed. For a moment, it seemed that Zapdos would escape Brody's cruel grasp, but to no avail. The attack hit Zapdos head-on, and Zapdos went spiraling down, attempting to regain its lost altitude. Before it could recover though, Brody had tossed his Pokeball at it, a smirk directed at May and Richie. "No way. Sparky, Thunderbolt." Richie ordered, and Sparky began charging up electricity in his electric sacks before letting loose at Brody. Before the Thunderbolt could connect, the electricity slammed into the form of Zapdos, who merely absorbed the blow before Brody leapt onto him. With a salute and chuckle, Brody and Zapdos had flown off. May quickly returned Blaziken to its Pokeball before grabbing Richie and dragging him back towards the boat, hoping that the others had succeeded where she had failed. However, meanwhile, both Brock and Max were deep in battle against vicious Tyranitar and Weevil. Brock was busy commanding Croagunk whilst Max was commanding his Trico. It was proving to be a tough battle since Trico was a new Pokémon and as such needed Croagunk to protect it quite often. "Croagunk, brick break at the ground." Brock commanded, and his Croagunk quickly obeyed, slamming its fist into the ground as Weevil quickly raced toward him. However, Weevil was unable to avoid it as the rock spire jutted upward, throwing Weevil off guard. Max quickly ordered Trico to use a pound attack, and Trico's tail slammed straight into Weevil, knocking it nearly off the bridge they were close to. Tyranitar took the moment of Trico's weakness and prepared a Hyper Beam. Brock saw it coming. "Croagunk, intercept that Hyper Beam with a brick break." Croagunk leapt into the air just as the Hyper Beam fired off, brimming with orange power. The brick break met with the Hyper Beam and collided. Croagunk managed to slice through and slam into Tyranitar, who roared out, but Croagunk still had taken the brunt of the attack, the edges of the toxic mouth Pokémon smoking. There was a shrill cry from above, and Articuno emerged, flying over the top of the mountains. Vicious appeared straight after it, in hot pursuit. "Tyranitar, leave the whelps." Ancient power on Articuno. Tyranitar obeyed, but Brock ordered out another brick break from his Pokémon. Croagunk wasn't fast enough, the large rocks forming a near impenetrable barrier around Tyranitar and tossing Croagunk back before firing the rocks to the sky and nailing Articuno, who dropped quickly, landing on the bridge and forcing it to collapse. Vicious instantly tossed the Pokeball and caught the freezing bird before jumping off the mountain himself, landing on the re-emerged Articuno. At last, Shamudi is ours. Now, for Lugia. Get back here. Brock ordered, but as Vicious flew off, he and Max returned their Pokémon and immediately set off back to the boat. He knew that man, the iron-masked marauder. He had tried to take control of Celebi before and he failed, but this time there was success. And after what had happened 3 days ago, he knew there was no way the Rocket 4 would let them go unpunished. Arr! Vicious floated up to the now waiting Domino and Brody, all of whom were now on their newly captured Pokémon. No words needed to be exchanged for the moment. All they had to do was wait a few moments with all the birds in one place for Lugia to emerge and appear. Brody did a quick sight check and saw that Misty was catching up on her Gyarados while the 3 boats were quickly snaking their way towards them. "We have no time for this. Zapdos, Articuno, Moltres, send your attacks into the sea." Brody ordered, and all 3 of the legendary birds obeyed his command, sending fire, lightning, and ice into the sea. This caused an enormous wave to be sent up into the sky, pushing their adversaries back. Then water's surface was calm until a bubbling issued forth moments later. Brody ordered for all 3 of them to back off before a large twister of water appeared and Lugia emerged. "We've been waiting for you, Lugia." Brody smirked and nodded to his compatriots. The three quickly broke ranks and circled around Lugia, who attempted to dive at all of them. At their controller's demands, the three birds attacked their trio master. At first, Lugia was able to dodge the incoming attacks, but before long, under the relentless assault of the Rocket 4, it began to tire, and at once, the three birds hit Lugia, forcing it to fall into the sea. Brody tossed a Pokeball and managed to capture it before it hit the ocean, sailing straight back into his hand. "So, what's next, Brody?" Domino asked with a sneer, still not happy about the fact that she had to play second fiddle to someone not even of Team Rocket. However, Vicious was the one to answer instead of Brody. Rocket 1 said to provide them a demonstration. Vicious said with a smirk, and Brody arched his eyebrows. He chuckled a bit before looking back and seeing the boats and Gyarados nearly at their location. "Then it's a demonstration we'll give," Brody said, tossing the Pokeball containing Lugia inside to the air. In a large flash of light, Lugia appeared. "All right, Articuno, Ice Beam, Zapdos, Thunder, Moltres, Fire Blast, and Lugia, Aeroblast straight at Shimudi Island." With only slight hesitation, the four legendary birds reared backwards and unleashed their wrath upon the small island town. It passed over the Shimudi shrine, ripping the monument which held the glowing spheres in two. There was a massive cry from the boats below just before the attacks connected. "That's that!" Brody cried as the roar of the all-consuming attacks filled the air. "Hey Brody, did you ever think about what would happen now that the three birds were disturbed?" Domino asked with venom in her voice. Brody gave her a slight chuckle before answering her. "Yes, I did, Domino. We have all three and Lugia, thus the destruction should pass away." Brody said. Just as his words finished, the skies cleared and sunlight started peeking through immediately. "See what I mean, no destruction, or at least some of it." Brody sniggered along with Vicious. "Come on, Rocket 1 should have gotten back by now. Wouldn't do to keep him waiting." With that final word, the three quickly returned Lugia and sped away from the site before any of their adversaries could make a move. It didn't matter. What had been done to Shimudi could not be said in words. And now, all of them, the heroes of the regions, even though no one knew their names, wanted something they had never thirsted before: revenge. The weak link. "Here are your Pokémon, Paul," Nurse Joy said, handing the purple-haired trainer his 6 Pokeballs. Paul took them from as he always did, not kindly but not roughly. He did respect a person like Nurse Joy after all. "Thank you very much," Paul said, placing his Pokeballs on his belt before slinging his backpack over his shoulder. He then stalked out of the Pokémon Center. It was amazing how silent the center could sometimes get when he was around. It was no surprise. The final battle that he and Ash had led at the Sinnoh League was a spectacle to behold. It even helped Paul to respect Ash by a little, just a little. That battle was one that he would never forget. And Bizel goes down. "Even a powerful ice punch like that isn't enough to stop that Torterra," yelled the announcer in the entire Sinnoh League stadium. Paul stood there, unfazed by the events that were going on, even though he was down to his last ropes on Torterra. He had been unsure how Ash had been able to get this far. But he had to admit to having some respect for the raven-haired trainer. Their newest battle, this one, the first battle since their full 6-on-6 battle at Lake Acuity, was bringing out the true strength of Ash as a trainer. And thus far it was working. "Okay, Bizel, return," Ash called out, quickly calling Bizel back to its Pokeball. "You were great, but just hang on, we'll finish this." Ash looked up at Paul, who stared straight back at him, a slight twitching of his lip present. This was it. The final wire. Both knew the stakes. Both knew each other's Pokemon. He had Torterra, Ash had Infernape. An even match if ever one were to watch. "All right, Infernape, I choose you." Ash tossed his Pokeball and from it Infernape emerged, flipping quickly before glaring down Torterra. Paul had been amazed at the fact that Ash had brought out the true power of this Chimchar that he had failed to do so with. Ash calls out Infernape, the fire-type starter here in the Sinnoh region, the announcer proclaimed. Paul scanned the crowds. He saw Ash's two friends, Brock and Dawn, nervously teetering over the edge, watching the battle with complete absorption while Barry was cheering himself on. A pathetic sight to see in the least. Behind them, he saw an old rival of Ash's, Gary Oak, as well as Professor Oak himself, along with the woman he presumed was Ash's mother. His own brother was sitting next to her. "All right, Infernape, Mach Punch!" Ash cried out. Infernape's fist glowed with a brilliant white light, and it went sailing straight for Torterra. Paul's eyes creased and narrowed. "Torterra, Stone Edge," Paul said calmly and coolly. Torterra obeyed, and in an instant, jagged stones were fired at Infernape. Ash quickly ordered Infernape to use the speed of its Mach Punch to dodge. It did so, but Paul wasn't easily fooled. "Change up." Torterra changed the direction of its stone edge, and the stones once more followed after Infernape. "No way we're falling for the same trick twice." "Infernape, dig." Ash ordered, and Infernape immediately followed, plunging into the ground as Stone Edge sailed straight over its head. Paul quickly calculated what move to use next. "Now Torterra, let's show them a new move, Earthquake," Paul said, and Ash's eyes only momentarily opened in shock. "No." "Infernape, out of the ground and into the air," Ash ordered, and for a moment it seemed that it was going to be too late for Ash, but Infernape pulled through, and just as Torterra slammed down, Infernape was out like a shot. "Now Flame Wheel." Infernape spun around and flames surrounded its body. It went sailing straight for Torterra. "Now, Leaf Storm," Paul ordered. Just as Infernape collided with Torterra's head, the great rush of green leaves struck its diminutive body and flung it backwards. But though Infernape had been hit, it recovered in midair and landed, crossing its fists. Paul looked to Torterra and saw its limbs sagging. "Now, Torterra, use Giga Drain. Dodge it." Ash ordered, and Infernape proceeded to leap away, but Paul got a nasty smirk on his face. The Giga Drain caught Infernape and began to sap energy from the Pokémon's body. At first, it seemed that, like before with Glisker in the same position, Ash was going to watch it happen. Flamethrower on Torterra's head. Infernape summoned a rush of flames and pelted it out of its mouth. The flamethrower struck Torterra's head with a ferocity unmatched, and the Giga Drain broke. Suddenly, Torterra's body was engulfed in flame, and Paul twitched. Torterra had, by chance, been burned. "Let's end this." "Torterra, Frenzy Plant," Paul ordered. A risky gamble, but he was one for taking chances now. Ash's face on the other side was set, as was Infernape's. But Paul wasn't backing down. If he didn't take Infernape out now, the battle was easily won in Ash's favor. "You too, Infernape, Blast Burn," Ash ordered, with a flourish of his hand. Torterra shot its massive brambles out of the ground, and Infernape let out a massive burst of flame that seemed to emanate from its entire body. The plant struck Infernape, the flame struck Torterra, and a massive amount of smoke filled the stadium, causing both trainers to cover their eyes from the massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, Paul expected at least one Pokémon to be down, but both were still dragging on, neither allowing their trainer to lose. It all ended a second later. Flames surrounded Torterra, and it collapsed to the ground in a heap. Torterra is unable to battle. Infernape is the winner, the referee of the match proclaimed. Therefore, the victor of the battle and the Sinnoh League is Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. A massive number of screams issued forth from the stands as Ash broke down, falling to his knees and hugging Infernape. Paul looked to the crowd where Dawn was hugging Brock and Ash's mother was hugging Professor Oak. Barry was beating the ground, but his voice couldn't be heard. Gary was giving Ash a thumbs up, but Paul sought the face of his brother, who was looking back at him with an unreadable expression. It stayed that way for a moment that was like eternity. Then Paul smiled and recalled Torterra. He then began to stalk away from the battlefield. He felt Ash's eyes on his back. Was it dumb luck like he wanted to believe? Maybe it was, but either way, Ash had won and he had lost. He could live with that. And that perhaps, was the number one reason why Paul was so known. That explosive battle had created many an admirer for both him and Ash, and so, his presence alone was enough to cause people a TTLLTNG heart. But Paul ignored it and moved on, out of the Pokémon Center and back on the road to Epicocity. After all, he was training here, looking for powerful Pokémon, for even after respecting Ash, he still couldn't respect his style. Some teenaged girls standing around the front of the Pokémon Center thought it might be a good idea to ask him if he would journey with them, or if they could journey with him, and so, as soon as his foot hit the path outside, he was besieged. "Paul, can we travel with you?" said a young red-headed girl. Paul could possibly admit that she looked attractive, but he had no time to deal with such things. "No," came his simple answer. They looked crestfallen a moment, and Paul prepared to walk away from the hurt girls, but he decided that that would have been possibly even more heartless than anything he had done before. "I travel alone. Anybody else will only slow me down." With that he left the girls. Traveling alone wasn't a problem for him. He enjoyed the travel. It gave him time to think and time to strategize. If he were to travel with anybody, they would slow him down from location to location, just as Dawn had with Ash. He knew that was probably the reason why Ash was always so far behind him, but to him it still gave a smug sense of satisfaction just how far behind he had been. For those first few hours of the morning, Paul traveled silently until he came past a small stream of trickling water and decided it was a good moment to stop. "Electabuzz, Magmortar, stand by for training," Paul called, releasing both Electabuzz and Magmortar from their Pokeballs. Both stood there. "Electabuzz, we need to work on your Thunder speed. It's too slow, and too weak. I expect better from you. Bye-bye." Electabuzz spluttered out in an affirmative. Paul inclined his head toward Magmortar. "Magmortar, now, smog on Electabuzz." Magmortar opened its mouth and a thick smoke emerged, pouring onto Electabuzz, forcing it to crouch to its knees. "Hurry up and blow it away with thunder already." Electabuzz stood up and quickly whirled its arms around, forcing a thunder out of his body quickly, which managed to blow away the smoke, but left Electabuzz in a slightly weakened state. "Not good enough. Faster," Paul commanded, and Magmortar and Electabuzz both repeated their actions, Electabuzz reacting faster this time. But after Electabuzz finished, it collapsed onto one knee. "I don't care if you're poisoned, keep going." Once more the actions were repeated. In fact, they were repeated a number of times, each time Electabuzz being weaker and weaker. Paul's scowl deepened as he watched the training. Electabuzz's speed was good, but he knew that if he wanted to evolve it into Electivire, he would need to focus intensely on its speed to make up for its loss when it evolved. Magmortar was fine as it tested Electabuzz, but Paul was disappointed with the results thus far. "Magmortar, hit it with Flamethrower to wake it up," Paul said, and Electabuzz woke up. With a sudden burst of energy, Electabuzz discharged a great amount of electricity that broke the Flamethrower away before it could even come close. Paul smirked. "Adequate." He strode over to Electabuzz and handed it some Pecha berries. Electabuzz ate them gratefully, and it seemed cured of its poison. Paul quickly returned the two of them to their Pokeballs before sitting down next to a tree. He pulled out some sandwiches and a book he had been reading, Battle Frontier, Strategies to Bring Out the Best in a Battle. He turned to the chapter regarding the battle pyramid, still having the intention of beating it. He sat there for an hour, taking notes of the different tactics described. Not that he would ever copy a strategy, that would be cheating instead of really growing stronger. What was the point in that? Anyone who did that was just pathetic. When he finished his lunch, he decided that it was time to set off. It was no sooner than he had walked 5 minutes along the stream that he encountered a young trainer fishing. The young trainer heard Paul's footsteps, or at least, his Quagsire next to him did. They both turned their heads when they saw him coming. The trainer extracted his fishing pole from the stream and put it next to his bag, standing up. He and the Quagsire quickly ran over to him, their faces aglow. "Hey, you're a trainer, right?" the young boy asked. "My name's Jeffrey, I was wondering if you'd have a battle with me." Paul stopped for a moment, looking at the kid with what one might consider disdain. "Why would I waste my time with a kid like you? I don't need to take part in pointless battles," Paul said. And feeling he had said all that needed to be, he began to walk away. But he felt a hand on the back of his jacket. "Let go of my jacket. Come on, it won't be pointless. I'm a strong trainer, I'm telling you. I already have 6 badges and I'm going for my 7th. Jeffrey said, and Paul glared at him with a look of death. He didn't coil away from it, and Paul had to give him some respect for that. "Fine. But make it quick. 3-on-3 elimination battle," Paul said, turning around to face the trainer. He smiled at him before running to his bag to pick out his pokeballs. "All right, Quagsire, you go first," Jeffrey said, and Quagsire stepped onto the battlefield. Paul smirked and took Magmortar's pokeball from his belt. Magmortar emerged with a menacing look. "Magmortar, you do realize I'm using a water-ground Pokemon? I could really care less. The only way to make my Pokemon stronger is by battling types they're weak against. You wanted a battle, so let's go," Paul said curtly, and the boy looked taken aback. "All right, Quagsire, water gun." Quagsire reacted immediately, spraying a huge torrent of water at Magmortar. Once more, Paul smirked. "Magmortar, Rock Tomb." Magmortar held out its hand and fired out large purple wisps that turned into rocks and blocked Quagsire's water flow. "Now, up and use Smog." Magmortar quickly vaulted over its own rocks, and from its mouth the poisonous gas once more flowed out onto the unsuspecting Quagsire. "Finish it with Rock Tomb again." Once more, Magmortar repeated its action, and Quagsire quickly fainted after that. Jeffrey looked taken aback, recalling Quagsire into its Pokeball. "Okay, let's go," Typhlosion, called out Jeffrey, and Typhlosion emerged. Paul recalled Magmortar and sighed. In the interest of finishing this battle quickly, he sent out Honchkrow. "Typhlosion, Flame Wheel. Dodge it and use Sky Attack," Paul commanded, and Honchkrow easily avoided the attack that Typhlosion threw at it before charging up its attack. Then it went sailing for the defenseless Typhlosion. "Ah, Typhlosion, Shadow Claw." Around Typhlosion's hand emerged a claw of shadow which descended upon Honchkrow. It hit dead on, but Honchkrow barely looked fazed, and its own attack quickly connected with Typhlosion. When the smoke from the attack cleared, Typhlosion was lying there, unconscious and twitching in pain. Jeffrey ran over to Typhlosion as Paul recalled Honchkrow. "Are you okay, Typhlosion? Come on, you've gotta be okay." Jeffrey looked up angrily at Paul. "What's wrong with you? You didn't need to hurt Typhlosion like that. You're the one that asked me for the battle," Paul said coolly, and walked away while the young trainer proceeded to recall Typhlosion and hurry off with his bag towards the nearest Pokemon Center. He hated trainers like that. Trainers who would challenge any and all trainers because they thought they were good enough. It made Paul angry. If you battled anyone, you were sure to lose. There was shame in losing. Ash was the only one he didn't feel shame in losing to. So Paul walked on, along the stream's edge. Once more, he didn't make it too far when he saw another figure up ahead. However, this time it wasn't a kid but what looked to be a well-groomed man, in a white suit, bending down to pick up a Pokeball. The man looked out of place in the forest. When Paul's footsteps echoed through the area, the man turned around and Paul got a good look at him. Fresh white suit, blue hair, and a condescending look on his face. "Ketchum's rival, I would presume," the man said, the sudden statement startling Paul. He chuckled. "I remember seeing your battle on the television. That was a pathetic battle on your part if I ever saw one." "What do you mean?" Paul asked angrily. No one could call him pathetic, no one at all. "I almost won that battle." "And yet, you couldn't, could you?" the man said. Pathetic in my books. You couldn't even beat Ketchum. And since he's just plain pathetic, what does that make you, I wonder? I guess a weakling could be the right word. Paul balled his fist in his jacket pocket. I'm not weak, and I'm not pathetic. He beat me once. Paul asserted. I've beaten him more times than he's beaten me. But it's his name in the Hall of Fame, not yours, the man said with a sneer, and the angry emotions that Paul had kept bottled inside him since Reggie's loss to Brandon started boiling. Sorry, guess I can't see you as anything more than pathetic. Oh yeah. Then I challenge you to a battle here and now, 3-on, I'll show you how good I actually am. Paul yelled, and the man shrugged his shoulders, accepting it. He extended his hands, indicating that Paul had the first move. Electabuzz, stand by for battle. From Paul's pokeball, emerged Electabuzz while the man picked up his own pokeball and tossed it to the air. It was an absolute surprise when Paul saw the legendary Raikou emerge. Electabuzz, brick break. Electabuzz shot forward. The man before him issued no command, but after a moment of twitching on Raikou, it leapt out of the way, only to slam down onto Electabuzz with an iron tail. In that moment, Paul realized he might have gotten himself into an unbeatable battle. Electabuzz was already unconscious, and Paul recalled him as the trainer recalled Raikou into a strange-looking pokeball. Now, Ursaring, stand by for battle. Suicune, you're up, the man said with a smirk as Suicune appeared. Paul looked at the man with shock. The man seemed to have a strange happiness, and yet a frustration, coursing through him. Hit Ursaring with an Aurora Beam, now. Ursaring, Focus Blast. Paul commanded as both Pokémon acted at the same time. The Focus Blast quickly collided with the Aurora Beam and both exploded in midair. But the blast had been closer to Ursaring, and as a result, the explosion flung it away, slamming into a rock behind Paul. Paul recalled Ursaring with trepidation while the man recalled Suicune. Erf, Torterra, stand by. The continent Pokémon now emerged from its own Pokeball while the man sent out Entei. Torterra, Stone Edge. Finish this, now, the man ordered, and while Torterra sent waves of stone crashing after Entei, the Pokémon dodged all of them, finishing up with a powerful fire blast right to the head. The sudden force caused Torterra to fly upward and flip over, landing on its back. The man gave a slight smirk and began to walk away, leaving Paul standing there alone. Paul recalled Torterra solemnly. He couldn't let this loss go away. He couldn't let that man walk away. Clutching Magmortar's Pokeball, he called the Pokémon out. Magmortar, stop him with Rock Tomb. Paul called out, and the Pokémon was about to follow orders when the man and Entei whipped around, Entei sending an enormous burst of flame at them. The flame hit Magmortar and with a great force, threw it backwards, and into Paul. They didn't stop there, the two flew farther until at last Paul hit the rock where Ursaring had landed, first his back, and then his head, Magmortar's weight crushing down on him. The man, Saturn, felt satisfied and returned Entei to the Pokeball before walking off. Boy James, that last blast off really hurt. Meowth said, he and James shuffling slowly through a forest somewhere in the Johto region. After Domino had appeared blasted them off with Rayquaza, they had landed in this forest. The flame and pain that had damaged them so badly had overtaken them and caused them to go unconscious soon after arriving. They had woken up to find it was 3 days later. Now they were attempting to find their way out of the forest. I just hope Jessie's all right, Meowth. James said, and Meowth smiled at him. Ah, don't worry Jimmy, I'm sure Jess is all right. She's probably won her next ribbon already. Meowth said, and James nodded. Now look at that, we're out of the forest. And sure enough they were. They were now next to a silent stream with a beautiful sound in a grassy plain. The two looked around and quickly saw that in the distance was a rock. James, there's someone over there, let's check it out. Maybe they can tell us where we are. James agreed with his friend. Up against the rock they were approaching was a Magmortar and a purple-haired trainer that looked very familiar to them. "Hey, do you know where we are, young man?" James asked, but the man there didn't respond. They finally approached him and recognized just who it was they were talking to. "Oh, it's the rude twerp." "Yeah, and he's sleeping." "Hey, wake up already." Meowth yelled, but Paul didn't respond. James scratched the back of his head. It was strange finding him out here, just lying there with his Magmortar on top of him. Meowth, I don't think he's sleeping." James told his friend, and Meowth looked confusedly at him. "Yeah, he is. Just look at him," Meowth asserted, and James shook his head. "Then why is his Magmortar on top of him?" Meowth shrugged his shoulders before Magmortar suddenly started to move, albeit weakly. Both looked at the Pokémon as it moved. "Magmortar's moving. Meowth, ask it where we are, and what happened." "Mortar, Magmortar, mortar. Magmortar. Mortar." Magmortar said to them, and Meowth nodded his head in understanding. "He says we're near Epicocity in the Johto region. He also says that the rude Tup was battling some guy who was apparently using Legendary, and the Tup called him out to stop the trainer. The trainer then used an NTI to attack them, and they slammed against this rock." Meowth answered. "See, Meowth, I knew he wasn't all right. He needs help. And besides, we ourselves need to get looked at." James yelled out. "All right, chill already, dig it. Let's get to a critique," Meowth said. James reached down to Paul and pulled out the only empty Pokeball, bringing Magmortar into it before quickly enlisting Carnivine's help and holding Paul aloft. The group then proceeded to Epicocity. As they did so, they thought about what could have put Paul in that state. If the man was using legendaries, could he possibly have been connected to that Rocket 4? James didn't know. But he did know that now he had left a life of crime behind, he had to help those that he could. Paul was one of those people. But of course, now it seemed to him, anyone connected to Team Rocket or Ash could be targeted. James' mind was whirring, but for all those thoughts, he could not come up with one suitable answer. He's in a coma," the doctor said in the Epicocity hospital. "There was a severe blow to the back of his head. There's no internal bleeding thankfully, but he's in far worse shape than you two looked." "What about all the Pokémon?" Meowth asked sincerely, and the doctor nodded blearily, but with a smile. "Nurse Joy informed me that they're all completely fine," the doctor announced, and Meowth breathed a little. It had been an entire night since James and Meowth had arrived with Paul's body in tow. They instantly admitted him while a doctor checked. The two of them. James had to have a vaccine given to him, as it turned out that an Ekans had bit him on his own burned cut. But other than that, they were fine. It was the bad news about Paul which they were now learning. "How long do you think he'll be in a coma?" James asked, and the doctor took his glasses off, rubbing his temple and shaking his head. "No idea. It could be anywhere from a day to 5 years or more. All I know is, it hit him pretty bad. We've contacted his brother in Veilstone. He should be here soon," the doctor said with a bleak smile. "You're welcome to stay with him, if you want." With that, the doctor walked away, and James sighed. Then there came a commotion from the hospital entrance. "Where is he?" "I want to see my brother," came the voice of Reggie. The purple-haired breeder suddenly broke into the hallway and caught sight of James and Meowth. Reggie, emotions overtaking him, quickly strode up to them and pinned James against the wall. "What did you do to him? What did you do to my brother?" "Watch it, buddy. We didn't do nothing, okay?" Meowth said, extending his claws. Reggie took some deep breaths before releasing James, who took in large lungfuls of air. The kid's Magmortar said it was some guy in a white suit. And supposedly all the Pokémon heard something about Ash. "Catch him?" Reggie asked. "What does he have to do with it?" Both James and Meowth shook their heads. "What about my brother?" "Coma. But other than that he's fine. James answered, and Reggie sighed wearily, collapsing into a chair outside his brother's room. For a moment, none of them said anything. So we don't know who did it, but Ash may be involved somehow. Reggie asked, and the two shrugged their shoulders. He looked at them and smiled. It's okay. You guys can go if you want. I'm here now. We should get to looking for Jess. Meowth said, and James nodded. They turned around and began to walk away, but Reggie quickly stopped them and called them back. They turned to face him. I just wanted to thank you, for bringing my brother here. I appreciate it. Reggie said, and they nodded. But as they turned away, Reggie let slip a single lone tear, over his brother, and perhaps, over the world. The darkest cavern. Pull, Bulbasaur, pull. Pikachu cried out, holding on to Bulbasaur's back. The Pokémon were split into two different teams, playing tug-of-war with the other. On one side was Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Totodile, Charizard, Mook, Corphish and Bizel, while the other side comprised of Bayleaf, Snorlax, Infernape, Cyndaquil, Heracross and Sceptile. Both Torterra and Staraptor were off to the side, Staraptor sitting in Torterra's branches. Ash meanwhile was looking at his Pokémon, forcing the power of Aura to course through him. In 3 days he had made an immense amount of progress. Arceus had been right. All that running and endurance had powered Ash up to the point that he could now keep Aura rushing through him for almost an hour without feeling fatigue. He was exemplifying it now by filling himself up with Aura in order to listen to his Pokémon. I'm trying Pikachu, but Bayleaf's too strong. Bulbasaur insisted, although it did nothing to deter its will to win the match. Neither of the two sides of Pokémon wanted to give up, although they knew that one would have to before long. Ash extended his aura to search their life essences and found that Pikachu and Bulbasaur's team was indeed weakening and, sure enough, within a matter of seconds, Infernape had given a powerful pull that allowed Bayleaf to drag victory out of Bulbasaur's hands. We win! We win! Bayleaf yelled out and immediately came running over to Ash, nuzzling her head against her very revered trainer. Ash's concentration broke as he was bowled over and started laughing, the winning team piling on top of him. Aren't you proud of us, Ash? Yeah, Bayleaf, I'm proud of your entire team. You guys have grown real strong without me, huh? Ash said. He finally managed to escape the grasp of his Pokémon and gather some air, staring fondly at all his Pokémon, even the ones who had just lost the competition. They all gave him some space and he lied backwards onto his backpack, contemplating everything he had learned. Having fun, are we? Came Arceus' voice from behind him, and Ash shot up, standing at attention. This prompted a chuckle from Arceus and a head rubbing from Ash out of some embarrassment. Can't blame them, can we? We've been here 1 day short of a week, if my sleeping cycle isn't off. And trust me, it usually isn't. They need some R&R once in a while. Come to think of it, I need some too. Ash said, and almost prepared to flop back down on his backpack when Arceus quickly stopped him. I don't think so, Ash Ketchum. Arceus said sternly, and Ash grimaced at the thought of more training. He knew that it was a good thing, but that didn't necessarily mean that he wanted to go through with it. You can relax after today's training. Besides, you usually work so fast you spend more time relaxing than training. I'll have you know that I spend most of my free time training myself and my Pokémon. Ash asserted, and Arceus shook his head. I bet that I could revolutionize the world with my aura capabilities. Come on, understanding Pokémon speech. Ash, you do enough good revolutionizing the world without the power of aura at your disposal. Arceus said, and Ash, whose modesty was ebbing away, nodded his head in acceptance. But your powers may just dull if you don't use them enough. You'll have plenty of time after today's quest to relax. Ooh, quest. Sounds exciting. Ash said happily, rubbing his hands together. So what's today's goal then? I thought I mastered most, if not all, of the aura capabilities you could teach me. I have. Arceus said simply, forcing Ash to quirk an eyebrow in his direction. Aura training is still important, but it is not the core lesson today. Today you need to visit a very specific location in Mount Coronet. Is it that cavern where I saw those weird visions again? 'Cause I'm not bringing Pikachu back there at all. Ash said heatedly, and Arceus looked at him placidly before responding. No, not there. Besides, today's objective requires you to go on without Pokemon, understand? Ash nodded, though it was eating at him as to why he couldn't use any of his Pokemon. Today you will be going to a cave, yes, but I believe it is a very different one from that which you visited last time. What's with all these caves anyway? Ash blurted out, as usual, not thinking about what he was saying. Arceus inclined his head. They were built a long time ago by Pokemon and men, interested in keeping horrors and truths concealed. I find them a necessity for your training today. Arceus stated, whilst surveying Ash's countenance. Regardless of that fact, this is the most important fact: you must enter the darkest cavern of Mount Coronet today. Why does that sound really ominous to me right now? Ash asked, a small inch of fear creeping into his fear. Arceus didn't respond to him, and for a moment Ash waited. But when Arceus continued to not respond, that fear sprang up like a frog that turned into a metal claw which gripped him tight. Oh, okay, where is it? The same location as the previous cavern you traversed was. Arceus answered, and Ash breathed a little, if only a little. You will probably remember that there were two caverns. I had sealed off that cavern for the time being, as I did not think you ready. Now, I believe you are. Ash nodded in determination. The fear that had momentarily gripped him was slipping away. If Arceus thought he was ready, then he must be. And he would give his all to make it through that cavern and prove Arceus right. All right then. I'll go right now and get this done with. Ash yelled and began to run away from Spear Pillar, but Arceus' voice quickly called him back. Ash. Just a fair warning, what you see there, be very wary of whether it is the truth or a lie. Arceus said, but Ash remained baffled by the comment and instead turned tail and headed into Mount Coronet. The trip to the cavern took remarkably little time, as Ash seemed to have that place permanently ingrained into his mind. It was of course natural. He had been drawn to that cavern twice of his own accord. Thus it was, that within minutes of solid running he had reached the entrance. However, as he was about to enter, he once more caught sight of the words above the door. Travelers in the dark, be warned of where your feet lead you. To the cavern of past and place. The hall of darkness and fears. All these places hold secrets not for men. Enter at your own peril. The words certainly sounded ominous to Ash, even though he couldn't understand what they were trying to tell him. All he understood was that perhaps this was a place he should not be. But he was the chosen one, this he knew. And as the chosen one, he had to face any obstacle in his way. He entered in. Immediately, he saw the two branching caves, the one he had entered earlier and the infinitesimally darker one that he had noticed, but had previously been prevented from entering. He steeled himself by taking a breath and entering. He was plunged into darkness. He couldn't see, and for a moment it could have seemed as if the darkness was stifling his very breath and soul. Ash almost started hyperventilating until he realized that Arceus wouldn't leave him to die in this cavern. Raising his palm in front of him, a blue glow surrounded Ash's hand and created a sudden light in the cavern, piercing through the darkness. It didn't allow him to see very far, but it was something. Ash forged into the cavern, his extended palm providing passage through the dark and jagged rocks that were jutting up before him. It wasn't that scary of a cave for him, to be perfectly honest. There was no weirdness going on as of yet, unlike the Coronet cavern, and it seemed the only unsettling thing in this cave was the darkness that pressed in all around him. But that didn't scare him. The dark usually didn't scare him in the slightest. In fact, Ash wasn't even specifically sure if anything scared him at all. He would have chuckled to himself, but the thought of being alone in this place and chuckling, and somebody possibly answering him back, stopped him from doing so. So he continued silently along. A great dust seemed to rise in front of his eyes, obscuring his vision and blinding him. The light from the palm of his hand faded as he shielded himself. It didn't matter too much anymore, the light was growing brighter. Ash started coughing as the dust entered his lungs and he tried to wave aside. The dust did clear, only slightly however, revealing dark brown and yellowed cliffs, with some red splashed among them, jutting in the distance. Ash ran towards them, wondering how dust had filtered into the cave. It didn't take long for Ash to figure out that there was something horribly wrong. They weren't cliffs up ahead and the red was not part of their natural coloration. What Ash saw was ruined skyscrapers, the kind he had seen in Viridian and Saffron City. They were on the ground, ruined and destroyed. The dust from the blast was still settling in the air. Ash almost choked on the thought that the reddish color was in fact blood. He whipped around, looking for a sign of human life, but couldn't find any. It seemed that the whole world had become empty in his absence. Suddenly, there was a slight flitting of movement ahead. With strength behind his feet, Ash pushed forward, looking for what had moved. But the dust was thick and prevented him from seeing very far. He would have to get very close to the person to see just who it was. Yet, as he approached the body, he wished with all his heart that he had not. Brock was lying against one of the fallen skyscrapers, blood seeping out from under his jacket, his breaths coming in short bursts. He was marred, with cuts and burns all over himself. He wouldn't have known it was Brock, even with the squinting eyes, mainly because he himself was squinting, had it not been for the spiky and yet very unruly hair around the top of his head. Ash gave a stifled cry and ran over to his best friend. For a moment he said nothing, unsure of what to say in such a situation and when one's heart was gripped with fear. Brock turned his head toward Ash, rasping and wheezing. He caught sight of Ash's face and smiled. "Ash, you came," Brock said with some small happiness to his voice. But Ash could find no happiness in his own body. "I'm sorry we couldn't do it, we tried, we really did." "Tried what, Brock? What happened here? Where are we? Why are you bleeding?" Ash demanded, and Brock took a few heaving breaths to steady himself so that he could answer Ash. Brock's face was fading, the life fleeing from it. "Saf, Ron, they came, no one could stop them, they were all waiting for the chosen one," Brock said before his last breath was expelled from his body. Ash stayed there a moment, his eyes gazing at Brock's limp and dead body yet not really seeing it at all. Had he failed? Had he been training all this time but had been too late to stop the horrors he was meant to prevent? His fist clenched. He couldn't have. He stood up and looked around the broken city. There was still nothing there. The human race, the Pokemon race, erased from humanity. He looked back to his best friend's body but saw that he could no longer see it, the dust so thick it was obscuring his vision. Ash squinted once more through the haze as he turned around. He was completely and utterly alone, something he had not been ever in his life before. No matter what he went through, he was always with Pikachu or some other friend of his. But now there was not a thing in sight. He would have to find out exactly why Brock had died, what had truly happened. So his feet led him forward, though they tried to resist against his mind's unshakable will. His feet trudged through the now dusty and sand-filled streets of what was once Saffron City. He had been shocked to find all of these skyscrapers turned over, and he had truly no idea of what could have done this. Part of him didn't want to find out. Ash's eyes scanned the distance ahead and he saw a light peeking out, like a flame. No thought being needed, Ash raced off to the burning flame. However, his hopes died as he reached the area. Certainly there were all people here. But none of them looked even remotely capable of talking to him. The flame was lit in a trash can, the Charmander that had lit it, seemingly resting peacefully beside it. There were also lumps of blankets around the can indicating that people were sleeping there. Ash moved to wake the person closest to him. He gave them a small nudge with his fingers but they refused to move. Ash called out a bit but they still did not move. Seconds later, the truth of why this man was not answering him settled in. The man was dead, and had died, sleeping. This was confirmed by everyone else around him, all sleeping, dead, under blankets. No strands of food wrappers or anything to do with food was there. The flame suddenly snuffed itself out and Ash gave a jump. The alleyway, as he now realized he was in, was utterly dark without the flame to keep them company. There was finally movement and Ash watched as the Charmander stood up and faced the trash can. Charmander Coronet. Charmander cried out, flame spurting from its mouth, lighting the trash can ablaze once again. Ash covered his eyes a moment from the sting that the sudden burst of light had caused. Char char char. The Charmander coughed out before lying down once again. Ash now understood that this Charmander, perhaps the sole survivor of this entire group of people and Pokemon alike, would continually light the flame whenever it would go out, even after everyone else had died away. But it wasn't to last. Ash merely caught sight of it a moment before it occurred as the flame on Charmander's tail lit up for a second before flickering out, life drained from the small Charmander's body. Ash hung his head. How could this have happened? He couldn't stand the sight, he knew he had to move on. He pushed his way past the eternally dying flame of the trash can in order to find his way out of the alley of buildings. A hand brushed against him and he jumped. Out of one of the blankets, the dirtiest there, a hand was hanging out. But what gave Ash reason to pause was the glove. May! Ash yelled and threw the blanket up. Sure enough there was May, cold and lifeless, holding her equally so brother to her chest. Tears stung Ash's eyes. This could not have happened. How could this have happened? Max's eyes were horribly disfigured and May's chest, though it shamed Ash to look, was lopsided, one of her BRSTs seemingly blown away. Both of the siblings were clutching pokeballs. Ash could only surmise that whatever had taken place, May and Max were among the foremost in fighting it. Ash picked up the blanket and covered them once again before finally dragging his way out of the alley. He was now on a long street that stretched in front of him. Some of the skyscrapers here were still standing, but their windows were shattered. Ash turned his head and saw the bodies of people and Pokemon pinned up against the side of the buildings. Most notable was Sabrina, the Saffron Gym leader, her Kadabra next to her. Both had a glazed look and Ash knew that they were dead. His eyes turned away from the repulsive sight of the blood dribbling from Sabrina's mouth and he moved on. The wind whipped through the area and all that was heard aside from it was the crunch of Ash's own footsteps. Ash! Whispered a cracked voice from one of the buildings where people were hanging. Ash's head, jolted and scared, turned in the direction of the voice. Dawn and Piplup were hanging from a nearby building. Ash quickly ran over to her. A quick glance told him that Piplup was dead, but Dawn however was not. Ash extended his palm once more in front of himself and quickly broke free the bonds holding both of them. Dawn tumbled to the ground, Ash barely catching her before her head hit it. Dawn, what happened? Ash asked, still desperate, still craving for information. Dawn coughed, barely breathing. They came, we tried to stop them, all of us. Dawn asked. Ash wanted to ask who, but he didn't want to excite Dawn and cause her to hurt herself more than she already was. But we failed, so they punished those of us who remained. It was torture. I don't know if any of them are left. But who are they, Dawn? Ash demanded, but not unkindly. Dawn just smiled at him, as if she didn't hear a word he had said. Ash, can you hand me Piplup? I want to hold him when I die. Dawn said sweetly and Ash started crying. He wanted to scream that she was not going to die. That she was going to live. But somehow, the look on Dawn's face told her that it was not going to be. With a tear-streaked face he reached across and grabbed Piplup, the proud penguin Pokemon fallen, and placed him in Dawn's arms. Dawn hugged him closely before she stopped moving completely. Ash stood up. There was no need to linger there any longer. He had to find whoever it was that did this. Now his feet were in full accordance with his body, racing full pelt down the street, heart racing. All his friends were dead that he knew of. But there was one more person he had to find. He had to know she was okay. Or if she wasn't. Unfortunately, he feared the latter in this situation. The dust began clearing as he ran, the skyscrapers thinning until at last, Ash could actually see more than 2 feet in front of him. Of course, now was a time he wished he couldn't see anything. The alternative was much worse. A field of bodies stretched in front of him, cut, scarred, however you could define it. All he knew was that it was clear there was a battle here. Ash scanned the battlefield, looking for any sign of any life. He found it. A figure was limping across the battlefield. To Ash, it looked as though it was a woman, but he couldn't be sure. All he knew was that she needed help. Ash ran to her and, just as she collapsed, Ash caught her. "Are you, okay?" Ash said, words leaving his mouth with no thought. He had found Misty, even though it wasn't the Misty he remembered. Her red hair was cut and she looked more like a boy now than ever. Her right arm was withered and disfigured, almost seeming to have no use, while she now wore a patch over her left eye. What wrenched Ash's heart the most, however, was the missing right leg of hers. She had been through a lot. Her head blearily turned towards his own and squinted at him, to see who he was. She suddenly smiled. "Ash, I knew you'd come for me, you always pulled through in these situations." Misty whispered out. Her body had a slight convulsion as she finished talking. "I'm so sorry, we failed. We thought that we could stop them in your place, but we couldn't." "Where's the guy that did this to you?" Ash asked, but Misty didn't answer. Her hand just reached up to touch his face, before her eyes darkened and her hand slipped. Ash tried to catch it, but missed, and her hand hit the dirt. Ash resisted crying and laid Misty's body down respectfully. He didn't know what to do. Nobody had told him what was going on. Now, the best thing to do would be to keep walking. And that was what he did. Walk on. As he walked along the empty roads, a buzzing noise filled his ears. "We thought he'd come and save us. The prophecy's a lie, there is no chosen one. Why did we believe in such a foolish dream?" Ash shook his head, attempting to block it out. He had left the bodies now. He didn't know where he was going, but he had to go somewhere. But Ash stopped at the sight of something, lonesome, and sitting in the middle of the road ahead. Ash shook his head, the word "no" screaming itself in his head as his feet carried him toward the object. This couldn't be real. It had to be a fantasy. Unless everything he had done for the past week was a made-up dream, unless he had been shocked into a coma by Pikachu that first day of being a trainer, the figure ahead of him could not be. But it was. Pikachu was lying in the middle of the road, dropped like a sack of potatoes. Ash picked up his oldest friend and held him close to him. "No, Pikachu. No. No." Ash yelled, cradling the dead electric mouse Pokemon close to him. This couldn't be real. It couldn't be. It couldn't be. This wasn't reality. Pikachu couldn't be dead. He couldn't be. Who said we could trust Ash Ketchum? If the prophecy is true, why did he abandon us? He left us all to die. Some chosen one. All he did was save himself. What a coward. What a loser. You can only save yourself. No chosen one wants to save anybody but himself. The prophecy was wrong. What a waste. Stop talking to me, get out of my head. Stop it right now, stop it. Ash kept saying these things over and over, falling to the ground, hugging an invisible Pikachu that only he could see. The fields and plains of the ruined Kanto region disappeared, showing a cave of craggy rocks and no light where Ash Ketchum was thrashing about, yelling about voices in his head until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Vision of a bleak, dark. Over the smoke-streaked sky of what was known as Ikrut village, an air battle waged. Lugia, protector of the seas, battled against the indomitable Rayquaza. It was a battle to the death, a battle to the finish. Lugia was going to protect its home, it would not fail. It wasn't very often in the war that one would see a Pokemon fighting on the side of the humans. It was unacceptable. Below the aerial battle taking place, humans were fighting Pokemon. Pidgeots and Skarmories were picking the people up and dropping them from unimaginable heights, their cracking bones lost amidst the sounds of battle. But the humans were also harming the Pokemon. Swords slashed out at the bodies of Snorlaxes and Skitties until nothing was left of them. In a secluded corner of the city sat the humans' war table. A general with black hair looked over charts, his helmet on the table beside him. He was in a constant state of relaying back and forth with orders and news of how the battle outside was going. The tent flapped to the outside battle and Ecrut village waved in the wind as a young soldier, perhaps no more than 18, stepped into the tent. "General Ketchum, sir," the soldier saluted, and the man, General Ketchum, waved his hand to signal the soldier at ease. "Captain Waterflower is on his way for a report, sir." Ketchum nodded his head and the man exited from the tent. He rubbed his temple. He couldn't stand these battle charts anymore. They were useless. Every day the Pokemon seemed to come up with new ways to defeat them. Not that Ketchum wanted to fight in any way. This battle against the Pokemon was wrong and would only end in the utter destruction of the world. He knew it, but he had to obey his orders from up above. The flap whipped around again and Ketchum turned to face the officer right below him. General Waterflower was a stocky-built man with vibrant red hair and a red mustache. "Ketchum, good to see you, sir." Waterflower boomed out and Ketchum nodded his head. "Excellent to see you as well, Captain Waterflower." Ketchum responded and Waterflower smiled. "What news do you bring me of the battle deeper in Ecrut City?" "I think it's going well. If we were to bring the weapon in right now, we could end it." Waterflower with a sneer. Ketchum shook his head and Waterflower's nostrils flared. Ketchum braced himself, the infamous Waterflower temper was about to flare up in dazzling fashion. Ketchum decided to head it off before it was allowed to grow at all. "No, that weapon is too inhumane. We have Lugia on our side, that's enough." Ketchum responded. "That should win us this battle, even against Rayquaza." "Lugia?" Waterflower spat at his commanding officer. "Why we side with a creature such as that is beyond me. Besides, you say the weapon is too inhumane. These are not humans, Ketchum, they are monsters, creatures who deserve nothing but to perish." "Waterflower, you forget your place," Ketchum asserted, and for a moment, Waterflower came back to reality, simmering his temper down in the presence of his general. "Take your leave if you must for your daughter's wedding on the morrow, but I am to see this battle to its finish. Your judgment on the matter is clouded and mine is clear. There will be no use of that weapon today. I wish to win this without it." "Very well, General, sir. I meant no disrespect." Waterflower then bowed to his general and made to leave the tent before a shrill cry pierced through the air. Not a moment's hesitation later, Ketchum had strode out of the tent for his eyes to meet a terrible sight. The tower in which Lugia had dwelt was smoldering, burning with a crimson flame, consuming it to the last. The Pokemon army was retreating. The battle was lost. "Arr! Why isn't he back yet?" Pikachu asked of Bulbasaur and Squirtle. It was a common question that all of Ash's Pokemon were asking at this point. They were all cloistered into their little groups, talking privately about what had befallen their trainer. They could not imagine it was anything good. "I wouldn't worry. He's always come back safe, right?" Bulbasaur said with a yawn. Squirtle looked at Bulbasaur for a moment before sighing deeply with a great big Squirtle. He then took a glance around to see Arceus floating there peacefully, eyes closed and oddly serene. "It's been 2 days." Pikachu asserted loudly, worrying about his best friend and trainer. Squirtle put his hand to his chin and thought carefully about this. He couldn't think of any reason why Ash had not been back yet, and it worried him just as much as it worried Pikachu, but he wasn't going to admit that. He was a member of the Squirtle squad, and Ash's Squirtle, not some random starter picked right up from Professor Oak's lab. "We have to do something, you guys. A large stomping was heard as Torterra, Snorlax, and Charizard lumbered over to join the other three Pokémon in their heated discussion. On top of Torterra's back were Bizel, Infernape, Cyndaquil, Totodile, and Corphish. Bayleaf was lagging a little behind them with the remainder of the Pokémon. She wanted to take part in the conversation, but with the three biggest Pokémon already over there, she had no idea how to. "We're also worried about Ash," Torterra said calmly, and Charizard was the next one to speak. "Right now, we can only assume that the worst has befallen him," Charizard said, his loud roar piercing the air. "I say we form a search party and go find him. He is our trainer and we need to do everything that we can to ensure that he is safe, just as he would do for us." "I am afraid that is out of the question," Arceus said. "Ash's trial is for him and him alone to undertake. You cannot interfere. If he is not back here yet, then perhaps it is because this trial is taking him longer than he originally thought. As it were, none of you can interfere." "Why not?" Bayleaf cried out angrily at the alpha Pokémon. "We care about our trainer, and you would just let us leave him there to die. He wouldn't do that to us." "Bayleaf's right," Pikachu said loudly, and Bayleaf smiled at him for agreeing with her. "Tell us where he is, Arceus, we want to go find him. I am afraid, all of you, there is little means by which you can help him now," Arceus told them. "Why not?" Snorlax said slowly. "He may have been a heavy eater, but he cared about his trainer nonetheless. And no Pokémon with what looked like a donut ring around his back was going to stop him from saving him if it came to that." "Yeah, you haven't told us the truth about anything, or Ash." "Why? Where is he?" Pikachu demanded, and Arceus sighed. There was little for it now. It was a test for Ash, and somehow it ended up turning into a test for his Pokémon as well. He too wondered what had befallen Ash, and now it seemed this was the only option left to him. A stirring. An awakening deep within the confines of the seafloor cavern in the Hoenn region. There was something going. Something dark, sinister, elsewhere, elusive. The world was in jeopardy, and Kyogre knew it. What it was, he had absolutely no clue of, but this was something he would have to find the answer to. With a mighty kick of his fins he splashed out from under his home, in order to emerge into the wider world. He could sense things in the air, the world was changed. It was on the verge of destruction, and he knew it. There was a chill, calling all the Pokémon in the world towards a particular place. Had the time come at last? Had the war come to its head? No. He could tell instantly that this was an isolated incident. Or, he thought it was. But now the sense of premonition that he could smell in the air confirmed his thoughts. The Chosen One had arrived. Kyogre sensed the water's flow, the direction that would lead him to where the Chosen One, at whose feet he would prostrate himself. Hard to believe that after all this time in the world, the Chosen One had arrived, intact and alive for the day that battle would come. But as soon as Kyogre started swimming in that vicinity, the scent died, as if the crisis was averted wherever it had begun. It confused Kyogre for a moment. Why did this just happen? No, it couldn't have been a lie. Had the war been averted? No, just delayed. Kyogre knew it. And just as he knew it, he knew that those Pokémon, longing for bloodlust, were angered. Their war was not yet here. Kyogre himself was grateful. Perhaps the war could be averted completely. But at least, now he could go back to sleep. As Kyogre returned to the cavern in which he slept, thoughts of the Chosen One filled his mind. Why had he achieved this? Did the incident not carry on long enough for the war to occur? As Kyogre closed his eyes to sleep, an image of a 10-year-old boy, with messy black hair and a smile on his face showed itself. So, that was the Chosen One, the Aura Seeker, the King of the Sea. He was their only hope for a secluded future. The darkest cavern. Pikachu breathed out upon hearing it from Arceus. It was, according to Arceus, a place where all fears would come alive for whoever traversed inside. The fact that Ash had not yet come back was only proof that Ash, perhaps, had not been able to conquer the fears that lay dormant inside him. Not fears he acknowledged every day, but certainly fear was there. Arceus knew at this point that there was no stopping the Pokémon that cared so much for Ash. Perhaps, this moment was what they were here for. Who knew? We need to plan. Squirtle said, quickly assuming authority, and Pikachu nodded. I vote for sure that Pikachu, Bulbasaur and I go. Who else wants to go? Keep in mind, my brave Pokémon, that fears come alive in that cavern. I would hope that only those who can overcome their own fears go to save Ash. Besides, a smaller group might be a bit more manageable in the cave. Arceus told them all, and Squirtle had to concede to that point. I'll go. Bayleaf immediately offered. Pikachu and Squirtle accepted her offer. Both her and Bulbasaur's Vine Whip would be a great asset to them in the challenge ahead. Charizard, Buizel, and Infernape also stepped forward. Charizard was logical, being a flyer who could carry Ash from place to place. Buizel was strong, a Pokémon who sought to beat any challenge no matter how great, and fears were just one of those challenges. And Infernape, well, the cavern was dark and Infernape's natural flames would be a bright beacon, not to mention the dig ability could come in handy within a cave. Pikachu turned towards Arceus to ask him some questions. So, what do you mean, only bring those who have conquered their own fears? Pikachu asked, deeply interested. Arceus surveyed the Pokémon a moment before answering. The cavern only works if the fear is there. If you have, at some time in your past, conquered your own fear, well, it is still your fear but holds no power over you, and as such, when you encounter your fear you can push it aside and go onward. Arceus said, and the Pokémon nodded. Challenging fears wasn't an easy thing, everyone knew it. Pikachu wasn't sure himself whether he had conquered his own fears, everyone else certainly had. Charizard had cast aside the fear of not being able to grow strong. Buizel had always aced his challenges. Infernape had overcome that fear of Zangoose, Bulbasaur, of staying strong while not evolving. Squirtle had finally been accepted even by a Wartortle group as strong, and Bayleaf had dispersed her fear of not being loved by Ash. All right then, we'll all be careful. Pikachu turned towards the group that was remaining behind, all of them staring at Pikachu. He lifted his paw with a smile. We'll all be back soon. You have no idea of what you've begun. This is only the beginning. You've unleashed a terror that none will know, cackled out a voice, laughter oozing out from everything it was saying. But the speaker was not seen. All that was seen was the exterior of Mount Coronet, now bathed in a blue light that soon disappeared as soon as it appeared. Yet, something now felt lost as that blue light faded, like a very powerful force had suddenly vanished from all the world. The Pokémon team was now assembled outside of the darkest cavern, all preparing to swallow whatever fears they had not yet conquered to save Ash and bring him back to Spear Pillar. Pikachu looked to the rest of the team before leading them all in. They were doused in darkness, though thankfully they could all see each other due to Infernape's flames blazing around it. It was a long and cold journey, and they had yet to see anything that resembled their own fears. But as Pikachu walked on, the scene changed. The other Pokémon vanished and were replaced with a multitude of other Pokémon, slumped against a stadium wall. 6 other humans were detached from the battle, watching the battle with sadness and pain. 3 of the humans were taking care of a new one who had fallen from above. Someone's gotta take a stand, and refuse to fight, like Pikachu. The figure said. Pikachu couldn't hear the rest as he knew what was going to happen as a blue and pink orb descended from the sky, causing an explosion in the middle of the stadium. It revealed 2 Pokémon, so similar but so different. The 2 Pokémon began charging their attacks again, the smaller glowing with a pink color and the larger glowing pink, when suddenly a cry reached out. You've gotta stop right now. Stop! Ash cried as he ran in between the 2 Pokémon. Pikachu knew it was going to happen. He knew Ash was going to die here. No, he wouldn't let it faze him. Who cared if his greatest fear was that Ash would die, or even abandon him? That was what he was here for right now, to save Ash and prevent that from happening. At these thoughts, the vision of Ash's cold stone body faded away, Pikachu rejoining with the other Pokémon who had seemed to just come out of their own experiences with fear. Pikachu nodded at them and they continued onward. It was a surprisingly long journey to find their trainer, the darkness deepening as they traveled along. Finally, Baisel noticed something ahead. There. It looks like Ash. Baisel cried out. The group of Pokémon quickly ran forward. When they approached Ash's body they saw that it was perched precariously on a cliff. Squirtle and Baisel took great heaving breaths and threw a water gun at Ash to push him away from the edge. It failed a moment and he almost went sliding off when Bulbasaur's and Bayleaf's vine whips caught him. They quickly, as per their agreement, placed him atop Charizard's back, Pikachu and Infernape quickly joining him. We'll head back for Spear Pillar. Baisel asserted. Charizard let off a roar of affirmation and flew off toward the surface of the cave. As they saw they were reaching that surface, Infernape leapt up and started digging a hole with which Charizard could fly through until they reached the very top. Meanwhile, Pikachu was looking at Ash who had lost consciousness and his pale complexion. He was shaking, twitching in his unconscious state. Pikachu wondered if he would be okay, although the only confirmed fact was that right now, Pikachu needed to get him out of the cave. Arr! The sounds of battle filled the air. Pokémon launching themselves against Pokémon. Darkrai was busy throwing some of his Dark Void attacks at Palkia who tossed an Aura Sphere his way. This was a battle to the death for all of them. The greatest legendary birds were above, doing battle. Lugia and Ho-Oh versus Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres. But the Pokémon were not the only ones battling. There were humans as well, fighting alongside some of the Pokémon. It wasn't exactly easy to tell which side was which. All they could tell was that the Crimson Tide was growing far more than had ever been anticipated to happen in history. The champion Scythia of the Sinnoh League was doling out orders to some of the Elite Four, making sure they attacked some of the Pokémon together. She herself hated the fact they were battling Pokémon, but was there really any other alternative at this point? That battle, between Pokémon and human alike, was the last vision that Ash saw before a fresh stream of water slammed him in the face, waking him up immediately. He sat up with a shout to see Baisel. Standing there, arms crossed. Ash quickly figured out that it was Baisel who had sprayed him with water. Ash blinked his eyes and looked around, recognizing that he was once more in Spear Pillar and not the strange place he had been. Quickly Ash searched around for Pikachu and saw Pikachu standing with the other Pokémon. A sigh of relief escaped him that Pikachu was indeed all right. Good to see you awake, Ash, came Arceus' calm voice, and Ash turned towards it to see the Alpha Pokémon. You have been unconscious for a few days now. Ash freaked out a moment. A few days? But do not worry. You are still whole. Why yeah. Ash breathed out. Everything he had seen was coming back to him. All of his friends dying, how he couldn't save them. And those visions, what were they? He had never seen any of them before. Arceus was waiting patiently as Ash contemplated all these strange occurrences. Arceus, what was that? What happened to me? You, Ash, fell victim to your darkest fears. The fears that you would lose all of your friends. It wrapped you up and consumed you. Arceus answered. I am terribly sorry, I had thought you prepared. Ash shook his head. I just can't believe what I saw. It scared me to see them all dead. It made me wonder what had happened to get them in such a state, like a war had come. They said that someone had attacked them, but they wouldn't tell me who. Ash said, and Arceus shrouded himself in an air of solemn silence. Was it the Rocket 4? I don't know, who could have done it? I mean, I know it was just an illusion now, but... Ash. Arceus breathed out as Ash sunk into contemplation again. Then a thought hit Ash. What was it, Arceus? Why was I seeing those things? What do they mean? What do the visions I had mean? Ash yelled out, and Arceus, though wanting to maintain a vow of silence at this moment, deigned himself to answer. You saw visions? What were they of? Arceus asked, and Ash started immediately. They were hey. Don't change the subject. Ash said. I want to know what's going on here. I ask you questions every day, and every time you seem to dodge all of my questions and never give me a real answer. I'm sick of it. If I'm the chosen one that everyone is depending on so much, then why can't I get even a straight answer? Ash's blood was boiling now. He had been sent into that cave blindly without even a hint of what he was going to face, and now he was sick of it. Ash, I am afraid I have not been entirely truthful with you. Arceus said, and Ash nodded profusely. You asked me a few days ago about this extended prophecy you heard, and you are correct, it does exist. I called out to you that night, uttering the words of the prophecy. What does it mean though? Ash asked, still confused, even though Arceus was now starting to answer his questions. Arceus heaved a great sigh and took a deep breath. War is coming, Ash. It will be the war to end all wars, a battle between humans and Pokemon. Arceus replied, and Ash took a step back, remembering his visions. Arceus noticed this change in his demeanor and his behavior. What is it, Ash? Those visions I saw, they were all something to do with war. There was a massive battle where a huge tower burned down in a place called Ecrut Village, and then, another huge battle with humans and Pokemon siding together. Ash said, his hidden question contained in what he said. Interesting. It appears you've received a vision of both the past and the future possibly. The tower you saw burning in Ecrut Village was the burning of what you have come to know as the burned tower in Epicocity. Arceus responded, and Ash's eyes widened. You must understand the importance of your visions. As the chosen one, they are providing you with vital clues on how to stop the slaughter that is to come. But, isn't there any way to stop it? Ash panicked, and Arceus shook his head. That can't be possible. There's got to be a way. There is not. This war has begun. It began 4 years ago when the disaster with Zapdos, Articuno, Moltres, and Lugia occurred. Arceus insisted. Ash tried to regain control of himself after hearing all of this highly disturbing news. Understand this, Ash, the gears of war are now moving in such a way that they cannot be stopped. With the ordeal at Shimudi, it triggered the beginning. Believe me, when I had finally been thrown out of my rage and examined this, I had hoped beyond all hope that when you averted that crisis you had stopped the war from happening. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Arceus, but I can't believe that there is no way to stop it. How did they stop the war that led to the burning of the burned tower? Ash asked, and Arceus sighed, almost as if the answer was too painful even for him to bear. I tell you this now to inform you, Ash. Arceus prefaced his statement with, and Ash prepared himself for whatever answer could be given. That war ended in perhaps the most vicious way it could. This war occurred before Damos' time, long before them. Your ancestor, General Ash Ketchum, after whom you were named, was arrested for resisting what was supposedly inevitable. Why? What does my ancestor have to do with this? Ash asked fervently. His ancestor couldn't be a bad person. He refused to allow it. He refused to fire a deadly weapon that would destroy all the Pokemon. He was arrested for it. He was later released after the war. You see, the final battle took place upon Mount Silver. Yes, I know, Arceus said quickly, as it looked as though Ash was going to interrupt. Mount Silver is home to where there was once a great war. It is never mentioned that it was between humans and Pokemon, however. You see, the humans fired their weapon as the Pokemon unleashed their own abilities, and many were wiped from the face of this earth, leaving a charred husk of land where Mount Silver Stadium is. Ho-Oh then arrived and restored the land, and the lesson was learned, but there are still many Pokemon among us who are waiting for the right time to strike back and destroy the humans they still have the bloodlust for. Ash's head was now spinning, officially gone. I still don't understand. What does all of this have to do with me? And why did you send me to that cavern? Was it to see what the Pokémon could do to the world if they attacked it? Ash asked, desperately trying to make sense of it all. You are the chosen one, Ash, you are the one who is going to make right this world. You are the only one with the power to stop this war. Arceus replied, and Ash continued to think, trying to make sense out of that statement when Arceus plowed on. As for the cavern, well, yes, the original purpose was to face you fear, but we gained two other important pieces of information. One is those visions, but the second, and perhaps most important, is that you, Ash Ketchum, are not afraid of death. How do you figure that? Ash asked, confused as to how Arceus could have figured that out from what had happened. I was monitoring your time in the cave. It was quite clear that you feared your friends' deaths the most, but not once did you see yourself dying, or find yourself in that situation. No, it was that you were utterly alone and could do nothing to save the people you loved. As I said before, perhaps this is the reason that you are the chosen one. The fact that you do not fear death makes you willing to sacrifice yourself for the greater good. I see. Ash breathed out, at least now understanding this. Then a thought hit him. What of the Rocket 4? Are they involved in this war? Yes, came the simple reply, and this instantly cemented a thought within Ash's mind. Then I need to go. The Rocket 4 are out there, and if they're the key to starting this war, then I'll stop them and end the war. Ash said determinedly. It's too late for that, Ash. Arceus warned him. The gears are turning. You cannot stop fate. The Rocket 4's plan has already begun, and even were you to stop it now, then the damage is done anyways and the war begins sometime after that. There is nothing you can do. And what about my friends? They won't just sit by and let this happen. They'll try and stop it. They need me and I need them. You can't expect me to sit around here twiddling my thumbs. I'm a Pokémon trainer, a traveler, not one who sits at home doing nothing while people get hurt. Bless you, boy. Arceus said. Indeed you are not. That, Ash Ketchum, is the reason that I believe that now is the time for you to return to your friends. Pokémon hospitalization. Saturn sat in his office room, his fingers drumming agitatedly on the desk as he stared at the line of Pokeballs in front of him. They weren't to stay there for very long. They would be needed for other missions very, very soon. No, for now, Saturn had much more pressing matters on his mind. He snarled at the thought of it. Not only were they moving too slow, but now this situation had come up. Saturn grimaced one last time at the empty spaces where the Pokeballs of Celebi, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, and some miscellaneous and various others should have been located. There was a knock at the door and Saturn tore his eyes from the large stone slab, 7 badges placed in it, that was on the wall. Enter. Saturn said with a harsh and biting tone. The door swung open and Domino led herself, Brody, and Vicious into the room. He surveyed the three of them quickly. All he had heard from some grunts when he had returned from Johto was that they had succeeded in Shimudi. He had not heard it from them himself. And that was the matter. They were now here before him. You wanted to see us Rocket 1, sir. Domino said, her tone slightly cheery, although Saturn could pick out the trace amounts of fear within it. Good, right now, he wanted that fear there. Saturn turned his chair, and thus himself, towards his subordinates, sharing a quick glance at Brody who furrowed his brow in confusion. I had heard the Shimudi plan went rather well. Saturn said, but rolled on before any of them could answer in the affirmative. At least, to the point of this, you capture Zapdos, Articuno, Moltres, and Lugia. Then why call us here? Is it another mission? Vicious asked, his own brow furrowed now. Saturn's eyes narrowed as he picked up a remote and pointed it at the monitor on the wall. The screen flickered and on it was a current news report. I'm here today, reporting live from Shimudi Island in the Orange Archipelago, where just 2 days ago the Pokémon Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, and Lugia nearly laid waste to the town. A number of villagers have been reported as deceased, but the villagers are working together to currently rebuild the town. Among those working are May of the Hoenn region, who currently made it into the top 2 of the Johto Grand Festival, and Dawn from Twinleaf Town. With them are Brock, the old Pewter City gym leader, and Misty Waterflower of the Cerulean Gym, the reporter stated, and a brief clip showed up, the Squinty Eyes breeder appearing. We were here visiting some friends at the time of the attack, and we thought it'd be a good idea to help them out. Brock stated, and Saturn viciously jabbed at the buttons to turn the screen off. What in the blazes did you think you were doing? Saturn roared. The 3 others flinched and backed up a step. When I said to show them a demonstration, I didn't mean to annihilate the entire town. Now, very soon, the whole world will know about our return, our very existence, and they will stop us. Why worry? Ash Ketchum is still missing. You see how well they're doing without him. Domino said snottily, and Saturn glared at her, causing a recoil. And you think they're going to slip up again after what they just saw happen? Saturn said before taking deep breaths to calm himself down. Look, we're behind, and your little stunt at Shimudi may have made things worse. We wanted to keep up secrecy from everyone but that group, but others have witnessed the attack. So we need to accelerate. Accelerate, sir? Vicious asked, and Saturn quickly dove his hand into his desk, pulling out another pokeball. He tossed it to Brody. Brody, Vicious, you will be heading to Arbaville and capture Shalebi. I will have Domino deliver a message to the group. This will be their last chance. Tomorrow we activate the next phase. Saturn stated sternly, and Brody's eyes widened. The stone? Brody asked, and Saturn nodded. Domino and Vicious exchanged gleeful glances toward one another. An action that did not go unnoticed by Saturn, who smirked. Keep in mind that things must go unhindered until Phase 2 begins, which is why Shalebi needs to be captured today. A time travel Pokemon can only serve to alter what we plan. Saturn said. That being said, this is Ash Ketchum and his friends' last chance to even attempt to stop us. Tomorrow we go back to being a secret from them. Saturn now turned toward Domino and held out his hand, in which was concealed an envelope. This is their clue, a rather blatant one. Drop it off and then go on your reconnaissance in Saffron. By now the bug we planted in the old base should already have taken route. Domino smirked, and she left the room with a running start. Vicious nodded at Brody, indicating he was to go ahead, and he too left the room. Brody remained a moment as Saturn swiveled around to his desk once more. The air in the room was pulled taut before Brody at last spoke, breaking that tension there. Sir, are you sure tomorrow would be the best day for the stone? The plan in Saffron isn't even finished yet. Brody said, but Saturn didn't respond save for a slight glance in Brody's direction. I would just want to activate the stone after we can root out the dash. Brody, we know who the turncoats are. We both know that once the plan in Saffron is finished they will form their own alliance. I'm not worried. We go ahead with the plan. Saturn responded. Brody grunted in disapproval but soon turned to go. Saturn's voice made him stop a moment. Brody, I don't tolerate failure. My late, dear, departed leader Cyrus did not, and nor do I, make sure that, if there is failure, you see to it personally that they pay for it. Brody nodded and retreated from the sanctum of Saturn's office. Happiny. Happiny cried out as it set down a pile of 20 cement blocks on the ground, which Krogunk broke soon afterwards. Brock stood by smiling at his 3 Pokemon as they worked together to help rebuild Shimudi. After all, Brock felt very responsible for what had happened to this island. If the Rocket 4 had not been after them, then they wouldn't be after the legendaries, and, well, Brock knew that by thinking all these things it would get them nowhere. Alright you guys, you can take a break, I think that's enough for the day. Brock said, looking at his slightly exhausted Pokemon. Sudowoodo saluted Brock as Happiny ran over to him. He picked her up as Krogunk looked into the waters on the shore, once more staring at his own reflection. Brock turned towards the town hall, a place which was easily rebuilt within a day thanks to all the people and Pokemon working together to finish it. That was where the others were helping out to finish up. Brock himself had seen very little of them in the preceding days owing to the partial fact that he didn't want to see them. As the oldest of the group, he felt extremely downtrodden at having failed to save Shmooty. "Hey Krogunk, let's go." Krogunk turned away from his reflection and proceeded to follow Brock on his walk along the beach. The sound of fast footsteps were soon heard behind him and Max came running up, Trico following beside him. "Looks like everything's turning up all right," Max said with a small chuckle and a happy smile. Brock returned the smile, grateful that things were going well. Max's face dropped a little. "Although, something like this will take a really long time to fix." "Don't worry about it, Max," Brock said, and Max nodded somberly. Brock decided to stop in order to reassure him, but before he could, all three of May, Misty, and Dawn came running down the stairs, making sure not to trip on the broken sections in order to reach the two of them. Brock knew that the three of them, as well as Richie, had been helping Melody with fixing the town hall and as such, had been absent from the area where Brock and Max had been working most of the time. "Everything's going great," Dawn chirped out as they approached, and Piplup affirmed it with a "Piplup pip." Brock nodded in acceptance of this information as May saw the look on her brother's face. She quickly went to go talk with him, but Brock sought Misty's face, whose expression was cold and silent. "What's wrong, Misty?" Brock asked, and Misty was jerked from her slight reverie. "What do you think is wrong, Brock? Look what the Rocket 4 did to this island. And you know they're not gonna stop here," Misty said before her features hardened, a snarl of her temper creeping up onto her face. "We have to stop them first. I'm sick of playing around and watching people get hurt." "But what can we do?" Max asked worriedly, and Misty looked at him. "Ash isn't here and he's the only one they really fear anyway." Misty heaved in a deep breath. "Then we'll make them fear us," Misty asserted. "I'm sick of playing the second wheel to Ash Ketchum's unicycle. He doesn't need us clearly, so we don't need him." Brock watched Misty's face and he could see that she truly didn't mean it. She was upset, just as he was, over all that had happened recently. "Either way, we can stop them without Ash," Brock said. "All we need to know is where they're going. After that, we'll stop them." Both May and Dawn seemed ready to interrupt on this point, but Brock kept going in order to tell them both his plan. "We've allowed them to distract us with smoke and mirrors, that's all they are. But if we really work together and combine all of our strength and our Pokemon strengths, then they stand no chance." "You know, Brock, I think you might have a point," Max conceded. "If we work together we really do stand a chance." Brock nodded. "Well, all right then, let's get going," May said, her personality having flipped into a happy and eager one. "Right, but first, where's Richie?" Brock asked, and Misty, May, and Dawn sniggered for a moment. But Brock's answer didn't come from them and instead from Richie himself as he came running down the stairs. Behind him a ways he saw Melody, her hair a little ruffled, and Brock raised his eyebrows at the sight. Richie finally reached them, slightly out of breath, and for more than one reason. "You okay, Richie?" Dawn said with a smirk, and Richie waved the matter off. Dawn decided to continue her comment. "So, we're leaving today, or I would guess today. So get ready to go and stop the Rocket 4. "I'm not going," Richie said, and everyone stopped, even the three girls who knew exactly what was going on between Richie and Melody. Brock didn't need to say anything in order to ask exactly why Richie wasn't going to help them out. "Look, this place needs help rebuilding. Who knows how long it could take to rebuild this place. So I'm going to stay and help out as much as I can. That, and other reasons," May said slyly, and Richie blushed a little, prompting yet another snigger from the girls. Brock nodded in understanding. He had found someone who wanted him too, and wanted to help her in her time of need. "You guys can handle it from here, right?" Richie asked, and they all told him that they could. With that, Richie ran off to meet up with Melody and the two walked off. The group once more faced inward, toward one another. "So now where do we go?" May asked. Where can we find the rocket for? Want a clue? Said a harsh and snotty voice from the air. They quickly saw a large helicopter blotting out the sun, Domino standing at the edge of it with a wicked smirk on her face. I'll let you know, although the boss says that this is the last clue you get. With that, Domino quickly tossed the envelope she was holding in her hand down to Brock, who caught it deftly. Wheel, I'd love to stay but I've got more important people to deal with. Toodles. The group took an angry step forward but the helicopter had already left. Brock's hand clutched at the envelope before he realized that it was still sitting there. So Brock decided to open the envelope. With slight tear on the parchment that contained the clue, it slit open and deposited a picture, upside down, into the palm of his hands. The others looked over to him as he turned the picture over. Contained on the picture was a lush forested expanse, from a top view. In the distance of the picture, Brock could see that there was a strange flying device that in some way jogged his memory. Seconds later he realized exactly which location was being hinted at with this very blatant clue. He turned the picture around to Misty. Arbaville. She breathed out as soon as she saw the picture. Dawn and May gave her looks that asked the question of where exactly that was. Home of Shalebi and Suakun. Then that's where we're going. Brock said. No more words needed to be said as Brock led them all along the coastline towards the magma energy jet that was still waiting patiently for them. The pilot was waiting outside for them, his look asking their current destination. Pilot, we're going to Arbaville in the Johto region. The pilot chuckled. All right, I'll get there as quick as possible, the pilot said, and he turned to get into the jet but paused and turned back to Brock. Oh, and Master Brock, simply call me Gerald. With those words he ascended the steps and went towards the cockpit. Meanwhile, the group, nervous as they were gathered in the living room space on the luxury jet. Brock wanted to say something to break the morbid silence stretching across in the jet and give them encouragement. But somehow he felt that he needed to save some of it for himself. The trip to Arbaville could be described in that aforementioned word, silence. Everyone was filled with their own thoughts. Not even a single conversation was struck about anything, serious or mundane. That was perhaps the hardest part. But all needed to focus on what was ahead. That, in Brock's mind, was the reason they had failed so many times before. It was the fact that they were not focusing on the task ahead and instead dwelling on others' things, like Ash, the go-getter of their group who wouldn't give up even if you told him that by doing so he would die. The early hours of the afternoon came though, and the jet was felt descending onto the river right outside of Arbaville, right next to the phone where Ash had once called Professor Oak from. Brock himself was up like a shot, racing towards the paved streets, the others close behind him. As all of them gathered there suddenly appeared a shot of lightning from the direction of the trees, nearby trees. Pokemon out everybody, let's get ready now. Brock ordered and everyone silently agreed. Brock sent out Sudowoodo and Krogunk while Misty called upon Gyarados and Politoed. May sent out her Blaziken, Wartortle and Venusaur while Dawn likewise called on Buneary and Mamoswine. Piplup, who was, of course, already out of its Pokeball, joined them. Max sent out his lone Trico and the group set off at a run. Mamoswine and Gyarados took the forefront of the group, crashing through the trees in an effort to reach their quarry faster. As they approached the site of the bolts of lightning, angry voices and Pokemon cries were heard. "Why won't that DMN thing stay still?" cried out a rough voice which Brock presumed to be vicious. They increased their pace. Articuno, Ice Beam. Tyranitar, Weevil, Shadow Ball. Vicious ordered and a resounding explosion ensued. May quickly went on the uptake. Blaziken, Fire Spin. May ordered and Blaziken quickly leapt through the air, over both Mamoswine and Gyarados and sent a roaring, spinning flame from its mouth. The flame struck head-on consuming both Tyranitar and Weevil. Articuno escaped and Tyranitar looked unscathed but Weevil was suffering from the effect of the attack. "Brody! The brats are here!" Vicious yelled out and Brody, who was on an upper branch of a tree clutching a Pokeball, looked down with a grimace. "Then you deal with them." I'm a little busy. Brody snarled out and Brock noticed Shalebi flitting through the trees. Misty and Dawn were extremely quick on the uptake, ordering an ice shard and hydro pump at Tyranitar immediately. Vicious countered with an earthquake that went ripping through the entirety of the area. Sudowoodo, Double Edge, Krogunk Brick Break. Brock ordered and his two loyal Pokémon went rushing forward while May ordered a distraction in the form of Wartortle's Rapid Spin. But the Rapid Spin didn't last long as Tyranitar was ordered to launch a powerful Focus Blast. The shot ripped through the area and slammed Wartortle into the now approaching Politoed. The two fell over but sprang back up. Krogunk's Brick Break had now broken through and landed on Tyranitar just as Sudowoodo's Double Edge attack did. But Vicious ordered a Night Slash from Weevil. The Night Slash pinned Krogunk in the chest and threw it off into the air, crashing through the top layers of trees. Krogunk. Sudowoodo, Wood Hammer. Sudowoodo complied, slamming into the Weevil that was caught off guard before Tyranitar's tail whipped around and slammed into Sudowoodo. Sudowoodo was pushed back but ultimately remained whole. Piplup and Buniri were there to pick up the slack with a Water-Ice combo ordered by Dawn. The two elements snaked together in a dazzling combination that any coordinator would be proud of, were they not in this situation. Tyranitar was ordered to shield himself and he did so, but the barrage of attacks was relentless from the two. That is, until Articuno quickly darted up with a well-executed sky attack that threw both Piplup and Buniri into the air. Articuno now used Ice Beam on the tumbling pair and, as a chunk of ice, the two descended. Vicious laughed maniacally. Did you think you could stop us at the height of our might? Fools! Vicious said. I don't think so. Blaziken, Sky Uppercut. May yelled and it ran at Articuno. Up above while Misty ordered a hydro pump on Tyranitar. This time, Tyranitar was unable to protect itself and it keeled over as the extraordinary force slammed into it. Brock meanwhile was engaging Sudowoodo and Politoed in their combat with Weevil. Misty turned her attention back to Politoed just as it was landed in the stomach with a powerful metal claw, causing Politoed to tumble over in pain. Brock ordered another wood hammer which quickly settled the match against Weevil as it slammed into Tyranitar. Brock quickly ran over to where Krogunk was to check on him. Whilst this was occurring, Blaziken and Mamoswine were attacking Articuno with a fury, Mamoswine firing off ice shards as all of Blaziken's sky uppercuts seemed to miss. Suddenly, Max's Trico came jumping from the trees in order to execute a pound attack. Articuno turned and quickly used an ice beam on it. Trico suddenly plummeted but the opening was provided for both Blaziken and Mamoswine who quickly felled the Articuno. Vicious smirk now turned to a sneer and he prepared to pull out a pokeball when a vine whipped out and grabbed his hand. Another vine soon came and wrapped around his body. May was standing next to her Venusaur with a smile on her face. Vicious struggled against his bonds, but to no avail. Brody, help me out. Vicious yelled and Brock unfortunately saw, as he ran back over carrying his fallen Krogunk, Brody toss a pokeball and capture Shalebi. Brody turned towards Vicious. Sorry, you're on your own. Brody said and Vicious' face began to palpitate with rage. You traitor. Vicious snarled out and Brody wagged a finger. Traitor? I don't think so. You're a failure. We don't accept failure. Brody said and with a small wave, jumped onto the back of Zapdos and flew off. Brock looked over to Vicious who was struggling even more. Brock walked over and took all of Vicious' pokeballs. With a simple click, all the legendaries contained within them were released. Vicious' eyes grew wide as he realized he had failed. Arr! Beep, beep, beep. This was the sound heard as Brock and the others waited in the lobby of the Pokémon Center outside Arbaville. It had been a tough afternoon of waiting. When May's Venusaur had captured Vicious they had stripped him of all of his Pokeballs, quickly releasing those Pokémon that were not rightfully his to the wild. Articuno and Kyogre especially had fled without a word while Tyranitar and Weevil remained lost in the forests of Arbaville. Vicious was silent during this whole ordeal and all of them began to walk back towards the town. As they approached, however, Blaziken collapsed, fatigued from its intense battle with Articuno. May rushed to her first Pokémon's side and immediately returned it to its Pokeball. This was the case with many of their Pokémon. But their first priority was Vicious. Returning to their jet, Gerald the pilot made a quick phone call to Officer Jenny, who arrived within minutes. Brock was too exhausted and too worried about Krogunk to even flirt with the dazzling policewoman. With gratitude, Jenny took Vicious into custody, who said nothing and instead went along quietly. Venusaur was returned and the group quickly headed over to the Pokémon Center, where Nurse Joy was taking care of normal trainers' Pokémon. This changed in the instant that she saw the group, clutching their injured Pokémon. Within minutes, the entirety of the Pokémon Center was put on high alert and every Chansey in the center rushed to the aid of the Pokémon while their beloved trainers were forced to wait outside. It was now drawing into the hours of evening and they had yet to hear on the condition of their Pokémon. A sign that things could only worsen from here. At last the red light blinked off and a tired and disheveled Nurse Joy appeared, her haggard look suggesting it had been a very long afternoon for her as well. All 5 of the trainers stood up and walked over to her. They burst into exclamations, wondering about the state of the Pokémon who had battled so hard for them. Nurse Joy quickly put a hand up to stop them. When they had silenced themselves, the tired nurse sighed loudly. All of your Pokémon are fine. At this point all they need is a good night's sleep. I'll admit that it was touch and go for a while there, but... She paused here and glanced at the trainers. Many of the larger Pokémon took no real damage, so Sudowoodo, Gyarados, Wartortle, Venusaur, and Mamoswine are all fine right now. They're just worried about their friends at the moment. And what about Piplup and Buneary? Dawn said in near hysterics, a comforting hand from Misty calming her down quickly. Nurse Joy grimaced. A large number of the smaller Pokémon took quite a bit of damage in the battle, Piplup and Buneary among the worst. As did your Trico, Max. Nurse Joy told them grievously. No. Max and Dawn breathed out simultaneously. But Nurse Joy's complexion brightened. But there's no worries. The Chansey and I have worked hard and have managed to heal them to the point that after a good night's sleep they'll be back to speed. However, Nurse Joy said before her demeanor suddenly switched. How could any of you put your Pokémon through such intensive danger? As a trainer, it is your responsibility to see that no harm comes to your Pokémon, and here they are in intensive care. We're sorry, Nurse Joy. Had we any idea this would happen to our Pokémon, we would have never participated in the battle. Brock said solemnly, knowing it to be a complete lie. But he had to say something, or else the beautiful Nurse Joy would forever remain on them. Well, be that as it may. I want all of you to refrain from damaging your Pokémon so much. If you don't, one day the damage may be irreversible. Nurse Joy and Dawn commented on knowing the extent of that, thinking on Ash's Infernape during its time under Paul. With that, Nurse Joy seemed satisfied and left the group, who all drew sighs of relief as they sat down on the couches. They knew they were staying the night there. Well, at least we caught the iron-masked marauder. Misty said, and everyone nodded. Though, it kind of scares me. What does Misty? May asked, confusion drawn all over her face. Misty turned to her friend and answered her gravely. Brody said they didn't tolerate failure. If they're that vicious to one of their own, could you imagine just how mean they could truly be? Misty asked, and Brock completely acceded on this point. How much longer is this going to go on? Misty slammed a fist into the couch. And where the hell is Ash in all of this? I'd expect he has a good reason for not being here. Max said, although somehow he didn't believe it. He better, or I'll rip his oversized head from his shoulders. Misty seethed before Brock intervened. Breathe, Misty, breathe. Brock said, and Misty did, calming herself down. Right now, worrying about Ash or the Rocket 4 isn't helping matters. What matters most is our Pokémon. We need to be there for them, and the only way we can do that is by getting some sleep. Everyone in the group agreed and each one of them retired to their own respective rooms, Brock being the last to follow. However, before he did he looked out to the nighttime sky and wondered the question that was indeed on each of their minds, just where was Ash Ketchum right now? Return. The first light of dawn struck Pallet Town on the 21st of September, lighting up its leaves with a myriad of colors. As this wonderful but not uncommon occurrence took place, a rather unique one did. A blue light appeared in a small closet of trees about a mile from the Ketchum household. From it stepped a young 15-year-old Pokémon trainer with his hat on his head and his Pikachu on his shoulder. Ash Ketchum quickly felt the 5 Pokeballs that rested on his belt and thought back to the conversation that he had had with Arceus earlier that morning. "I saw something last night," Ash stated solemnly as he packed his bag in preparation for his departure. Arceus merely floated there, listening to the words that Ash had to offer. "I don't know if it was the past or the future, but I saw my friends in trouble. They were battling a guy I recognized from a few years ago, the Iron-Masked Marauder if I remember correctly." Do you know what occurred after the battle?" Arceus asked, for though being an alpha Pokémon he still could not see the future or the entirety of the world unless he focused in on a specific point. And for now, his gaze was cast elsewhere. "No idea, I only saw the battle." "You think he was one of the Rocket 4? Ash asked and Arceus inclined his head toward the chosen one. "I mean, he did work for Team Rocket." Silence came from the alpha Pokémon for a moment as Ash paused in all of his packing. Then Arceus could do nothing but shake his head, indicating that he truly did not know at all. Ash sighed and turned back to packing his bag. "Now Ash, as you are returning to your world rather than this special place that I have cordoned off, you will once more be subjected to their rules," Arceus stated, prompting an insanely confused look from Ash. "While you were here, I made it that you could have more than 6 Pokémon on you at once. Once you return, that is no longer the case. You must choose the 6 with which you will travel and the rest will be sent back to your Professor Oak in Pallet Town. Do you understand me?" "Okay, I think I do," Ash said before quickly pondering exactly which Pokémon he was planning to take along with him at this moment. Pikachu was a must-have of course, but which other ones should he take? Ash scanned Spear Pillar and looked at his Pokémon, all of them waiting for his inevitable and ultimately final decision in this matter. "Charizard, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, you guys will come back with me. You too Snorlax, and I think Torterra would be good too. The rest have fun at Professor Oak's. I'll come by to see you as soon as I can," Ash stated and his Pokémon cheered raucously. Ash drew the 5 Pokeballs from his back and called back his now traveling Pokémon, attaching them to his belt. "Be careful Ash, the Rocket 4 are vicious, even more so if you may be involved with them," Arceus warned him kindly. "I, for now, will return to my own dimension until this crisis has averted itself. Find your friends, and don't lose faith in them." Ash nodded resolutely. Then he turned and waved his hand, opening up a portal to Pallet Town where he figured his friends would be, or at least, it would be a good place to start. And that was precisely where he was standing now. Pikachu nudged his shoulder and Ash started off again, in the direction that he knew his house was. Of course, Ash hoped that his friends had waited there because it would mean that they were completely safe and sound. Although he somehow held very little hope for that in his heart. As he stepped into his mother's beautiful garden he saw that the lights were still off in the house. He looked to Pikachu briefly before grabbing the key under the doormat and unlocking the way into his home. He closed the door quietly and with soft padded footsteps, made his way through the house. The couch was empty, meaning that Brock was not sleeping there, however it could have just as easily meant that Brock was using his room. So Ash quietly made his way through the seemingly deserted house and peeped into his room, it being exactly the way he had left it. So they were gone. He heard a noise in the direction of his mother's room and knew that he needed to get going. If she didn't think it was some sort of burglar and start beating him then he would be severely delayed by the process of things, mostly owing to his mother fussing over him and food, and more specifically whether he changed his underwear every day or not. Pikachu hopped off his shoulder so that Ash could get through the house quicker. He managed to get out of the house just before his mother stepped out of her room. Close one, huh, Pikachu? Ash said with a chuckle, and Pikachu nodded. Of course, he was nowhere closer to finding his friends at this point. So, he figured that it was a good time to put all of his training to good use. He closed his eyes and spread his aura outward. He figured that identifying Brock's aura and then locating it would be a much easier task. He sensed the outline of Brock's body, faint as it was, on the couch in his living room. He could sense the various things that identified it and then pressed outward even further. Nowhere in Kanto could he find them, they had disappeared. Had they really been so busy that they left for another region? Still more, he pushed his aura outward, expanding it into Johto. Suddenly, he hit on something. Brock's aura was there, and 4 others whom Ash could only suppose were the rest of his friends. Although he did wonder why one of them was missing. Pikapi? Pikachu asked, and Ash smiled at his oldest companion. Found, M. Ash said with his grin, and Pikachu smiled back, raising a paw into the air. Once more, Ash created a brimming blue portal in front of him and stepped into it with a purpose. The usual blue surroundings of the aura portal swirled around him, and he knew he was in for a trip. The trip from Spear Pillar to Pallet Town alone took 4 hours, and he had left at 2 in the morning. It didn't matter, however long it would take to reach that location was fine. Besides, to him it felt like only a step forward. But Ash felt that it might have just been his mere mediocrity at creating aura portals. Ash picked up his pace before suddenly emerging outside of a town he vaguely remembered in his memory. Pikachu felt the same, familiarity tugging at the corners of his brain. Ash looked to the distance and saw a deep and sprawling forest. Still not knowing where exactly he was, he pressed out with aura to once more pinpoint Brock's location. To any passerby, had a passerby been around at this still early time in the morning, it would have looked strange to them. But it was still early, the journey having not taken that long. He quickly found the aura he was looking for and raced off in the search of it. Pikachu followed along quickly beside him as Ash wound through the streets of Arbaville towards his intended destination, which soon clarified itself as to what it was, the Pokémon Center. Go figure, huh? Ash mumbled out to Pikachu, and Pikachu merely tilted his head before the two of them walked inside. The center was already filled with the hustle and bustle of the morning, with the numerous amounts of trainers coming and going. Many of them were lining up to pick up their Pokémon from Nurse Joy. Ash scanned the area but could not find any of the people he was looking for. Ash approached the desk where Nurse Joy was handing back the Pokémon. "Hello," came Nurse Joy's sweet voice as she saw Ash approach the counter. "Do you need a checkup for your Pikachu?" Ash looked to Pikachu, who had just jumped on his shoulder so as to avoid being trampled. Now that he thought about it, his Pokémon had been through quite a lot this week and without any proper healing available to them. "Yeah. Can you check on my other Pokémon too?" Ash asked, quickly taking his 5 Pokeballs and handing them to the kind nurse, who took them with a smile, placing them in a room with some Chansey before continuing with her morning Pokémon duties. Ash smiled at this and was about to turn around to scan for his friends once more when a large thwack sound came to his ears. It took him a moment to realize that his head was what was making the sound. Well, that and Misty's hand colliding with it. Ash whipped around and saw Misty there, behind her being the rest of his friends he had left at Pallet Town minus Richie. "Misty." "Ash Ketchum. Just where have you been?" Misty demanded immediately, and Ash could tell from the numerous glares coming from his friends that not many of them were happy with him. Can we sit down?" Ash asked, and Misty, not wiping the glare from her face, conceded to this, and the group of now 6 people proceeded to a small booth in the corner of the Pokémon Center where they all sat down. Nobody said a word, instead looking at Ash, who quickly decided that speaking first would be the best thing to save himself in this case. "So, yeah, I've been gone a while, huh?" "A while is an understatement," May said, her pointed glare drilling into Ash. "You've been gone almost a whole week. Where exactly have you been? Come on. How much could happen in 1 week?" Ash said, and the rest of his friends all looked at each other. Okay. An old friend contacted me and said he needed some help and that if I helped him, he could help me with some extra special training. He told me to go alone. And you couldn't bother to tell any of us, huh? Misty said angrily, and Ash rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. He fumbled around in his brain for the right things to tell all of them. I had to do it alone. I didn't want to worry any of you, besides, you all would have followed me anyway. Ash said, and the group was mute. Ash couldn't figure it all out for the life of him. Okay, what's going on? What did I miss? Remember the Rocket 4? Brock said with warning in his voice, and Ash nodded slowly. How could he forget them? He had just spent the last week talking with Arceus about what a danger they were to the entirety of the world. He wasn't just about to forget them in a flash. 2 days after you left they contacted us. Yeah, Maxie of Team Magma told us that they would. Max said, and Ash snapped a very quick look to him in surprise. Oh yeah, Maxie was almost incriminated by the Rocket 4 and came looking for you, so he decided to help us out. We ended up meeting all of the Rocket 4. Dawn said, and Ash's face snapped to her before Misty decided upon making her own comment. Shimudi was destroyed by them. Misty said, and Ash now put his gaze upon her. They even killed Maxie. May said, and Ash finally looked at her. His brain was on overload. Had he really missed all that much in just 1 week? Brock chuckled and a very blank look on Ash's face and decided to set some things straight for Ash. Okay, the Rocket 4 contacted us and led us on a chase across the world. Turns out that they were trying to capture the legendaries. Eventually it led to Shimudi and they ended up disturbing Zapdos, Articuno, Moltres and Lugia, which resulted in the destruction of the town. Richie stayed behind to help them rebuild. So, you've met all of them then? Ash asked, and all 5 of his friends nodded their heads slowly. Ash could tell something was wrong. You're not going to like it. Brock said, and Ash's heart skipped beats. Was it all really this bad at the time? We met them. They wanted us to fail, Ash, because of how many times we beat them. They wanted to make us pay. So yeah, to assert that, we met them. Ash's look implored Brock to tell them exactly who all of them were. Well, you met Brody, but there was also Domino, that chick who worked for Team Rocket when we went to Purity Canyon. Can't forget the iron-masked marauder either. We captured him just yesterday. Our Pokemon were really injured from it. Misty said with a grimace as she felt the Pokeball on her own belt. Ash nodded at the mention of this member of the Rocket 4. He had guessed it when he saw that vision, and now it was only confirmed. But if his limited number counting brain was correct, there was still one more member of the Rocket 4. He didn't even have to ask. Saturn of Team Galactic. He's the leader. Dawn said. A stiff and stifling silence fell over the group. Then a thought hit Dawn, and she just knew she had to ask Ash. Ash, what kind of special training did you say you were taking part in? Ash looked around before he stood up. Come with me. Ash said, and before his friends could protest he led them out of the Pokemon Center and into the trees nearby. Once Ash was certain that they were secluded, he turned to face all of them. I'm sure all of you, well, everyone but Misty, remembers what we've been told about Aura, right? They all nodded their head while Misty just looked at Ash confusedly. Ash held out his hand, and before a blue sphere formed on the end of it which he sent shooting through the forest. There was a collective gasp. I've spent the last week training in the power of Aura. That's how I was able to find you. That's how I'll stop the Rocket 4. It's a relief to her you say that, Ash. They said that the last clue they gave to us would be the final one. Brock stated, and Ash nodded resolutely. I can't believe it's come to this. We're sorry, Ash. Misty said, and Ash turned to her. We're sorry we failed at stopping the Rocket 4. Hey, no worries. If anything, I'm sorry for not being there, Ash said, feeling a little low for having let his friends down, leaving them to deal with everything for the past few days. If it's any consolation, I'm here now. And together there's nothing we can't do. Tomorrow, we'll stop the Rocket 4 for good, just like we have before. RR. I'm sorry, sir, but explain this to me again. We're not going back for Vicious, why? Domino asked in the seclusion of Saturn's office. It was just the two of them at the moment, Brody being sent to do something else. He failed us. If he could fail us at such a crucial juncture, tell me, would he be of much use to us in the future? Especially with Ketchum's return this morning. Saturn stated. Domino's eyes widened and Saturn chuckled. Oh yes, the surveillance on Pallet Town reported that Ash Ketchum had returned there, presumably searching for his friends. You couldn't think to tell me this, though, could you? Domino said, and Saturn sent a very vicious glare in her direction. I didn't know I had to report things directly to you, Rocket 2, or should I remind you of who is in charge? Saturn said, and Domino opted to not say anything to her boss. Though the look on her face was betraying her true feelings in this case. And no, I didn't tell you because I had far more important matters to deal with. Just because I won't rescue Vicious doesn't mean our loss in personnel has not weakened us. Oh no, I've had to clean up some things to ensure that Phase 2 goes according to plan. Should I even ask what you were dealing with this morning? Domino said scathingly while Saturn pulled out a remote and tapped on a button which turned the TV on, showing a view of the Saffron City Correctional Facility. Domino's eyes widened. I really hope you like fireworks, because they're going to be happening very soon. RR. The police officer strode down the linoleum floor hallway to another standing officer, guarding perhaps one of the most protected cell doors in the entirety of the correctional facility. As the two approached each other, they gave each other very quick salutes before the one who was striding down the hallway stopped. I've come to relieve you of duty, said the officer that had just arrived, and the other officer chuckled. Sorry, but my shift's not up yet. I'm not leaving till that time has come, the officer said, holding fierce pride in holding up his defense of this cell. The other officer scowled slightly and for a moment said nothing, but soon laughed a little bit. Oh come on now, it's not like he's going to be going anywhere, the officer said jokingly, and with a sour laugh, the other officer agreed wholeheartedly. That's very true. Trapped inside this cell, he won't be going anywhere. But if I leave, I'll be going somewhere very far away. So, sorry. Why don't you go and relax? If you want to guard the door that badly, I'll come and find you when my shift's up, the officer said, and the other officer nodded, turning away and striding slightly down the hallway. Sorry, wrong answer, the officer said, whipping around. A Pokeball's light flashed and out popped Mew. Mew, Hyper Beam. Mew obeyed, though it seemed to feel pain in doing so. The beam shot out and struck the officer in the chest, suddenly blasting right through the doorway into the cell. As soon as this singular occurrence took place, red lights began to flash and an alarm began to wail. The officer immediately returned Mew to its Pokeball before striding into the cell. As soon as he entered, he felt himself restrained in a headlock. I'm taking you as a hostage now, get me out, breathed a sinister voice, and the officer chuckled loudly. The man who was holding his head let go out of utter shock. The officer quickly stripped himself of his outer clothing to reveal a black-haired man. The name's Brody of the Rocket 4, and I've come here to actually get you out. Brody said with a smirk. The man, whose year in prison had caused him to nearly waste away, looked at Brody in shock. I know, bet it's a hard thing to hear that your evil organization is still up and running. Trust me, it took some time to iron out the KNKS. But, if you're ready, we should really bust out of here. Giovanni, albeit confused by this man who said Team Rocket had revived, accepted the gracious offer and nodded. All right, take me to your leader. Giovanni said, and Brody tossed another Pokeball into the air. From it emerged Ditto. Ditto, transform into Dragonite and blast through this wall. Ditto complied with ease, transforming into a mighty Dragonite. Its mouth glowed with an orange glow before blasting out of the correctional facility. There was now a large gaping hole in the place of the wall. Hurried footsteps could be heard coming down the hallway as Brody returned ditto and grabbed yet another pokeball from his belt. Giovanni recognized the design of it and was instantly impressed by the elaborateness of this plan. From that pokeball emerged the flying form of Zapdos. Brody motioned to the Pokémon and Brody hopped on, Brody soon after. Like a shot, the two took off. From the top of the prison, lights were shining around them, pointing out their location. But it did no good. Zapdos was far too fast to be caught and soon brought the two of them out of sight of Saffron City. Giovanni whooped with excitement. Freedom, at last. How long had he dreamed that someone, one of his loyal members, would come to break him out? True. It was not exactly as he had envisioned, but still he was here. Giovanni, sir, do you still keep an Earth badge from when you ran the Viridian Gym? Brody suddenly asked and Giovanni tilted his head towards him. He quickly took out the badge from his inner pocket of his prison clothes. He had hidden it on his figure, it being the reminder of his time in Viridian. Excellent. You better hold on to it. There'll be a use for it soon. Brody dug into Zapdos' sides as they sped off for Celadon City, soon touching down in the outskirts. Brody returned Zapdos and the two crept quietly through the trees until they saw the Rocket 4 base in the distance. Outside was a waiting party, comprised of Saturn and Domino. Allow me to introduce Saturn, our leader. Giovanni, a pleasure to at last meet in the flesh. Saturn said, his hand extended. Giovanni quickly shook it. Perhaps we should find you some new clothes. With those words, Saturn whirled around and stepped inside the base. Domino smirked at her leader and he smiled back. Things were back on track. Once this Saturn fellow was out of the way, well, the rest would all be child's play. Team Rocket had returned. The frayed edge of the string. Giovanni straightened out the creases in his new suit as he walked down the hallway to Saturn's office. It felt good to be in the clothes he was so used to wearing again instead of those prison clothes. Still, he could never forget the face of the boy who had brought it down. Such fury, yet such justice had resided in his face. A look of confidence that no one could forget in their lifetimes. At last Giovanni reached the double doors and pushed them open with presence. Saturn turned to him with a smile, but Giovanni had other matters on his mind that he wanted to press. Saturn, was it not? Giovanni said smoothly and Saturn gave a slight incline with his head. So, what is it you are exactly doing here under the name of Team Rocket? Correction, the Rocket 4. Saturn said fluidly, not breaking a sweat. True, we have many members of the former Team Rocket but we are not Team Rocket. I myself came from a team known as Team Galactic, Brody was from Team Magma. We all came together in a common united goal, defeat Ash Ketchum. The boy. Giovanni said with gritted teeth, knowing that name as it resonated in his mind. Saturn's eyes themselves became sharper and colder as he nodded in confirmation. Yes, Ash Ketchum and his friends are always there to mess up our plans, to stop us up. I myself was left the entirety of my old leader's assets and so, once I was out on parole, I put them to good use. These pokeballs here for instance, Saturn said, drawing the strange pokeball from his pocket, as well as indicating to the far wall where a great number of them stood. I used my assets to mass-produce them for our use. In other words, we have captured all but 4 legendaries at this moment in time. But we can't forget the ones Vicious had. No doubt the twerps have managed to free them. Domino said with a grimace and Giovanni realized that Vicious was once among this group of 4. His keen mind instantly figured out that indeed this group had now dropped down to merely 3 rockets. No matter. Saturn said with a slight brush of the matter. With the remaining legendaries, securing them should be child's play. So, world domination I would guess then? Giovanni asked and Saturn gave his affirmation shortly after. Very interesting. Indeed, I remember the theft of that pokeball when I headed Team Rocket. I never imagined that anyone would be able to mass-produce it save for Sylph Company. There are many things we have managed to do which Sylph, or you yourself never had the time to do so. Saturn said with a very wicked smile playing his face. I have connections to a very bright scientist, even were I not to admit it. He designed this wonderful stone machine here. Saturn now stepped aside to reveal a round slab. There were 8 segments to it, one of the special pokeballs sitting right in the center of the machine. On each of the 8 segments there were indentations. 7 of these were filled with 7 of the badges of Kanto. But one of them, a feather-shaped badge, was empty. What does it do specifically? Giovanni asked, not necessarily understanding what use they could have with this strange machine. Any Pokemon captured with these kinds of Pokeball had their moves powered up the more badges that are placed in the machine. We could not finish until the Earth badge was placed in the machine, but now that you are here, the plan can finish. Not only can our Pokemon become more powerful, but we can summon both Dialga and Palkia, for small remnants of both the Adamant Orb and Lustrous Orb reside within the stone. Saturn's face was manic now, and Giovanni contemplated what he should do. Should he dispose of this man now, or should he wait it out? A glance in Domino's direction gave him a thought. Other than the Earth badge, what did you need me for? Giovanni asked. Saturn dropped his smile in the decision to answer him. Mutuo. Saturn said, and something was jogged in Giovanni's memory. Mutuo erased your memory of the last time you met, but, with our scan of Ash Ketchum's memory we know where he resides. Your appearance should warrant us enough ability to capture him. As Saturn finished what he was saying, he extended his hand. Giovanni deliberated what he should do in his mind before reaching into his suit pocket and handing over the Earth badge. Saturn whipped around before he carefully placed the badge into the last empty slot on the stone. As if the stone had a life of its own, it lit up and shone off a brilliant light. Saturn smiled. At last, the plan was coming to fruition. "Arr! You will not defile this place," cried the Pokemon as it fired off a dark ball at its opponents. Rayquaza deftly avoided the attack before launching a hyper beam at the Pikachu and Meowth who were defending the target. Saturn observed this scene with something of a smile on his face, while Giovanni stood idly by. Brody was racing to the top of Purity Canyon while Domino battled Mutuo. It had been a few hours since they had activated the stone, and it was fairly clear that the power their Pokemon were now bridled with was taking command of the situation against Mutuo. Rayquaza was more than a match for this cloned Pokemon. You escaped me once before, Giovanni stated coldly, his eyes gazing on the Pokemon he had commissioned to be created for his own purposes. Now your soul and will, as well as your body, will be subjected to my own. It is inescapable. I have escaped your enslavement of me twice before. I have kept this place away from humans like you, and I will always continue to do so now. Giovanni sneered at the comment before a Pokeball came hurtling from the top of the cliff where Brody stood and nailed Mutuo in the back. For an instant, Mutuo's body shone with a radiant light before the Pokeball opened up and Mutuo was trapped inside. The Pokeball quickly sailed into Brody's outstretched hand. Saturn! Brody yelled, tossing the ball to his leader, who caught it deftly and with a smile. The smile soon turned to a grimace, however, as he saw the groups of clone Pokemon emerging in the distance. I think it is time we make our exit, Saturn said, and with a snap of his fingers, a rope ladder was lowered from the helicopter hovering above them. Saturn grabbed on first and Giovanni soon after him. Domino herself flipped backward, recalling Rayquaza and situating herself on the ladder below the three of them. Brody merely called Ditto and had it transform into a Pidgeot to fly off with. Before long, all four of them were situated nicely inside the helicopter. So, what is the next phase of the plan? Giovanni asked, intrigued to know exactly how this operation would proceed in the near future. The final phase, Saturn said coolly, and yet quietly. We must capture Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Then we will have captured the majority of the legendaries. Brody, you do still have Azelf, Mesprit and Uxie, no? Brody was silent as he pulled out 3 Pokeballs and handed them to his leader. Before any more words could be exchanged, however, Giovanni cleared his throat. Saturn pierced his gaze onto him. If this is the last portion of the plan, then I would have a favor to ask before we begin. Giovanni said, and Saturn leaned backwards in order to listen. I want to meet the boy who helped put me in jail. I want to meet Ash Ketchum. Saturn cracked a wicked smile. Indeed, I should think it is time that I meet with him as well. Saturn said. Not exactly part of the plan, but let's give him a taste of our newfound power, shall we? They should still be at Arbaville. Scouts last reported seeing him there last night. Domino said with a sneer to her voice. Saturn nodded, and Brody rapped on the pilot's window, telling him to take them to Arbaville. Then the 4 now remaining members of the Rocket 4 sat back in their chairs comfortably. Ash Ketchum's day of reckoning was to come soon. Arr! Where are Dawn and May already? Ash whined loudly right outside the Pokemon Center. Standing beside him were Max, Brock, and Misty, all ready to hunt down and defeat the Rocket 4. The 3 of them let out a sigh at Ash's complaints, although all of them did wonder where the 2 younger females of the group had gotten to. Well, at least most of them were, Max proffered an answer. Last I saw them, they were making sure they looked pretty or whatever. Like it would even help May's face. Max said with a snicker, and Misty shook her head. Sibling rivalry and tension was something to which she could relate. Ash gave a very loud groan of frustration. See, Misty, I like that about you. Ash yelled out, and a slight blush crept onto Misty's face as he said it. They know we're trying to take down an evil criminal group and we might get dirty, but they insist on taking forever to put on makeup. At least you can tell the difference between perfection and practicality. Thanks, Ash, never really thought about it that way. Misty said, although inside she was very secretly glad that Ash had complimented her. And yet, it now put this whole thing into a new light. If Ash could realize he liked a certain trait about Misty over the other 2 girls, and well, Misty enjoyed that fact to say the least, then wasn't it possible that the other girls would really enjoy a compliment too? Misty shook her head of the thought. Pikachu, run in and see what's taking them so long. Ash said. Pikachu saluted his trainer and was about to run off when the doors to the Pokemon Center opened and both Dawn and May stepped out. Finally. Let's get going. And Ash whipped around with no hesitation to begin following Brock to the jet, completely missing the scowl on Dawn's face. So, Ash, how are we going to find the Rocket 4? Max asked with extreme interest as they quickly approached the jet. I'm going to use the power of aura in order to sense them. When I scanned Arbaville, I got a sense of what Brody's aura felt like, so I'll use that to my advantage and scan for them. We should find them easy. Ash said with his usual gusto of confidence. No need for that, came a cold voice from behind them, and the group turned around to see Saturn standing there with a wide grin on his face. Ash surveyed the Rocket 4 before him and took note of all 3 of the people that his friends had described until his eyes came to rest on one other person. You! Ash snarled out upon seeing Giovanni standing there. You were in jail. So I was. Giovanni stated simple and with a cold mocking. We meet again at last, Ash Ketchum. How I've yearned for this revenge. Pikachu jumped down from Ash's shoulder, its cheeks sparking with electricity. Giovanni merely laughed at the sight. What are you doing here? Ash demanded, but no one gave a response, save for Domino stepping forward. I guess you could say we're here to give the little boy a test. Domino said, and Ash scowled at being called that. A sudden noise broke the tension as Krogunk emerged from its pokeball to stare down at Saturn and his cronies. Saturn gave a slight chuckle before reaching at his side and tossing his own pokeball into the air. From it, emerged the large shape of Toxicroak. Oh, there's no doubt that Toxicroak has been looking forward to this rematch. Saturn said before quickly flattening out his suit. With a flick of his wrist, his pokeball sailed into Domino's hands. Well, we've got places to go, people to see. We'll leave Domino to deal with you today. The rope ladder of their helicopter lowered and the other 3 members sans Domino hopped on. Domino turned back to the group sneeringly. Out of our way! Ash yelled, but Domino wagged a finger in front of them. Not today. We're too far into our plan to stop now, you see. Domino said with force behind her words. Your little intrusion stopped today, you hear? No, you get to stop doing this and hurting people. Ash yelled out. The corner of Domino's lips suddenly twitched and her hands grabbed at two pokeballs situated on her waist. You think we're just going to lay down without a fight after all the work we've put into this? No. Domino screeched and Ash actually took a step back. Don't you get it yet? We've been playing you from the very beginning. We led you on a hunt so that we could read your memories, so that we could catch the legendaries. And now, we're so close to that goal that will allow us to rule the world. Neither you, nor any other pesky trainer will stop us. Moltres, Rayquaza, rise up. From the two Pokeballs she was holding emerged the Flame Bird and the Sky-High Pokemon emerged. Charizard, I choose you. Ash yelled, Charizard emerging from its Pokeball. Pikachu, on Charizard's back. Pikachu instantly obeyed its trainer and friend and jumped on Charizard, who nodded to him. Both of you, accept the aura. Ash extended his palm and a blue energy flowed forth into both of his Pokemon, who immediately felt themselves become stronger. The look on Ash's face was fierce, but Domino didn't back down. Max stepped forward. Ash, we'll help out too. Max asserted, but Ash shook his head fiercely. All of your Pokemon are still injured. Don't put them in that kind of situation. Don't worry, I'll take care of this on my own. Ash yelled at him and Misty pulled the young trainer back. A look into her eyes assured him that she would keep Max from battling. May and Dawn held no such promise. Well, we'll fight anyway. Go Wartortle and Skitty. May yelled out, and from her two Pokeballs emerged both her Wartortle and her Skitty, while Dawn's Mamoswine emerged next to the two of them. Domino scoffed loudly. Toxicroak, deal with Croagunk any way you like. Rayquaza, Outrage, Moltres, Flamethrower. Her commands were given sharply and the Pokemon immediately took action. Wartortle, Hydro Pump. May ordered and Wartortle leapt into the air, spinning around with turrets of water billowing out of it onto the dragon. Croagunk, meanwhile, engaged Toxicroak in a duel, aided by Brock in his moment of need. Mamoswine, helped them out with ancient power. Mamoswine obeyed, a silvery object of stone flying between the Pokemon's mouth and nearly striking Rayquaza before it deftly avoided the attack. May quickly ordered for Skitty to use an assist, which bursted out a sudden flamethrower that wrapped around Rayquaza's figure. Rayquaza roared and suddenly broke it off. Ash finally turned his attention away from his friend's battle to his own. Charizard, get up into the air, and Pikachu, hold on. Charizard quickly flapped its wings and rose into the air, narrowly avoiding the flamethrower that Moltres had sent at it. Domino quickly ordered Moltres to use an overheat. The flame that came from Moltres roared with intensity, but Ash ordered for Charizard to send a flamethrower raging at it. The two struck each other quickly and resulted in an explosion that caused Ash's hair to ruffle as the wind blew through it. All right Charizard, use a Dragon Breath. Charizard reared back and green flames shot from its maw. Moltres quickly dodged and began charging up a sky attack. Ash commanded Charizard to move in close with a steel wing. The two clashed in midair as their attacks collided. Pikachu hung on for dear life. Ash gritted his teeth. At this rate, Pikachu wasn't going to be able to do much in the battle. Moltres gushed out more flames at Charizard, which Charizard dodged before responding with its own flamethrower. The two attacks were equally matched. Domino grimaced at the sight of it. How was this boy so strong that he could defeat their supercharged Pokemon? For that matter, how were all of them able to wipe the floor with her Pokemon when they had been so weak before? As she thought this, Croagunk managed to pin Toxicroak in the stomach with a poison jab, sending it reeling into the air. Brock ordered his Pokemon to then leap into the air and send a crushing blow to the head with a brick break. Toxicroak fell onto the ground fainted. Domino quickly called it back. Saturn's Pokémon were so useless. Krogunk, come back, you've done enough. Brock said, recalling his Pokémon. Meanwhile, the battle against Rayquaza was fierce. Skitty attempted a blizzard but Rayquaza flew into the air and soared back down, firing a hyper beam out of its mouth as it did so. Mamoswine quickly charged in the way of Wartortle and Skitty, taking the blast head-on. As it did so, sirens were heard in the distance. Domino cringed. This wasn't going well for her at all. Pikachu, get onto Charizard's wing. Charizard, flip Pikachu up when I give the say-so. Charizard roared in comprehension as Pikachu climbed onto his partner's wing. Alright, now. Charizard gave his wings a mighty heave and Pikachu went flying into the air. He quickly executed a spin in order to face Moltres as he came back down. Alright Pikachu, Volt Tackle. Pika. Pikachu yelled in affirmation before running through the air towards Moltres. A yellow blaze of electricity surrounded his diminutive form as he ran straight at Moltres, not being able to stop that one direction. Pika 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 Pika. At last, the attack nearly collided but Moltres managed to dodge the attack, Volt Tackle only slightly grazing the Pokémon who screeched slightly in pain. Ash grimaced, there was no way he would be able to pull off an attack as powerful as Volt Tackle so long as Moltres could avoid it. Pikachu began a tumble to the ground and Charizard shot in and grabbed the little Pokémon, allowing him to clamber onto his back. Ash's mind began to race as he thought of a way to counter Moltres, just as the bird sent a fire blast at Charizard which Charizard used his hand to catch before he could use his own flamethrower to push the blast away. Wartortle, use Rapid Spin and distract Rayquaza. May ordered and Wartortle went spinning forward wildly, hitting multiple points on Rayquaza. Alright Mamoswine, follow up with an Icicle Spear. Mamoswine reared back before sending a large chunk OK ice at Rayquaza. The ice struck the Pokémon before Mamoswine kept hitting it with the same attack over and over. Rayquaza didn't stand a chance, falling to the combined attacks before long, leaving Moltres as Domino's last Pokémon. And it wasn't for long, because Ash had thought of a plan. Charizard, use Overheat, now. Charizard gave a roar and obeyed, sending out its largest spurt of flame. Moltres countered with a flamethrower, inducing a steam to cover the area. Now pin it with Steel Wing. Charizard came sailing through the steam, obscured from Moltres' eyes. Charizard quickly nailed Moltres before holding it in a body bind. Pikachu once more leapt into the air. Alright, Pikachu, Volt Tackle one more time, Charizard, hold it there. Pikachu began running through the air, the lightning blaze surrounding it again. Ash waited until Pikachu got closer before ordering Charizard off. Bullseye. Volt Tackle collided with Moltres before Pikachu broke off and landed it with an iron tail. Let's finish this Charizard, Seismic Toss. Charizard sailed in and grabbed the disoriented Moltres before spinning around in circles. Ash caught Pikachu just as Charizard slammed Moltres into the ground. Moltres, get back here. Domino said, recalling Moltres. I'm out of here. Domino whipped around and pulled out her parachute. It was about to pull her up when Piplup came sailing through with Peck and cut through the strings. Domino dropped down just as Wartortle sprayed her with a hydro pump. Skitty followed up with a blizzard that froze Domino where she stood. Ash ordered Charizard to thaw Domino out with a smirk before taking Aura back from him and returning him to his Pokeball. Ash walked over to Domino who was on the ground, gasping for air. I think you lose. Ash said confidently but Domino merely scowled as the police suddenly arrived on the scene, barricading off the area. Ash quickly stooped down and relieved Domino of all her Pokeballs. With a quick flick of his wrist, the legendaries contained within them were released, flying off or running off to wherever they had been captured from. Moments later, Officer Jenny slapped HNDCFFS on Domino. She was led over to the cars and was about to get in when she turned to Ash and his friends with a scowl. This isn't over. Domino screamed. When the Rocket 4 rule the world, they'll come for me. Our plan just started, you haven't stopped it. You don't know where they've headed, and you never will. You'll never stop us. All right, in the car already. Officer Jenny said, forcing the next member of the Rocket 4 into the car. Ash scowled and closed his eyes. Domino was wrong. He would find them. He remembered all of their auras. His aura extended, passing over Johto, Kanto, Hoenn and Till. No. Ash breathed out. Pikachu looked at him. Pikapi? Pikachu asked before Ash turned to all of his friends with a set look on his face. They're at Mount Coronet. The Rocket 4. Riley slumped against the wall near the cave that led to Spear Pillar. His breathing was heavy and his chest was bleeding. Before him stood three figures, none that he recognized, but their auras told him all that he needed to know. Lucario was lying off to the side, fainted from the power of the Mutuo that these two had called out. Riley steadied himself as he glanced at all of his fallen comrades, the ones that this trio had ordered for the Mutuo to kill. Riley could sense in the Mutuo's aura that it did not have control over its will. You cannot pass. Riley breathed out loudly. The Mutuo's eyes alighted with a blue tinge and Riley's body was racked with pain. The leading figure kneeled down next to the fallen Aura Guardian, the smirk upon his face wide. And who are you to say that? Saturn said. You see, we are the only ones who make the rules here. Consider yourself lucky, we're sparing your life to tell the world just who the Rocket 4 is. The Rocket 4 is nothing but a bunch of people who lack true power. Riley said with confidence, a confidence that caused Saturn's smirk to falter. You'll never succeed in whatever you're doing. Riley gasped as pain went through his side and more blood came out. You can't destroy us, or the world. I've survived a near explosion on Iron Island, I have no fear of death. Oh, you don't do you? Saturn said, leaning in even closer. So, you don't mind that we kill you here and now, do you? Just let him go, Saturn, he's not our target. Brody said loudly, enough to jerk Saturn away from his rage. Saturn pulled up and nodded to Brody. He then took the lead again to lead them into the cavern, but as soon as he was about to step into the cavern, Riley gave a laugh towards the dark moon in the sky. Saturn looked skyward, where Riley was gazing. All he could tell was that it was a new day in the early morning. So he looked to Riley. The Chosen One is coming. Riley said. Saturn screwed up his face in confusion. What on earth was the Chosen One? But Riley said no more as his eyelids drooped low. Saturn's lips twitched as they walked into Mount Coronet, towards the ruins of Spear Pillar. After a few minutes of silent walking, Brody made a statement. Domino must have been captured. Brody stated and Saturn nodded. He had expected as much when he left her to battle the children. I've been trying to reach her communicator for hours now but no response. It must have deactivated. A loss is just a loss. We have far grander things at stake here than a loss of personnel. Saturn stated before he froze. He knew this area. This was where the path continued to Spear Pillar, and yet, there was no path visible, all of it shrouded in tons of rocks. It was impossible. All that work would amount to nothing if they could not get through to Spear Pillar. A loud sound came from next to Saturn and Groudon's roaring form emerged from Brody's pokeball. Saturn smiled while Giovanni stared placidly at it. Groudon, break through this rock for us. Groudon gave a piercing roar and immediately began to do so. Saturn stood back. It was going to be a long wait. RR. Ash stared out the window of the jet with closed eyes and extended his aura out around Mount Coronet. He had sensed some aura fading away slightly around the mountain and he could only hazard a guess as to what it all meant. The three targets they were looking for, however, still resided in Mount Coronet, now at one location. Ash was jerked from his reverie of aura as Pikachu brushed up against his leg. Ash shook his head and rubbed his eyes. He hadn't really gotten a proper sleep the night before and now it looked like another sleepless night. Ash glanced over at the clock and saw that it read 1 a.m. Ash also glanced around and saw Misty with her eyes closed, although he could tell she wasn't sleeping. The same was with all of his friends, although Brock was merely staring at Ash, eyes wide open. Ash smiled and turned away. After doing so his mind descended into thinking about whether Arceus had already left Spear Pillar or not. It wouldn't be a good thing if the alpha Pokemon was captured. There came a presence next to Ash and he turned to look at Brock standing there. "Can't sleep, can we?" Brock asked with humor in his voice. Ash chuckled slightly. After everything that's gone on it's kind of hard to sleep." "Yeah," Ash said. "But I can't sleep until I know the Rocket 4 are taken care of for good, you know. It's just like the night right before a really big Pokemon battle." "I know what you mean," Brock said, and the two became silent. Neither of them could think of something to say to the other. So it was that the two best friends, brothers if fate had warranted them that relationship, stood together staring out of the window. As the jet finally emerged in the Sinnoh region, Misty awoke from her slumber to the strange sight of the two boys standing silently together. She silently got up so as to not disturb the others who were sleeping and came and stood on the other side of Ash. She took a quick, confused look at the two boys' faces, but when they did not speak she merely stared out the window with them in silence. Moments later, both May and Max awoke from where they were sleeping and came over. Neither of them understood why these three were staring out the window, and yet they all joined together in doing so. Dawn was the last to awake and soon, she followed the same suit as the other three. And so the friends stared off into the darkness of the Sinnoh night. When the clock turned to 4 o'clock, the jet descended outside of Mountain Coronet. From a distance, Ash could see there were shapes that looked like rocks littering the ground in the area. However, as the plane finally touched down, Ash was repulsed to find that they were, in fact, bodies. And Ash recognized some of them from when he had met the Aura Guardians but a short time ago. Brock gasped and Misty widened her gaze. The other three were simply too speechless to even speak. Ash looked to Pikachu and the two friends nodded at one another before Ash began leading them off the jet. Brock paused on his way out. "Gerald, contact the closest police station and tell Officer Jenny to come here," Brock said, and Gerald saluted him. Brock smiled and began to run off but paused once more and turned back. "And tell her that the Rocket 4's here and she's the most awesome policewoman ever who has captured my heart and okay Krogunk, I'm going. Brock said before he dashed out, the toxic mouth Pokemon lumbering after him, to which Gerald only shook his head and chuckled. Then he turned to make the call to Officer Jenny. Brock himself finally caught up to his friends and saw that Ash was kneeling down next to someone. Brock recognized him. "Riley!" Brock exclaimed. "Ash, they're inside, they want to get to Spear Pillar," Riley said in gasping breaths. Ash looked at him with disbelief. This boy had survived an explosion on Iron Island, how could he be bleeding to death right now? "Riley, relax, you're bleeding," Ash said, and Riley fiercely shook his head, as if denying the fact. Ash went to place a hand on him but Riley swatted the hand away. Then Riley leaned in towards Ash's ear and whispered something that only he could hear. "Aura is a power that little understand, you are the Aura Seeker. Understand your power and the duty that, you have, chosen one." Riley let himself slip away, closing his eyes as he did so. Ash's features hardened as he turned toward the cave in front of him. "Let's go," Ash said with confidence. "Pika." Pikachu responded stoically, and Trainer and Pokemon led their friends into the darkness of the cave. Ash's pace increased as he stepped further into the cave, and soon he was running through its caves at a fast speed. The others managed to keep up with him and Pikachu, and yet, they couldn't help but wonder. Why is Ash going so fast? Dawn gasped out. "We've only been here once before. And yet, it's like he knows his way through perfectly," Brock said with a grimace. No one else said a word, but they were all thinking the same thing. How was it that Ash Ketchum knew his way so well through these caverns? These thoughts, however, was not what was playing through Ash and Pikachu's mind. They merely had the sole purpose of finding the remaining members of the Rocket Four. And with Ash's momentary scans of aura, he could sense that they were close. So Ash's feet led them there. Before long, the caverns began to brighten until at last they emerged outside once again. Ash froze upon seeing the three figures and his friends paused behind him. Next to them was the mighty Pokémon Groudon, who suddenly ripped through the boulders blocking passage to Spear Pillar with one mighty blow. "No!" Ash yelled, and the figures turned to him. Giovanni looked ready to fight, but Brody stepped in front of all of them as Ash and his friends began to advance. "Both of you, move on," Brody said sternly. "Finish the plan, I'll deal with all of them." Saturn took a moment to look at Brody before nodding. He motioned to Giovanni and they both walked off into the now free area leading into Spear Pillar. Brody looked at Ash and his friends with a rather wicked smile on his face. "Well, looks like it's my turn after all. And you'll be going down," Ash said, and Brody merely chuckled. "No doubt I've been looking forward to this," Brody stated enthusiastically. "Ever since our small skirmish in Cerulean I always wanted to face you. Now I believe I'll get the chance." Ash scowled and brought his hand to his belt. "Not that it'll make a difference. Guys, let's go." With that cry, Ash tossed 4 Pokeballs into the air. From them emerged Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Snorlax, and Torterra. As Pikachu jumped down to meet them, another flash of light came and a Starmie stood next to Ash's assortment of Pokémon. Ashada looked to Misty, who was twirling her Pokeball in her hand before clipping it back on her belt. "You didn't think I would let you do this alone, did you?" Misty said with a wink towards Ash. Ash felt his face heat up, but he suppressed it, realizing the bigger matters currently at hand. "But Misty, your Pokemon Dash," Ash tried to get out, but a flash of Misty's eyes prompted him to stop as she cut him off with her own statement. "Are fine. Dawn, May, and Brock helped you out last time, so it's only fair that I get to help out this time," Misty said. Ash knew that at this point it would just be best to not argue whatsoever because Misty's temper would flare and, well, he didn't want to be stuck in that crossfire. He nodded. "Oh, how sweet. All friends together then, is it?" Brody said snidely, forcing Ash and Misty to snap their looks to him. He snickered loudly. "Guys, you all ready to go?" All of Ash's Pokémon cried out loudly, and even Misty's Starmie joined in enthusiastically. Brody's smirk dropped for a moment. "Is that a challenge?" Brody said, almost angrily. Neither Ash nor Misty said anything but continued to glare at one of the last remaining members of the Rocket Four. Brody's smirk suddenly flashed back into place. "Oh, this is gonna be one heck of a challenge." 2 Pokeball flew into the air and from them emerged Zapdos and Lugia. Ash gave his own smirk to Misty, who smirked back at him. "Starmie, use Water Gun on Groudon," Misty commanded, and the Pokémon started flying through the air before a water stream spurted out towards the largest Pokémon in the area. "Squirtle, you help out Starmie with Hydro Pump. Torterra, take Zapdos head on with a Leaf Storm. Pikachu, Thunderbolt on Lugia, and Snorlax, you use Ice Punch on Lugia." Ash's commands flowed without a hitch and all his Pokémon began to take action. Squirtle retreated into his shell and began spraying water in a wide arc that hit the mighty Groudon. Brody stood back, making no move to give any commands to his Pokémon whatsoever. In fact, his Pokémon began to act of their own accord. Lugia surrounded itself in a veil of water that began to spin around. At once, Pikachu fired off a thunderbolt that seared through the whirlpool attack. Lugia turned and surrounded a veil that blocked the electric attack. Pikachu hopped backward and Lugia dropped the veil before Snorlax came running with ice glowing at its fingertips. The punch landed straight on Lugia, who flew backwards. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur cried, nudging Ash's leg. Ash smiled down at one of his oldest Pokémon. He knelt down next to his Pokémon to talk to it while Misty took control of his Pokémon and conducted the battle. Don't worry, I got a special plan for you, buddy. You think you can run over all their rocks and wrap Brody up with Vine Whip when I give the go-ahead? Ash asked and his Pokémon nodded, accenting it with a short Bulba. Bulbasaur then ran off, careful to avoid the attacks of battle. Alright Torterra, use Rock Climb on Zapdos now. Torterra gave a great cry and slammed into the ground. Great pillars of rock suddenly jutted up and slammed into Zapdos. Torterra then was able to suddenly increase its speed and run up the large amount of rocks. Zapdos didn't even have the chance to blink before the massive weight of the continent Pokémon slammed into it. Zapdos went flying down. Alright, finish the job with an energy ball to pin it down and then Leaf Storm. Torterra. Torterra yelled in its massive cry. A large green ball went spiraling out of the grass Pokémon's mouth and landed straight on Zapdos before a timely execution of Leaf Storm suddenly blasted the Pokémon. Zapdos was quickly unconscious. Brody made no move to recall it. A move that puzzled Ash. From what he knew, all of the Rocket 4 had made an attempt to escape once they lost but Brody did nothing. Starmie, no. Misty cried and Ash turned his attention now to the battle with Groudon. Starmie was slammed backward by a massive swipe of the claws from Groudon. Squirtle, slam into Groudon with a Skull Bash attack. Squirtle leapt up and quickly went charging towards Groudon. With pinpoint accuracy the diminutive Pokémon slammed into the ground type. Groudon didn't move at all. Misty, let's combine attacks to deal with Groudon right now. That thing's too big to take down the way we're dealing with it. Since when did you become such a competent trainer? Misty said with a smile. Ash reddened in slight anger upon hearing this. You know what, this isn't the time for hurtful sarcasm. Can we just do this together? Misty laughed but nodded. Alright, Squirtle, rapid spin. You too Starmie. Misty yelled out. Both Pokémon gave a cry and began spinning, aiming on their way towards the massive Pokémon before them. Brody now decided to issue forth a command. Groudon, Fire Blast. Groudon reared back and in an instant, marvelously giant flames came out towards both of the spinning Pokémon. Okay, not exactly how I planned this. Ash said with a grimace, but he still hoped his plan would work. Alright Squirtle, keep spinning but use Hydro Pump. The effect was instantaneous. Large turrets of water expanded out from the small turtle Pokémon. However, he took care to not hit Starmie as the water made a barrier from the flames. It was perfect. The extra power that Squirtle had gained from spinning provided a quick barrier that allowed both water Pokémon to push through the flames and nail the ground Pokémon with the type that hurt the most. Starmie, use Water Gun now. Misty ordered just as Ash ordered Squirtle to use its own water gun and for Torterra to help out with Leaf Storm. Groudon collapsed soon after from the massive barrage of attacks that consumed it. All that was now left was Lugia. Ash quickly called back both Squirtle and Torterra while Misty realized that Starmie probably wouldn't be much help against Lugia and recalled it. Alright, Snorlax, show them what you're made of. Body Slam. Ash yelled and Snorlax went running at Lugia with massive force. Lugia attempted to mount a defense but it proved inconsequential when all the 1,000 pounds of Snorlax came smashing into it. Lugia went reeling backward and Ash quickly ordered for Pikachu to use a Volt Tackle. And Snorlax, make sure to protect Pikachu. Snorlax nodded and went running with Pikachu. For a Pokémon that was so heavy he was certainly blessed with an amazing amount of speed. Lugia, taking the opportunity of this slight lull between order and execution began charging up an Aeroblast. Ash knew what was coming. Pikachu was going to run straight into the blast. But just as Aeroblast went off, Snorlax managed to hit Pikachu up, where it kept running and Snorlax took the blast himself. Snorlax, no! Ash cried in desperation, and at the same time, Pikachu's Volt Tackle hit home. Ash shielded himself from the smoke that the two attacks had caused, and when it dissipated, Lugia was reeling, Pikachu was standing with the volts of its Volt Tackle fading away and Snorlax standing there, looking strong. Ash smiled at his brave Pokémon. Snorlax, you still good to keep fighting? Snorlax nodded in confidence. All right then, Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Snorlax Ice Punch. Both Pokémon obeyed. Pikachu launched his attack first, but Lugia used Protect to shield himself. But Pikachu kept firing off his attack as Snorlax ran at Lugia. Its fist connected with the shield and broke through it. All at once, both attacks connected on Lugia and the Pokémon fell. Brody's eyes narrowed at this event, and with swift movement he recalled all three. Not a chance, Brody. Now Bulbasaur, Vine Whip. Brody snapped a look upward, only to see Bulbasaur's vines wrap their way around his ankles and drag him upward. Soon he was hanging upside down, captured at last. May and Max ran over and picked up all of Brody's Pokeballs. Well, I think you're finished, Ash stated while calling back Snorlax. For a moment there was silence before Brody started to laugh wildly. Every one of Ash's friends, including Ash himself, stared confusedly at Brody. You think I'm finished? Oh no, this is hardly the end, Brody said with a wild and blazing look etched all across his face. This plan has only just begun. Yeah, Domino said she wasn't finished either. Sorry to burst your bubble, Brody, but you'll be in jail for a long time, Ash said with a confident smile across his face, but Brody just continued to laugh. Even after Bulbasaur used the free end of his vine to slap him across the face. Cheeky little Pokémon there, huh? Brody said with a chuckle. You really don't understand, do you? You can only see the surface of things. What are you talking about? Brock yelled out, and Brody laughed once again, only louder and more exuberant. Then he stared into Ash's eyes and spoke with a flame of passion that caused him to take a step back. Hardly the end, Ketchum. You have no idea what you've started. You have no idea what you've begun. Brody's manic words were starting to scare all of them. This isn't the end. This is only the beginning. You've unleashed a terror that none will know. It's too late. We'll stop whatever plan you've got, May asserted, but Brody once more shook his head with a laugh. You can't. The gears are in motion. And once they start moving, they never stop. You can't stop it, no matter what you do, Brody said. You'll never know the horrors of it until it's already happened. And you're the ones that started it. But Brody said no more, only descending into a fit of laughter. Ash just continued to stare at him until Misty put a hand on his shoulder. He jolted and looked at her. We'll take Brody to the police. You, Dawn, and Brock know this place the best. You guys take care of Saturn and Giovanni, okay? Misty said, and Ash nodded. Brock and Dawn ran ahead of him towards Spear Pillar. Ash was stunned a moment. Brody was crazy, he knew that. That was all it was. He shook the thoughts from his head and ran after both Brock and Dawn. But the only thing he heard as he did so was the rolling, cackling, and hollow laughter of Brody. The slopes of Mount Coronet. It was a frenzy. That was all that it could be described as. The massive amount of people that were now gathering outside of Mount Coronet was overwhelming. It had to be. The Rocket 4, a group whose name had leaked to practically everybody in the world, was about to be captured. First the police had come, on the information given to them in the phone call from Gerald. They brought ambulances in case anyone was hurt. They were absolutely glad that they had brought them, since the Aura Guardians were either wounded or dead. However, upon hearing the news of what was about to go down, numerous TV stations sent their best reporters to cover the news, including Rhonda of Sin No Now. It was to this maddening scene that Misty led May and Max to bring Brody in and release the legendaries he had been holding. Brody had since quieted on their trek back through Mount Coronet, and Misty couldn't help but dwell on the words he had spoken to them. What did he mean? What had they begun? The only thing he could be referencing was the fact that as a result of their attack on Team Rocket, and indeed the other villainous crime syndicates, the Rocket 4 had been formed and gave plenty of problems along the way. But somehow, this reference did not make any sense whatsoever. Misty was jolted from her reverie by May's hand on her shoulder. Misty looked up and smiled at the girl before her eyes found the crowd in front of them. It was growing. Now there were more than police officers and TV people, but clearly other trainers were here, those who had been traveling past Mount Coronet at the time. "We gotta find Officer Jenny," Max said, straightening the glasses on his nose. Misty nodded and pushed through the throng of people. A gurney pushed past them, holding Riley's still form on it. For an instant, Misty forgot what she was here for when she rushed to the young man's side. Ash had tried to help him and she wanted to know if this man was okay. They just finished rolling the gurney into the ambulance when Misty came in. "I'm sorry miss, no civilians allowed," the EMT stated, but Misty glared at him, her face reddening slightly in anger and indignation. "Well, I guess it's a good thing I'm not a civilian then, huh? I'm the Cerulean gym leader from Kanto and I have one of the Rocket 4 with me," Misty said, indicating to her two friends waiting outside for her diligently. The medic looked out and saw Brody still hanging upside down by Bulbasaur's vine. "Officer Jenny is standing with the other medics outside of this vehicle," he said quickly before Misty looked down at Riley's unmoving form again. "Is he going to be okay?" Misty asked with concern and the medic slightly wiped his brow. But he nodded, much to the relief of Misty. "He'll be okay. He's just passed out from blood loss. I'm putting him on a respirator and he should be fine within a few days, but we'll see," the medic said and then proceeded to ignore Misty completely. Misty stepped off the ambulance and rejoined her friends. She motioned to them silently and they followed her to where Jenny was standing, doling out orders to her various subordinates. "Officer Jenny!" Misty yelled out and they ran over. "We have one of the Rocket 4. Jenny turned to look at Brody, who glared at her momentarily. Bulbasaur finally placed him on the ground where a number of police officers jumped in to slap the cuffs on him. Jenny smiled at the young children before him. "Good job, from what I know, that's 3 of them. Where's the last one, their leader?" Jenny asked and Misty sighed loudly. "He's still inside, but don't worry, 3 of our friends are in there right now taking care of it," Misty said with a smile. At least, she could hope that they would be able to take care of it. Jenny nodded with a tired smile. After all, it was early in the morning and the sun was just beginning to peek out over the craggy rocks of Mount Coronet. "It'll work out. Ash, one of our friends, is there to face him down and he usually pulls through really well in situations like this. Ash Ketchum is here." The winner of the Silver Conference, sounded the voice of Rhonda, and both May and Max looked over. Jenny immediately turned around and faced the group of reporters, all of whom were trying to make it through to interview the young trainers. "Get back, no reporters or trainers past this line, you hear me?" Jenny yelled and she instructed some police officers to take care of all of them. Inside, Misty was thankful. Somehow, some part of her didn't want to answer any questions about Ash at all. She felt her cheeks heat up. Suddenly, someone gave a rather loud gasp. Misty, May, and Max whipped around to see a blue light surrounding the peak where Spear Pillar was located. Misty took a tentative step forward. What had just happened with Ash, Brock, and Dawn? The time had come, at long last. The plan was about to be fulfilled, come to fruition. Saturn placed the machine that he had had Sharon create right in the middle of the mystery stage. By some force the stone was levitated into the air and was held there, suspended by some invisible force. Giovanni stood next to him expectantly. What happens now? Giovanni seethed, particularly impatient at this little juncture. Saturn held up a hand as if to silence him for a moment. Giovanni's face scrunched up at the movement. At this moment you need patience as we call forth legend. Saturn said, his eyes ablaze, a mission burning within his heart. Dialga, guardian of time, Palkia, arbiter of space, come forth with the powers of the adamant orb and the lustrous orb. For a moment, nothing seemed to be happening when suddenly two bright portals appeared before both their eyes. One of them was a bright pink and the other a very bright blue. From them emerged Dialga and Palkia, both roaring. However, at once, both of them sensed their dooms. With deft accuracy Saturn tossed two of his special pokeballs and caught them. As the pokeballs fell into his hands, he heard loud footsteps behind them. Both he and Giovanni turned around. "Saturn, let Dialga and Palkia go right now!" Ash yelled angrily. Saturn sent a smirk in his direction before letting out a theatrical sigh. "Really? Even Brody couldn't stop you? Is everyone useless these days?" Saturn locked his gaze with the young Pokémon trainer before also surveying his two companions. "Why is it that whenever I have a plan it is always you three who interfere, every time? Then maybe you should stop doing bad things." Dawn yelled out. Piplup, the small penguin Pokémon asserted with his trainer. Saturn scowled a moment before he jerked his head in a dismissive fashion. "So be it," Saturn said and tossed both Dialga's and Palkia's Pokeballs into the air. They burst open and both Dialga and Palkia appeared. "I'm not about to lose my plan to the likes of you two. Let's watch this spectacle, Dialga, roar of time on Palkia and Palkia, use spatial rend on Dialga." "Are you crazy?" Brock exclaimed with passion. "If the two of them collide like that there may not be anything left of the world." "Your point," Saturn said with a knowing smirk on his face. Suddenly, the leader of the Rocket 4 felt hands grab the cuff of his suit jacket and pull him up. "Are you mad?" Giovanni breathed out. "You destroy this world then there will be nothing left to rule of it." Saturn chuckled, before clasping his hand around Giovanni's wrist. With a slight twist he broke the old leader of Team Rocket's hold on him. "You were the one who led yourself to believe that. I just fed the lies you told yourself. I merely set the stage for destruction. Now, Dialga and Palkia can destroy this world to create a new one." Saturn yelled manically. Ash clenched his fist in anger. He wouldn't have it, no, not anymore. "Grr, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on Palkia," Ash ordered. Brock looked at his friend and quickly got the idea. "Krogunk, come out and use Brick Break on Dialga," Brock ordered. Both Pokémon flew at the respective Pokémon they were attacking and their attacks hit just as Dialga and Palkia let both their specialty off. Thankfully, the two attacks prevented both attacks from colliding head-on and they only grazed against one another before slamming into the walls of Spear Pillar. It caused the whole of the room to shake. Saturn turned to them with an apoplectic look on his face. "What gives you the right?" "Dialga, Palkia, repeat," Saturn ordered, and both Ash and Brock knew that they wouldn't be able to stop another attack like that. It was Dawn's turn. "Piplup, use Whirlpool on Saturn and Giovanni," Dawn ordered, and Piplup jumped forward, shining with a brilliant blue light. Saturn had no time to react before the large Whirlpool attack from Piplup struck them head-on. Both he and Giovanni were caught up in it before the waters receded and left them bedraggled. Dawn quickly reached down and took the two Pokeballs from Saturn and aimed them at Dialga and Palkia before they could let off their attacks. "Nice work, Dawn," Ash complimented her, and she smiled at him. "Thanks, Ash," Dawn said with a smile before releasing both Dialga and Palkia. Saturn looked at them with an angered look that could have quaked all of them. And yet, even as he looked at the three triumphant children, a smile etched across his face. The plan wasn't finished yet, there was still some shred of hope. Giovanni attempted to stand from where he had fallen, but his sopping wet clothes weighed him down. Then a new noise entered the vicinity, a crackle. All eyes turned towards the machine in the center of the room, spinning wildly out of control, bolts of electricity flying out of it. Saturn's eyes grew wide. "No, this cannot happen, there's not enough time," Saturn whispered out. A howling wind suddenly filled the room as the machine went berserk. What's happening? Dawn yelled out, scared and worried. All of them had to hold themselves down against the destructive force of the machine filling the room. Ash looked to the machine. If that thing went, it could destroy the entirety of Spear Pillar, themselves, and maybe even Mount Coronet. There was a decision to be made. A decision that he didn't have to think about. Pikachu, Dawn, Brock, take these two and get out. Ash yelled. Brock's eyes widened instantly when he realized what Ash was about to do. What? Brock asked. Don't do it, Ash. We have no other choice. Here. Ash quickly shoved his Pokeballs into Brock's hands. Only I can stop it. I don't want any of you guys hurt because of this thing, okay? Ash, please don't do it. Dawn yelled pleadingly with him. Ash smiled at both of them before he gave them a thumbs up. Even Pikachu tried to yell at him, but Ash shook his head. He had to do this alone. Get out of here now. Ash quickly ran up to the machine. It was time to put all of his training to good use. He extended his palms outward and focused his thoughts on Aura. Arceus hadn't taught him everything, but he had taught him enough. A blue sphere suddenly encased itself around the machine. He looked over to his friends who had yet to move. I can't hold it forever. Go. Finally, Brock came to his senses and picked up both Brody and Saturn by the scruffs of their necks. He put his hand on Dawn's shoulder and they began running out. This couldn't be happening to them. Ash couldn't sacrifice himself like this. At last they reached the exterior of Spear Pillar and looked inside. Ash was standing over the machine, a blue sphere surrounding it. Dawn tried to run back inside to save him, but she couldn't, even without Brock's hands holding onto her. A blue shield had blocked her entrance to the cave. Tears began streaming down her face. Then it happened. A blue light shot out and all of them fell down. The entirety of Mount Coronet was suddenly bathed in a blue light. It was that way for about a minute, each of them blinded. Then the light receded. Brock and Pikachu were the first to look up. And they first looked inside Spear Pillar. Like a shot, Brock, Dawn, and Pikachu were up, running into Spear Pillar. Saturn and Giovanni weren't moving. Inside, there was nothing, no body, no ashes. The only reminder that Ash had ever been there was his hat, lying forgotten on the ground, most likely blown off in the explosion. Tears fell freely down Dawn's face, but Brock stared stoically ahead. They needed to go, he knew that, but his feet didn't want to move. Ash, dead, it wasn't possible. Pikachu. Pikachu cried out for Ash, but there was no response. Pikachu. Dawn couldn't take it anymore, and somehow, neither could Brock. Ash, they both called out at once. But still, there was no answer. No remark in the still and silent space of Spear Pillar. Dawn let out a sob but turned around, turning her back on the forsaken place. As the two left with Pikachu, they picked up Saturn and Giovanni and led the two of them, beaten and somehow willing. They had lost the will for anything. How could they when the source of eternal willpower had fallen before their very eyes? Piplup began to cry with Pikachu. A remarkable feat, that a Pokémon should cry for a human that was not its trainer. At the very last, they reached the base of the slopes of Mount Coronet. Pictures were flashing, but they just wanted to hide from them and cry. The officers quickly stepped in and took Saturn and Giovanni from their hands, captured at long last. But Brock's eyes found Misty's. And she knew. In a matter of seconds, the truth was heard round the world. Reporters went crazy, police officers wanted to take them in for question. It made no difference. Though Brock was there and heard it all, he couldn't quite comprehend everything. All Brock, Dawn, Misty, May, and Max knew was that Ash had died on the slopes of Mount Coronet. CT. So, Ash died doing a good deed? Delia asked of Brock when all of them were situated in the Ketchum residence in Pallet Town. Brock nodded solemnly. Her eyes were reddened with what had once been tears but had now gone past the tears she had cried. It was time to come to terms with the death of her boy. I guess I should have seen it, he always was an adventurer, and I guess, now he's just gone on his next adventure. We're so sorry. Brock said quietly, Pikachu nodding slightly, although his head was hanging while he sat in Brock's lap. Delia managed a weak smile, looking around at the silent group of children in front of her. She reached forward and put a hand on Pikachu's head. Dawn suddenly stood up and drew from her own bag, the hat that had blown off of Ash's head. Delia nodded and took it gratefully, placing it on the mantel. Might I suggest that you stay the evening? Delia said kindly, and Brock shook his head. No, we couldn't impose. I think, all of us need time to gather our thoughts. Brock said, and Mrs. Ketchum understood perfectly. It was true, the five of them had been through quite an ordeal over the past 42 hours. After they had revealed that Ash had died to the entire world, and after Saturn and Giovanni were incarcerated, the five of them were brought to the nearest police station to Mount Coronet. For the next 24 hours they were interrogated about what had happened with the Rocket 4 and Ash Ketchum so as to properly charge all of the conspiring members. Somehow, Brock felt a hole in his stomach at these proceedings. He had lived through Ash's death once, he didn't want to do it again in so short a time. And while there was relief that the plan of the Rocket 4 had failed, there was no denying that without Ash it was an empty victory. Early the next morning they were released at last, all five of them having been questioned. They decided at that point that it was prudent to return to Pallet Town. Gerald gave them a lift, ensuring them that should they need a ride anywhere, he would be there for them, giving Brock his Pokegear number. And that had led them to telling Mrs. Ketchum about her beloved son's death. Yet at this point, all they wanted to do was go away, do anything to take their minds off it. Right now, staying in the Ketchum house wasn't going to do it. Silently, all of them left the house and continued along Route 1, making their way to Viridian City. It was, after all, a crossroads to many locations in the world. It was around noon that they reached Viridian and stood at the city's outskirts. I guess, here's where we all part ways. Brock said, and no one said a word, most especially among them was Pikachu. Hard enough it was to travel without his trainer, but they had left Ash's Pokémon at his house. Bulbasaur had also grieved when it heard the news. Brock finally was able to force a smile onto his face. Let's try to be happy, huh? For Ash's sake. Kinda hard to do. Misty mumbled out. But I guess we have to try. Ash would do the same thing if it were one of us, right? That boy never did know when to be serious. Misty hiccuped a little at the thought of it, but was otherwise silent. That's true. Ash would want us to go on and keep going. May said cheerily, her tone masking her true feelings. That's why I'll return to Sinnoh and win the Grand Festival this year. That's a great idea, May. Max said triumphantly. And I'll go on to win the Hoenn League. I'll show Ash, wherever he is, just how great of a trainer I am, or at least, how good I will be. Brock laughed at Max's determination. That's the spirit, Max. Brock said, and Max turned to him. Hey Brock, since you know so much about Pokemon, could you travel with me? I'm sure it'd help out a lot. Max said with a genuine smile, and Brock turned to Pikachu. I know it's not Ash, but are you up for a little traveling? Brock asked the yellow mouse on his arm. Pika! Pikachu yelled. Though his trainer was gone, Pikachu certainly had the heart of a traveler. And besides, he was still with all his friends. Misty smiled at all of them. Then I'll return to the gym and beat down any trainer that comes my way. Misty said, and Brock nodded at her, telling her to remind Forrest to become just as good. Dawn was the only one at a loss for words. For her, the loss had still hit the hardest. She couldn't bear it alone. Max, Brock, since I am traveling through the Hoenn region, would you mind if I tag along and travel with you guys? Dawn asked, and both Brock and Max laughed. You're our friend. Brock said. Of course you can come along. To this, Dawn smiled gaily. A few small parting words later, all three groups set off in different directions, May to Sinnoh, Misty to Cerulean, and Max, Dawn, and Brock to Hoenn. As Brock began to leave with his two new companions, he thought to the future ahead and what it might bring. He wasn't the only one. So was a Pokémon professor, his assistant, and his grandson, diligently recovering their near-broken files while a bereaved mother made them lunch. Just the same as a young breeder was as he watched over his purple-haired comatose brother. To a blue-haired noodle salesman and his talking Meowth of a friend who were preparing to search for their own missing companion. And to a young blonde-haired boy, holding 3 lucky charms as he prepared to enter Mount Silver alone. All of them were wondering. None of them knew. All that Brock knew was that, whatever the future may hold, they would have to face it without Ash Ketchum. To be continued in Book 2. The Legendary War.